here a mere accounting device, and as such need not have commodity form. Usually, the value of money is measured by its de facto command over goods and services. For instance, the value of a pound, or of a dollar, is determined by what one can buy for 1 pound, or for $1. This leaves open the question why this is so. There must be something about a pound or a dollar which equates with something that adheres to the commodities which they can buy. From the standpoint of the objective theory of value, an answer is easily found. If gold is money and gold is a commodity, the costs of producing the gold contained in a dollar, or in a pound, are then considered equal to the production costs of the commodities which they are able to buy, modified, of course, by the changing demand and supply relations of the market. Money thus has in theory a commodity value equal to its production costs. Actually, this is not the case. The commodity value of gold diverges from its money value, although monetary authorities may set the same price for both. Furthermore, commodity money comprises only a fraction of the total money supply. Even under the rule of the gold standard, the actual convertibility of paper into gold affected only a small portion of the total money in circulation. To the extent that money has a non-commodity form, it cannot derive its value from its production costs. To be sure, non-commodity money may be evaluated in accordance with the labor costs of commodity money, but any such evaluation is a deliberate act. And since at present money in most nations is fiat money, it is clear that, at least nationally, money possesses purchasing power without having commodity value. Since the quest for money is now a quest for capital, modern monetary history reflects the history of capital formation. The more extensive use of commodity money refers to an earlier stage of capitalistic development, characterized by a less integrated production and marketing system. Capital was less concentrated and operated less routinely, the intervals between purchases and sales were more sporadic than under modern conditions. People preferred metallic money not only because they were used to it, but also because the accumulation of capital generally presupposed the hoarding of money. Money had to retain its value, a condition best assured by maintaining its commodity form. Besides, gold had been the money standard for too long to be easily displaced by mere symbolic money. The circulation of gold coins and the assurance that paper was convertible into gold supported a general confidence in the stability of the monetary system and the value of currencies. The early preference for commodity money found its international extension and most important rationale in the automatism of the gold standard as the regulator of the international exchange economy. The gold standard tied the value of the various national monetary units of account to their gold values and to one another by fixing the price of gold. A dollar represented a certain quantity of gold, as did the British pound and other gold standard currencies. If 1 pound could be bought for $4, this meant that the gold content of 1 pound matched that of $4. Actually, of course, the exchange of currency was and is not that clean-cut, since prices for different currencies fluctuate with the changing supply and demand of different currencies in the foreign exchange market. But these differences average out over time in the multitude of exchange transactions. The foreign exchange market provides an international clearing mechanism. Since debits and credits between national claims may not balance, residual claims are settled by gold shipments in order to reach a complete, if temporary, payments balance. Only part of newly mined gold serves monetary purposes. Another part, probably less than half of total production, serves non-monetary needs in the arts and industry. In order to maintain the fixed price of gold, its supply must not exceed the demand. As long as the output of gold exceeds the industrial market demand, the excess must be bought for monetary purposes whether or not it is actually needed. In recent times, it has been found necessary to sell gold on the private market to maintain its fixed price. A steadily increasing demand for gold drove the price beyond its fixed limit, forcing England and the United States to meet the demand by selling some of their monetary gold on the London Gold Exchange. Like money itself, the gold standard was not meant to facilitate the international circulation of commodities in any physical sense. Its purpose was to express and secure the property claims attached to the commodities and capital entering the world market. International monetary transactions had to be covered by commodity money, for this was the only realistic form in which property claims could be settled. The gold standard was an agreement between governments during laissez-faire capitalism. As such, it was a conscious intervention in the market mechanism. Yet it was conceived as a self-regulatory system parallel to the self-regulatory market mechanism. Nationally, the gold standard implied that the central banks had to keep the value of their monetary unit at par with that of other gold standard currencies by keeping a sufficient gold reserve. The maintenance of such a reserve set a definite limit to the creation of credit money. The gold standard was then an instrument to circumscribe the expansion and contraction of credit, and therewith the inflationary or deflationary tendencies which find expression in rising or falling prices. Under the rule of the gold standard, a disparity between supply and demand in the foreign exchange market led to a flow of gold from one country to another. Gold flowed to nations with a favorable balance of trade from nations with an unfavorable balance. It was assumed that the drain of gold from a particular country would reduce its economic activity and thus lead to deflation and lower prices, while the influx of gold into another country would stimulate economic activity and thus lead to inflation and higher prices. Because prices would be low in countries losing gold and high in countries gaining gold, trade would shift from the latter to the former. This shift in trade would again reverse the gold movements. It was through the effects of gold movements on the level of prices that the gold standard was adjudged an international equilibrium mechanism. As an equilibrium mechanism, however, the gold standard was as inefficient as the market itself. The assumed close connection between gold stocks and domestic prices did not exist. Prices did not fall or rise because of gold movements from one country to another. At times, some nations experienced what seemed to be an unendingly favorable balance of trade and payments, while others were not able to overcome unfavorable balances regardless of their deflationary policies. At any rate, the First World War practically ended the gold standard by interrupting and dislocating the international capital and commodity market. Governments borrowed and issued money in complete disregard of their gold reserves. They paid for necessary imports with gold, so gold accumulated in nations able to sell. After the war, nations left the gold standard either by necessity or by design. By means of currency inflation, governments rid themselves of the enormous debts they had piled up during the war and kept consumption down in order to recapitalize their industries. In some countries, runaway inflation finally threatened to destroy all economic activity, at which point, of course, government-decreed money reforms brought it to an end, thus providing the circulating media with sufficient stability to function in the exchange and capitalization process once again. It should be clear that it is not the mere availability of credit, due to the influx of gold, which induces new investments and creates conditions of prosperity, but the expected profitability of investments as indicated by the existing profitability of capital. And it is not the contraction of credit, due to an outflow of gold, which issues into capital stagnation, but a lack of profitability of the existing capital, which destroys incentives for new investments and therewith the demand for credits. An increasing capitalization of production increases the productivity of labor and therewith the competitive ability of an enlarged capital. Where credit expansion leads to capital investments, it also leads to a cheapening of production relative to the production of countries with a lower rate of capital formation. By being able to sell at lower prices, the more productive countries invade the markets of the less productive nations. It is therefore not true that credit expansion must always lead to inflationary prices. With a sufficient increase of productivity, the supply can match and exceed the demand and can thus not only prevent a rise in prices but even lower them. Instead of losing gold because of adverse trade positions, rapidly expanding economies may increase their gold reserves and thus their money supply in accordance with their credit policies. With a declining profitability of capital, both investments and credit transactions decline. This does not necessarily bring about an increase in sales through foreign commerce, for even the low prices of nations with a contracting economy may still be matched by the prices of nations enjoying a higher productivity in expanding economies. there will then be no influx of money from abroad to stimulate the economic activity of the relatively stagnating nations. Moreover, with the establishment of the world market, the conditions of prosperity, stagnation, and depression became worldwide phenomena. While these conditions affected different nations to different degrees, none remained unaffected. All capitalist nations tended to expand credits in good times and contract them in bad. In its credit expansion, each nation was limited by the size of its gold reserve. In times of depression there was no pressure on the gold reserve since demand for investment credits was low. At such times, nations would simply wait for a turn of events and engage in an intensified competition for markets and gold. Despite the gold standard's disappointing results, only reluctantly, and under the pressure of the Great Depression, was it finally abolished. But since commodity money was still necessary for settling international payments balances, an international gold exchange mechanism was substituted. Though gold still flows between nations, these flows need not affect domestic money supplies. As gold is now regarded simply as a special kind of money, as international money, gold movements need no longer determine national monetary policies. Inflation and deflation result from government decisions to expand or contract the money and credit supply. Precisely for this reason, some adherents of an unrestricted market economy distrust the present arrangement and long for a return to the automatism of the gold standard. The fact that any decline in economic activity shows up as a money contraction gave rise to the notion that such declines were caused by shortages of money and that these, in turn, were the result of limits set to credit expansion by the rules of the gold standard. Keynes, we recall, held that the gold standard was largely responsible for the crisis conditions which followed the First World War. He felt that the liberal argument against mercantilism as a system bound to a senseless accumulation of gold lost all its force and meaning because it was precisely the laissez-faire gold competitive pursuit and competitive appetite for the precious metal. For with strict adherence to the gold standard, there was no orthodox means open to the authorities for counteracting unemployment at home except by their struggling for an export surplus and an import of the monetary metal at the expense of their neighbors, which tended to contract both domestic market and international trade. Keynes advocated freeing national money and credit policies from the requirements of the international gold standard. It is quite obvious, however, that the existence of the gold standard did not prevent a rather rapid capital formation at the turn of the century, and it is equally obvious that when the gold standard was abolished, the rate of capital accumulation was reduced rather than hastened. Clearly, the expansion and contraction of capital production did not depend on the existence or non-existence of the gold standard. An economy with a growing population, growing production, and growing productivity will have a continuous increase in the quantity of money. This increase is modified by the application of non-monetary forms of exchange and by the decline of the level of prices due to the increasing productivity of labor. The development of the banking and credit system was a powerful means for speeding up the capital formation process. Not only were widely dispersed money had resources centralized in large money pools, but under the fractional reserve system these pools provided a wide base for a multiple credit expansion. And while credit allowed for an accelerated extension of industrial and commercial activities, the expansion of production thus fostered allowed for, and demanded, further extensions of the credit system. This reciprocal process implied a steady displacement of commodity money by credit money. However, if banks could create credit at will, the value of money would soon be lost. When the money supply is limited, so is the extension of credit. And with the supply of gold limited, the supply of money and credit was also limited. Cutting loose from gold freed the way for an independent national money policy designed to enhance economic activity through credit expansion, inflation, and deficit financing. While there is general agreement that the value of money is measured by its purchasing power, different notions prevail regarding the factors that alter this power. Most popular was the idea that changes in the volume of money would lead to alterations in the general price level. This was an application of the supply and demand theory of prices to monetary theory. Quantities of money were contrasted with quantities of commodities. The quantity theory of money includes the principle of velocity, that is, that the same unit of money functions in more than one exchange transaction. Aside from the historical fact that an expanding economy also expands its money supply, the velocity of money varies with the increase or decrease of economic activity. If there is a downward trend in the circuit velocity of money, this indicates real market disturbances rather than monetary difficulties, even though such a trend will intensify these disturbances on its own account. In the quantity theory of money, money appears as an independent economic force determining the expansion and contraction of business activities, the rise and fall of prices, and the increase and decrease of income. Actually, the growth of production and incomes does not depend on the presence of any definite amount of money. More money or less may expand the scales of production and income. Moreover, prices are not high or low because more or less money circulates, but more or less money circulates because prices are either high or low. It is clear that if all prices should suddenly double, the existing money supply must also be doubled, for otherwise half of the circulating commodities could not be sold. And if all prices should suddenly fall by half, only half of the existing money supply would be required to clear the market. But doubling the money supply will not double, nor having it reduce, the volume or value of commodities. The prices of commodities and services, though expressed in money terms, are not determined by but determine the quantity and velocity of money. It is of course true that if money were commodity money, example gold, exclusively, its buying power would vary like other commodity prices. A smaller or larger quantity of money would exchange with larger or smaller quantities of other commodities. A shortage of money would raise its value relative to other commodities, which would induce increased gold production, and this, in turn, would end the money shortage. If gold production could not be increased, this would merely mean that fewer quantities of gold would have to give expression to larger quantities of other commodities. However, the price of gold is fixed and money, which was based on gold solely to the extent of the fractional gold reserve, is at present entirely freed from its gold connection. Under these conditions, increasing the quantity of money beyond the extent of its normal growth within the rising market transactions would only mean to change the money expression of constant commodity values. Assuming an inflationary situation in which all prices rise, all commodities would have higher numbers on their price tags, but otherwise nothing would be altered. There would be no point in increasing the quantity of money. However, if some prices should rise faster than others under inflationary conditions, a situation of advantages and disadvantages will arise. To be sure, some commodity prices always fall or rise relative to others because of the effects of increasing productivity, or because of changes in the competitive market situation. Such regular price changes do not refer to inflationary or deflationary conditions, which affect the general price level rather than particular commodity prices. Although inflation affects the general price level, the price of some commodities changes more than others. Wages, for instance, rise less under inflation than do the prices of other commodities. As wages form part of the prices of commodities entering the market, a rise in wages due to inflation can be compensated for in this price. The prices of commodities are set after the labor costs incorporated in them have been settled or paid. A rise in the cost of labor, therefore, cannot prevent a still faster rise in the prices of commodities, so that, relative to the commodities it produces, the cost of labor power would have been reduced. In this way, general inflation can raise particular prices at the expense of others. But the increase or decrease of money influences economic activity only by creating changes in the distribution of income. Because wages are more sluggish in their movements than commodity prices, inflation leads to higher profits and therewith, to a more rapid turnover of goods and a higher rate of capital formation. Insofar as this keeps up the level of employment, inflation appears preferable even to the workers, for deflation may mean large-scale unemployment. Inflation does not suit all capitalists, nor does it suit those social layers who live on fixed incomes and thus suffer when prices increase. There are, then, social groups interested in inflation and others opposed to it, and these groups wage political struggles for either one or the other monetary policy. Inflation is usually defined as a condition in which the money income rises faster than the real income, i.e., where there is too much money relative to the available goods. Under conditions of full employment, it is said, inflation occurs when expenditures for goods and services grow faster than potential output. On this assumption, inflation can be stopped either deliberately or automatically. Deliberately, by the conscious contraction of the money supply on the part of the monetary authorities, and automatically, because according to bourgeois theory the increasing demand for money raises the rate of interest, which in turn decelerates the expansion process. It is quite clear that prices will rise with a shortage of commodities and fall when there is a glut on the market, whatever the money supply may be. With given incomes, this merely means that people will be able to buy less at some times and more at other times. What some lose thereby others will gain. The social demand can be smaller than the social supply, but, except as a mere desire, it cannot be larger, for what is not there can be neither bought nor sold. An injection of money under conditions of a limited supply cannot increase the actual demand, it merely increases the prices of the available commodities. The supply can be increased only through additional production, and this depends not on the quantity of money but on the profitability of capital. In fact, monetary authorities determine the quantity of money by their decisions, mediated through the banks, to make money available for loans and investments. The supply of money is a matter of policy and not the unwilled result of uncontrolled economic events. Economic difficulties may be resolved by deflationary or inflationary means. Both these means conform to capitalistic principles. If at a given time one is chosen instead of the other, it is because it appears to be more effective and politically more viable. A period of extensive capital formation need not be inflationary when sustained by a sufficient profitability based on an increasing productivity. Likewise, a period of economic stagnation is not necessarily deflationary. It usually is so, however, because the preceding stage of expansion leaves a mass of capital and productive capacity too large for other than conditions of accelerated capital expansion. The excess results in idle capacity and idle workers, prices collapse through intensified competition, and the whole system contracts. During a period of retrenchment the system slowly restructures itself until conditions of profitable capital expansion are restored. Because investments decline, or cease altogether, during periods of depression, there are not only idle resources but also idle money, i.e., money unable to find profitable employment. Paradoxically, it is this idle money, and credit, which provides the surface impression of a general money shortage. Such a situation does not call for additional money, but for the restoration of profitability which will strengthen the inducement to invest. Inflation results from monetary policies designed to improve the profitability of capital internally and so enhance its competitive capacity externally. Deflation, which can have the same effect, was the method most used in the past to overcome crisis conditions. It was not so much submission to the rules of the gold standard which contracted the economy as it was the deflationary process itself which upheld the rules of the gold standard. In other words, it was the principle of laissez-faire, of non-intervention in the economy, and reliance on automatic solutions for business slumps, which explain the earlier preference for non-monetary means to combat a state of decreasing profitability. Not money, but capital itself was devaluated and destroyed, in order to make room for a more concentrated and more productive capital structure. Real wages were cut without much concern for social consequences. But depressions lost their curative power, or at any rate, became intolerable. Under 20th century conditions the deflationary process of recovery became increasingly more untenable because of the social convulsions it tended to release. Inflation became the preferred, if not unavoidable, way to react to depressions and to maintain levels of economic activity consistent with social stability. Inflation of varying intensity is now resorted to under conditions of full employment as well as of unemployment, under conditions of stagnation as well as of expansion. The depreciation of money has been consistent and universal, though the rate of depreciation has varied, often widely, for different nations. When prices rise faster than income destined for consumption, particularly wages, a greater part of total production can be turned into additional capital. While people without capital are victimized by the depreciation of money, the owners of capital preserve and augment theirs by the same process, provided, of course, they are able to realize their profits through market sales. But one good thing may lead to another. Profit realization is itself enhanced by the inflationary process. Depreciating money is more rapidly spent than stable money. The depreciation of a national currency makes capital not only more profitable but also more competitive internationally. However, as the power to devaluate is given to all independent nations, the devaluation of money in some countries leads to devaluation in others. In the end, it will again be the real capital structure, and not the money structure, which determines the relative competitive capacities of different nations. Through government purchases with borrowed money, the public debt is monetized and, with the exception of that part of the monetized debt which may be hoarded, increases the social demand. The process of debt financing has been an inflationary process in both Europe and America. The purchasing power of the American dollar declined by more than a third in the first 12 post-war years, and to that extent deprived long-term lenders of part of their interest and part of their principal. It deprived all people with more or less fixed incomes of part of their income. This loss can hardly be offset by wage increases, unless wage rates are based on, and actually move with, a cost of living index, which is rather the exception than the rule. Monetary inflation has been institutionalized and has become subject to an institutionalized operation of control by the government and all receivers of private income, among whom the financially potent private enterprises maintain a privileged position. Inflation is then another form of subsidization of big business by government. It is merely one of the techniques by which income is transferred from the mass of the population into the hands of government-favored corporations. Government intervention in the market economy is most pronounced in times of war. Inflation is used to reduce consumption by reducing the buying power of money, so that a greater part of total production may be freed for the war effort. It is not much different in times of peace, when a great amount of government-induced production is needed to compensate for a declining rate of private capital formation. The substitution of government-induced demand for an inadequate market demand has been an inflationary process. This obviously contradicts the notion that inflation results from the existence of too much money relative to the available commodity supply. In an economy requiring government-induced demand, the market demand could not possibly exceed the supply. Inflation has different effects when it is used to enhance the expansion of capital and when it is used mainly to finance government-induced production. In the first case, it distributes income in a way conducive to capital formation. In the second, it sustains the expenses of government-induced production. It is generally assumed that government spending in a full employment situation will have inflationary effects because it increases the amount of money relative to the actual mass of produced commodities. This would not be so under conditions of unemployment and unused resources, it is said, because government spending would then enlarge the insufficient demand without pressing on the supply. Under such conditions, government spending need not be inflationary. But as there would be no need for compensatory government spending in a full employment situation, we need not consider the first case. As to the second, the argument clearly rests on a misunderstanding of the character of the capitalist economy. Although governments can create new money at will, they do so within the framework of the private enterprise economy. The central banks are agencies governments use to manufacture and control the money supply. They can alter the deposit-creating powers of the commercial banks by changing the discount rate, i.e., the rate of interest at which the central bank lends money to the commercial banks, by changing the legal reserve ratio for deposit money, and by buying and selling government bonds on the capital market. It is the banking system as a whole which creates additional means of payment through an increase in reserves as determined by the monetary actions of the central banks. Banks are thus both businesses and social institutions for the creation and allocation of money. They are in the fortunate position of profiting both as business enterprises and as the delegated instruments of monetary policies. They draw profits and interests not only from the money deposited with them, but also from the multiple amounts created by the fractional reserve system and the growth of reserves by the money-creating practices of the central banks. Although it is the government which increases the money supply, it does not use this money directly to increase the market demand through government purchases. It finances its expenditures out of taxes and borrowings on the capital market. As far as the private contractors of government orders are concerned, the government-created demand is as good as any other. The government pays them money which must retain its value long enough for the private contractors to regain the value expended in the production of government orders and make the customary profits. If their returns were less than their expenditures because of a too rapid devaluation of money, they would find themselves in a state of disinvestment. Inflation must therefore be a controlled inflation, and it is controlled because it is based not on the government printing presses but on government borrowings restricted by legally set limits to the increase of the national debt. Idle money and newly created money are channeled through the banking system into industrial production to government account. But the large bulk of the products thus brought forth are neither capitalized new means of production nor additional marketable commodities. They appear as materialized expenses of government and as such reduce the total mass of private profit relative to the total mass of the existing capital. Prices are then raised to secure the customary profits, and the increase in prices necessitates additional money. Without this additional money, the fall of the average rate of profit, clue to the increase of non-profitable government-induced production, would lead to a further decline of private capital production. It would thus in some measure, and possibly decisively, undo the increase of economic activity through government-induced demand. It is then necessary to allow for a continuous increase in prices by a continuous increase in the money supply. It is not, as has been assumed, the pressure of an increased demand on a supply caused by government-induced production which leads to inflation. Rather, inflation is the means by which the non-profitable character of government-induced production by way of deficit financing finds its partial compensation in higher prices. Normally, capital formation indicates a residual surplus of total production after the requirements of total consumption have been met. Accumulation consists of added capital producing means of production. This occurs in decreasing measure when total production incorporates an increasingly larger share of products which cannot serve as capital-producing instruments of production. Total production, whatever its character, is marketable, either in the actual commodity market or through government purchases, but part of the money realized, which should take on the form of capital, does not do so. And this is because part of the existing non-consumption demand is a demand not for profit-producing capital, but for government purchases which do not include productive capital, or do so only incidentally. Although the total supply may match the total demand, the rate of capital formation declines. Nonetheless, although accompanied by a low or stagnating rate of private capital formation, the increase in production itself may be formidable. Thus the economy may appear quite prosperous. The fact remains, however, that private capital formation finds itself in a seemingly insoluble crisis, or, rather, that the crisis of capital production which characterizes the 20th century has not as yet been solved. When viewed from the perspective of profit production, the present differs from the past in that deflationary depression conditions have been supplanted by inflationary depression conditions. In a deflationary depression, production declines because part of the producible commodities cannot be sold profitably, thus preventing the realization of profits and their transformation into additional capital, whereas in an inflationary depression production continues, despite its lack of profitability, by way of credit expansion. Controlled inflation is already the continuous, if slow, repudiation of all debts, including the national debt. It spreads the expense of non-profitable government-induced production over a long period of time and over the whole of society. Although government-induced production increases the scope of production, it cannot increase the profitability of private capital as a whole and thus restore for it a rate of growth that would make a compensatory government-created demand unnecessary. Capitalist profits can be increased only by increased productivity and an increasing quantity of capital capable of functioning as capital, and not by the mere availability of means of payments manufactured by government. Technology and the mixed economy. Apart from its irrational aspects, the mixed economy can exist along as an increasing productivity yields a sufficient social product. Production must be large enough to maintain the necessary profitability for the stagnating or relatively declining private capital, to secure existing living standards, and to allow for a growing quantity of non-profit production. Since the national debt can be refunded, it is actually only the interest on it which need be covered by either taxes or new borrowings. And since the rate of private investment decreases, more funds become available for government borrowings. In the long run, however, and with the continuous, faster growth of the public as against the private sector of the economy, profit production must contract. To prevent this development, government-induced production must remain a limited part of total social production. If definite limits cannot be kept, the market system will eventually be superseded by a politically controlled system of production as far removed from the mixed economy as the latter is from laissez-faire capitalism. Once non-profit production becomes an institutionalized part of the economy, a vicious circle begins to operate. Government-induced production is begun because private capital accumulation is diminishing. Using this method diminishes private capital accumulation even more, so non-profit production is increased. The addition, in its turn, diminishes private capital expansion further, and so on. So long as the private sector dominates, there is no way of indulging in non-profit production except at the expense of private capital's profit production. The limits of private capital production are thus, finally, the limits of government-induced production. To change this situation through farther-going state interventions requires the existence of governments able and willing to destroy the social dominance of private capital and to proceed from government control to government ownership. How much can a government tax and borrow? Obviously not the whole of the national product. Perhaps 50%? This would come close to wartime conditions. For instance, during World War II the American government purchased roughly half of the national product. Under these conditions, however, the rate of investment was 2.9% of gross national product, a rate below that of the Depression years, with the sole exception of 1932, when the rate was 1.5%. Moreover, to indefinitely continue a war economy will destroy the capitalist system. However, until the end of 1965, actual waste production in the United States, i.e., the military budget, comprised roughly 10% of gross national product, while total government expenses accounted for about 1/4 of gross national product. There was, and at this writing still is, considerable leeway before the conditions of the peacetime economy approach those of the wartime economy. Although private capital can exist and even flourish when government spending is high relative to national product, there is, of course, an absolute ceiling to government spending, past which point the taxation which finances it will reduce rather than increase social production. What this ceiling is, or when it will be reached, is not predictable. When the increase in government-induced production is enough to prevent private capital formation, its gain will be nullified by the loss of that production which private capital would have undertaken for expansion. A further increase in government-induced production would then be possible only at the expense of consumption in that term's true sense. This process may be understood by analogy with the war economy. The increasing amount of waste production which occurs during war is made possible by restricting consumption and cutting down new capital investments. Eventually, however, waste production is at the expense of consumption only, for the productive apparatus must be replaced and extended if waste production is to grow. Although high taxes do not necessarily imply that private enterprise is being replaced by government production, some Keynesians recognize that a high rate of taxation is closely related to socialism. If a government collects 50% of the profits of business in taxes and because of loss effect, also carries 50% of the losses, it is just as if the government owned 50% of the business. The high tax rates can more properly be said to be socialism than to threaten it. 1. It is for this reason that socialistically oriented Keynesians do not expect that the Keynesian remedies will be fully applied by capitalistic governments, but look to the rise of socialist governments which combine the Keynesian economic policies with the traditional socialist measures of public ownership and social reform. 2. As the limits of private profit production are also the limits of government-induced production, the latter will become less effective as it increases in scale. A flourishing mixed economy can thus only be considered a temporary state, or a transitory condition between laissez-faire and state capitalism. Whereas Keynes himself did not, in theory, shy away from the idea that the development of the mixed economy may lead to a completely unmixed, state-controlled economy, his bourgeois disciples look upon the mixed economy as a permanent state of affairs. But their only answer to arising difficulties within the mixed economy is a request for more extensive state interventions, which must eventually rob the mixed economy of its permanence. According to Marx, commodities must have both exchange and use value. In capitalism, the production of use value ceases when and wherever they cannot function as exchange values. In the mixed economy, however, material production, use value production, continues even though no exchange value attaches to it. The increase of use values in largely useless forms accompanies the relative decrease of use values capable of serving as exchange values. This is a modified reappearance of the discrepancy between material and value production elucidated by Marx. Under laissez-faire conditions, this discrepancy came to the fore in the crisis of overproduction. It led to prolonged depressions, which restored the capitalistically necessary relationship between material and value production. But in the mixed economy there is no restoration of this dynamic equilibrium with its proper relationship between profitability and accumulation. Instead, a growing part of social production is carried on outside the profit system, and to that tent indicates the system's decline. The profitability of the existing and relatively stagnating capital can nonetheless be maintained through an accelerated increase in the productivity of labor, that is, through labor displacing and capital innovations. The more government-induced production grows, the more urgent is the need for greater production to maintain the profitability of capital. Yet the steady increase production and productivity reproduces the need for further vast increases in productivity on an ever-narrowing base of private capital production. Even if capital-saving innovations check the growing discrepancy between that capital invested in means of production and that invested in labor power, and in this manner curb the fall of the rate of profit, the consistent displacement of labor by labor-saving devices will enforce this tendential fall. Yet capitalism cannot do without the steady displacement of labor as the only effective means of coping with the intensified pressure on the rate of profit brought about by the increasing mass of non-profitable production. While the increase of productivity through labor displacements is a way out for capitalism, it is a way which ends in a cul-de-sac. Any particular state of capitalism is transitory, even though it may prevail for a considerable length of time. It is only by considering the general laws of capitalist development that its given historical stages reveal their transient nature. The question is, then, whether the general laws of capitalist development can be set aside by technological and political means, which attend to both the profit needs of private capital and the general social welfare by the simple expedient of non-profit production, for this is exactly what has happened. To see this process as a permanent and ever-widening social practice is to assume that capitalism can transform itself into another system in which, to speak in Marxian terms, is no longer exchange value but use value which rules. According to Marx, definite social relations, or production relations, correspond to definite social productive forces released by them and bound to their existence. The capital-labor relationship determines the unfolding of technological development as the accumulation of capital. Only within the frame of capital form do science and technology expand the capacities of social production by increasing the productivity of labor. Capital is congealed surplus labor in the form of surplus value. It feeds and expands on living labor. Insofar as technological development is a function of capital formation, the capital accumulated is the materialization of unpaid labor time. The reduction of labor time implies the reduction of unpaid labor time as well. To be sure, unpaid labor time can be increased at the expense of paid labor time, even while total labor time is decreased through the increase of productivity. As less labor time is needed to produce the commodity equivalent of the worker's income, more of the total labor time can take on the form of products appropriated by the capitalists. Yet the continuous reduction of labor time through the displacement of laborers must eventually reduce the total unpaid labor time, and where there is no labor, there can be no surplus labor, and, consequently, no accumulation of capital. Whatever the extent of automation and computerization, means of production neither operate nor reproduce themselves. Their owners, the capitalists, on the improbable assumption that they themselves engaged in production would thereby cease to be capitalists, that is, buyers of labor power for purposes of exploitation. Assuming what is more probable, that they succeed in continuously reducing the number of productive workers, they would also reduce the unpaid labor time relative to the mass of the accumulated capital. It will then become increasingly more difficult to continue the accumulation process, which is only the accumulation of unpaid labor time transformed into profit-yielding new means of production. Capital-labor relations are value relations, which is to say that means of production are not that only but are also capital values, and that labor power is not that only but is the source of value and surplus value. To consummate the capitalist production process, surplus value must be sufficient to ensure its enlarged reproduction. As value relations are labor-time relations, it should be clear that a reduction of labor time which would disturb the necessary relationship between surplus value and capital is not compatible with capitalist production. However, while the reduction of social labor time becomes a detriment to capital production, the reduction of labor costs remains a necessary requirement for each single capitalist enterprise or corporation. Their profitability increases as their labor costs diminish. It is for this reason that the displacement of labor by capital cannot be halted within the competitive capital formation process, even though it undermines the very structure of capitalist society. All social progress is based on the ability to produce more with less labor. Capitalism is no exception. Technological development always displaces labor, which is only another way to saying the production increases with the increasing productivity of labor. A rapid rate of capital formation, however, can increase the absolute number of workers while decreasing this number relative to the growing capital. It is then only under conditions of relative capital stagnation that advancing technology diminishes the number of workers absolutely. Although Marx experienced unemployment as a social fact, he held that full employment was as possible as unemployment. The level of employment depended on the rate of capital formation. Nonetheless, the displacement of human labor by the machine was what industrialization was all about. And this same process, according to Marx, turned the productivity of labor into the productivity of capital. Although the means of production represent a definite sum of values and can be capitalistically productive only through the enlargement of this sum of values, it is the quantity and quality of the means of production in their physical form, rather than labor time, which expresses the growing productive powers of social labor. But as long as exchange value is the goal of production, labor time quantities remain the source and measure of capitalist wealth. Although the very development of the modern means of production indicates to what a large degree the general knowledge of society has become a direct productive power, which constitutes the life of society and determines its transformation, 3. Capitalism's particular contribution to the state of affairs consists of no more than in its use of all the media of the arts and sciences to increase the surplus labor, because its wealth, in value form, is nothing but the appropriation of surplus labor time. 4. Were it not for the capitalist relations of production, the growth of social wealth would by a continuous reduction of direct labor time, and the wealth of society would be measured not by labor time but by free time. According to Marx, labor time ceases to be the measure of wealth, and exchange value ceases to be the measure of use value, as soon as labor in its direct form ceases to be the source of wealth. 5. Although in an antagonistic form, the diminution of labor time as the source and measure of value already takes place under capitalistic conditions. But here it involves the reduction of surplus value relative to the growing mass of capital. And here it is the productivity of labor, not the productivity of capital, which accounts for the capitalistic profit. To be sure, profit presupposes the existence of capital. But profits can only be the difference between paid and unpaid labor. If they should in some mysterious fashion derive from the productivity of capital, independently of the labor which first sets this capital in motion, they would not be profits in the capitalistic sense, for they would not be the result of labor exploitation. It would still be true that capital represents transformed past surplus labor, but it would no longer be determined by living labor. Actually, of course, capital presupposes wage labor just as wage labor presupposes capital. They are the two necessary sides of capitalistic production relations. Where there is no capital involved in production, there is no capitalist society, and where capital is no longer dependent on wage labor, capitalism has ceased to exist. A vast increase in productivity makes it possible for private and government production to grow side by side. But the resulting prosperity is deceptive, for the credit mechanism which fosters increased production is based on future profits, which may or may not materialize. This pseudo-prosperity thus requires a continuous and accelerating increase in productivity, and the need only becomes greater as prosperity continues. Less productive means of production must continually be replaced by more productive ones, and a portion of realizable profits must be used as additional capital for this purpose. In view of the present trend of automation, it is more generally discerned that the growing discrepancy between labor and capital tends toward a point of development at which further progressive capital expansion through labor exploitation would be impossible. This growing conviction implies an unconscious acceptance of Marx's theory of accumulation, if only because the idea is dressed in non-Marxian terms. Instead of deducing the eventual collapse of capitalism from the growing productivity of labor, which is only another expression for the accumulation of capital, the inverted Marxists deduce it from the growing productivity of capital and its tendency to displace labor. In either case, the system of capital production through labor exploitation comes to an end. Since the growing productivity of labor implies the growing productivity of capital, an end of capitalism by way of automation equates with the end of capitalism for lack of surplus value. Whatever the theory, however, the end of capitalism is not as yet in sight. Surplus value is still produced in sufficient measure to secure the profitability of capital within the conditions of a declining rate of capital expansion, and automation, considered in relation to world capitalism, is as yet no more than an exotic exception to a rather stagnant technology. In Marx's view, technological development is limited by the conditions of capital production. The full realization of its potentialities is impossible without the destruction of capitalist production relations. At a certain point in its development, capital becomes a hindrance to a further unfolding of the social forces of production and changes from a progressive to a regressive system of production. The revolutionary working class is now alone able to overthrow the barrier to further development. By ending the capitalist system, it clears the way for the social and technological advancement which can eventually abolish unwanted and disagreeable human labor. In Marx's view, capitalism's exploitative class relations made it an economically limited system and an obstacle to technological development. On this last issue, too, Marx appears to have been wrong because of the so-called Second Industrial Revolution, characterized by atomic power and automation. Strangely enough, however, this new triumph over Marx's gloomy prognostications is rarely celebrated as a solution to current social problems. Rather, it is seen as the harbinger of new and perhaps insoluble difficulties. Suspicion that there is a possible incomparability between the new technology and the prevailing socio-economic relations runs through the growing literature on automation. While most of the difficulties of the capitalist system have been overcome, the problem of permanent and large-scale unemployment appears to be the last and most important of all capitalistic contradictions. There is no dearth of data on automation. Its changing statistics appear everywhere, in the daily press as well as in scientific publications. These statistics simply indicate increasing productivity, production, and profitability through the reduction of the labor force. The impact of automation differs with different industries. It is particularly noticeable in textiles, coal mining, oil, steel, chemicals, railroads, and automobiles, but it affects all large-scale production in increasing measure as well as commercial and organizational activities and to some extent even agriculture. It does away with white-collar and blue-collar jobs, presently more of the latter than of the former, though this may change in time. However, automation is still in its infancy and the existing number of unemployed may not be traceable to the labor displacements it causes. Clearly, workers lose their jobs due to automation, but their inability to find other employment may be the result of a declining rate of capital formation. After all, there were 16 million unemployed in America during the Great Depression. Displacement of labor by machinery has been continuous and has not prevented a steady growth of the workforce. It is feared, however, that automation is so different in degree from previous technological development as to amount to a difference in kind. The social problem it poses is thought to be unique and insoluble by analogy with past conditions. Evaluating the impact of automation upon the American economy, Donald N. Michael, for example, attempts a prognosis of its possible social consequences within the next 2 decades. His study is based on a number of assumptions, all of which imply that trends will remain largely what they are now and what they have been during the last 10 years. Michael employs the term cybernation to account simultaneously for automation and computers, which usually go together in the application of cybernetics to production processes. We will leave aside all the wondrous existing and potential capabilities of cybernation, and will merely indicate what Michael, among others, considers to be the advantages of cybernation. The advantages for both business firms and governments are plainly to boost output and cut costs, leading to success in private and national competition. The other advantages Michael mentions, such as reducing the magnitude of management's human relations tasks, greater rationalization of managerial activities, freeing management from petty distractions, greater freedom in locating facilities, and so forth, are all aspects of, or different expressions for the cheapening of production. Expressed in Michael's genteel fashion, if the criteria are understanding, and profits, there are strong reasons why government and business should want to, and indeed would have to, expand cybernation as rapidly as they can. 7. The advantages of cybernation will, however, be offset by the problem of unemployment, which will eventually affect all occupations, the unskilled more than the skilled, consequently Negro workers more than white workers. The present relocation from production to service industries will come to an end. If people cost more than machines, either in money or because of the managerial effort involved, there will be strong incentive to replace them in one way or another in most service activities where they perform routine, predefined tasks. 8. As technology allows fewer people to do more work, many of the intermediary middle-class management jobs will also disappear. There are, of course, answers to the projected dilemma, such as the retraining and upgrading of labor and the shortening of working hours for the same pay, or even price reductions leading to a larger consumer demand. But because all workers are affected by cybernation, Michael feels that such proposals will not solve the problem. His own suggestion is a large public works program, for although the proportion of workers needed for any particular task will be reduced through the use of cybernation, the total number of tasks that need to be done could equal or exceed the absolute number of people available to do them. 9. He thinks, however, that such a policy would run counter to the capitalist spirit. It may, therefore, be self-defeating for free enterprise to encourage cybernation. While the consequences of cybernation may endanger the free enterprise system, the very continuance of this system compels increased automation. Michael sees the dilemma: the outlook is unfavorable with cybernation, it is just as bad without it. Greater government control and national planning are, in his view, only partial solutions. Ideology and goals must change, and the required centralization of authority would seem to imply a governing elite and a popular acceptance of such an elite. If newly evolving behavioral standards do not complement the cybernate future, feelings of frustration and pointlessness may well evoke a war of desperation, ostensibly against some external enemy but, in fact, a war to make the world safe for human beings by destroying most of society's sophisticated technological base. 10. Obviously, however, it would more probably be a war in which the sophisticated technology would serve to destroy most of mankind. However, both technological development and capital formation correspond to underlying social relationships and may be altered by changing these relationships. While automation enhances capital development, it is also limited by the existing capital-labor relations. This is a familiar phenomenon. Monopolization is an instrument of both capital expansion and capital contraction. The drive for profits reduces capital's profitability. Any prognosis about the cybernation process must, first of all, raise the question as to how far this process can be carried by the existing society. What is feasible technically may not be so economically, and what may be feasible economically may not be so socially. Whereas Michael approaches automation from the point of view of technology, economists usually approach it from the economic point of view. Kuznets, for instance, thinks it necessary to distinguish between potential and actual technological change. Although the concept of potential technological change is difficult to define precisely, let alone measure, he writes, it is extremely useful, for it points to the fact that of the large flow of technological change offered, as it were, to society, only a part is embodied in the productive structure, mainly because of limitations of capital and of entrepreneurial ability. 11. Kuznets thinks, however, that the next 3 decades will witness an acceleration of the rate of technological change, mainly because of a quickening in the pace of scientific research. It seems certain, he says, that the development of non-military applications of nuclear physics, of electronics in automation and communications will have an immense impact upon the production system. 12. All this will give momentum to the demand for capital funds, and Kuznets thinks it not unlikely that the new technology, at any rate initially, will require an amount of capital that can be brought forth only at the expense of the national product. In other words, installation of the new technology may require a larger part of total production for new material capital equipment and leave a correspondingly smaller part for immediate utilization and consumption. So it has always been in the past under conditions of capital formation. And even though the material requirements of capital formation may be more formidable for the second industrial revolution than they were for the first, they may be nevertheless attainable. The more so as the new technology may, eventually, demand a smaller amount of capital to yield a greater product than has been true for the conventional technology. But new capital investments must be financed. The question is then whether the savings patterns in the private sector of the economy suggest saving proportions that will match the prospective demand for capital. The concern is with the private sector alone, for the government sector is not likely to have net savings in the long-term prospect. Indeed, it may be forced to draw upon the savings of the private sector. 13. Because of an actual decline of the private sector's savings propensity, Kuznets thinks that the previously experienced pressure of the demand for goods upon the supply of savings will persist. He suggests, cautiously, that during the 1948 to 1957 decade a combination of high-level demand for consumers' goods and continued high level of government drafts for current consumption might have kept private savings and capital formation below the proportion required to increase productivity sufficiently to offset inflationary pressures. Against this background, and in view of an expected growth of the non-productive population, rising government expenditures, and continued high levels of consumption, Kuznets fears that the supply of voluntary savings may not be adequate to the demand. For this reason inflation pressures 14 may well continue, with the result that part of the savings needed for capital formation government consumption will be extracted through this particular mechanism. 15. While a lack of investment capital may hamper cybernation, the same lack is also its raison d'etre. The expected rise of profitability is supposed to lead to increases in production and employment large enough to compensate for the labor displaced by technological improvements. This is the idea behind the argument that all technological advancement, sooner or later, creates new and additional work opportunities. It is usually illustrated with reference to definite enterprises and particular situations. For example, R. Calder points out that in France the state-controlled Renault company was able to undertake, after the war, the most intensive automation of any automobile factory in Europe, in consequence of which 3 times as many workers are employed now as there were before the introduction of automation. Calder thinks that this is a good example of the repercussive effects of modern technology. 16. For the Renault company this is no doubt true, at any rate for the time being. And it may well be true for many or even all enterprises, in the expanding West European economy which has been experiencing the same process of growth that, for a variety of reasons, occurred in America earlier. While the rate of capital formation in the last 10 years was higher in Western Europe than in America, there is no reason to assume that this will remain so. Obviously, the effects of automation will be different under conditions of rapid capital expansion than under conditions of capital stagnation. The present American situation may, therefore, be just as much an example of the repercussive effects of modern technology as Calder's experience with the Renault company, or even with the whole of Western Europe. From the viewpoint of a single capital, an increase of productivity by way of automation is no doubt a good thing, if it enables this capital to enlarge its markets by eliminating less efficient competitors. The individual capital is not aware, and could not be aware, of the loss of profit through the loss of social surplus labor. Its only considerations are its production costs and its return on sales. No matter what the social consequences of automation, private capital will always try to increase its productivity to gain extra profits or just to maintain a given profitability. A declining rate of savings will not stop the cybernation process in corporations with sufficient reserves to finance their technological innovations. Because automation speeds up obsolescence, smaller businesses, unable to introduce automatic machinery quickly enough, will fall by the wayside. Automation thus accentuates the concentration process inherent in capital competition. Capital concentration demands, and allows for, further extensions of automation. Short of an ever-increasing rate of capital expansion, unemployment is bound to grow. Such an accelerated rate of expansion is highly improbable, so that the increase of profitability which automation brings may well be nullified by the simultaneous increase in government expenditures needed to cope with cybernation's social consequences. To be sure, automation would also cheapen the products falling to the government and to that extent ease the burden of private capital. Yet this may be offset by an extension of government demands on the private sector of the economy, which, by itself, would hasten rather than hinder the automation process. None of this will happen if the social conditions of the near future discourage both the growth of automation and that of the public sector of the economy. In other words, if society, by and large, freezes existing social conditions. But this requires a centralized control over the whole of the economy which the government does not possess. If it had this control, it would no longer preside over a free enterprise economy. Aside from the internal difficulties of a stationary state, the nation's external relations preclude the maintenance of the economic status quo. For automation, it is said, must overcome foreign wage advantages by enhancing domestic productivity. And capitalist nations must compete not only in the economic sphere but also in the military, and weapons production already depends to a very large degree on automation technology. However, many enterprises that would like to may not be able to do so without ceasing to exist. Subsidies may be extended to these businesses such as have been granted to sections of agriculture. This is not less likely than, or different in principle from, sustaining the unemployed out of current production. In this way, part of private enterprise, in its technologically backward form, may become a part of the public sector of the economy, as has long been true for sections of big business. Unless the latter's privileges, such as government contracts, tax exemptions, and extraordinary depreciation charges are cut back, the shrinking profitable sector of the economy will have to give up a still larger share of its production to the public sector. This course would reach its logical end in the destruction of the profitability of private enterprise by the demands of government. The actual course of events, however, determined as it is by the interaction of diverse and contrary interests, is rarely, if ever, logical. It may be both logically and economically possible to have a highly cybernate industry with, say, half of the working population unemployed, yet in practice this is quite improbable. Social movements would arise to change the situation. Similarly, the accentuation of capital concentration by way of automation would most likely bring political forces into play seeking to arrest this development. When theory conflicts with real necessities, fetishistic attitudes toward the production system and its technology lose their sway, and people will try to change the social structure rather than accommodate themselves to it indefinitely. In the end, the question of the degree of cybernation will be resolved by political actions. Even on purely economic grounds, cybernation finds its limits where it begins to contradict the profitability of capital. Its full development would be a very long process at any rate, as it requires the displacement of most existing production equipment. To throw out the mass of capital based on the old technology is to throw out the congealed labor of generations. To create the capital of a radically new technology also requires the work of generations. Cybernation can only be applied in piecemeal fashion regardless of the nature of society. But in capitalism it is doubly hindered because it can be applied only insofar as it safeguards and promotes the growth of the existing capital. Taking past developments into consideration and judging present conditions realistically, the future of cybernation seems not at all promising except, perhaps, for selected industries, particularly those engaged in the production of armaments. Indeed, it has been said that these miraculous machines in which cybernetics could develop all its resources seem to be usable only as engines of death. 17. One method of dealing with the increased productivity produced by cybernation would be to cut the number of hours of work and provide people with more leisure time. Almost uniformly, however, this method is questioned or totally rejected, not because it contradicts the capitalist mechanism, but because society has failed to develop meaningful leisure. Boredom is considered a very serious and even dangerous problem because it still remains true that the happy man is very often the one who has insufficient time to worry about whether are happy or not. 18. All sorts of crimes and delinquencies are attributed to increased leisure, which, then, must be organized by competent authorities before it can be granted. This silly and insincere talk can be dismissed at once. The leisure class has always found the leisure of the lower classes obnoxious and dangerous to its own leisure. Looking at the wonders of the first industrial revolution, Delacroix mused about the poor abused people, who will not find happiness in the disappearance of labor. Look at these idlers condemned to drag the burden of their days and not knowing what to do with their time, which the machines cut into still further. 19. Yet leisure is precisely what the majority of people need most and have the least of. Leisure without wants, that is, for the leisure of the starving is not rest, but a relentless activity aimed at staying alive. Without greater leisure there be no betterment of the human condition. This whole question cannot arise under prevailing conditions. Aided by special circumstances, one or another laboring group may succeed in cutting down its working time without diminishing its income. But this is an exception to the rule. For to cut down working hours generally and maintain the wages bill would defeat the capitalist's purpose in introducing technological change and make automation a senseless affair. The point of automation is precisely to reduce wage costs relative to overall costs of the factors of production and to recoup the higher capital costs by greater productivity. It can be argued, of course, that there is no longer a need for extensive capital formation and that mere replacement and modernization of the existing productive apparatus suffices to satisfy all social needs. Any increase in productivity could then immediately be translated into higher wages, shorter hours, or both. While this may be true, it is not possible within the capitalist system, and those who seriously propose this solution must be prepared to change the system. The capitalist solution to the problem of automation is to be found not in higher wages and a shorter work week for the laboring population but in higher profitability and a larger capital. Each entrepreneur, or corporation, employs the minimum of labor relative to capital investment. Each, of course, tries to increase this minimum by correspondingly larger investments. They are interested, economically speaking, not in a larger or smaller labor force but in that labor force which proves most profitable. They are not and cannot be concerned with the national labor force. The unemployed are the government's responsibility, although it can sustain them only with funds extracted from the whole of society. Because production in capitalist society is achieved by numerous independently operating and competing enterprises, each following the dictates of profitability, there is no way for the total labor force to share the available work. There will be overwork for some, unemployment for others. The employers will not cut working hours without cutting wages, and the more fortunate workers will insist on working enough hours to support their customary style of life. In place of shorter hours, there will be growing unemployment. Capitalism must attend to its victims well enough to secure their quiescence, but the system will bear this loss only if the increasing productivity of labor compensates for it. When increasing productivity itself gives rise to large-scale and permanent unemployment, it will no longer benefit capitalism. The profits it creates will be lost again by the cost of sustaining the non-productive population. Capital will have ceased to function as capital. This is the general tendency of rapid technological development under conditions of capital production. Actually, because such a development cannot be fitted into the capitalist relations of production, it will remain a mere tendency. It will constantly be countermanded by the social reactions it releases. Nonetheless, the tendency assures the continuation of social crisis conditions. Capital production in the mixed economy thus faces a double dilemma. Its future is challenged equally by the rapid growth of its public sector and by its labor-displacing technology. The more automation there is, the greater is the need to deal with its social consequences by an increase of public expenditures. The more the government spends, the more urgent becomes the need for more automation. In 1964, the American Congress set up a National Commission on Technology, Automation, and Economic Progress to deal with the increasing rate of technical change and its consequences. The Commission found the problem still manageable, if technological change was accompanied by vigorous fiscal policies fostering economic growth and government employment for all those unable to find jobs. 20 Yet, such vigorous fiscal policies are just as detrimental to the private enterprise system as are the social consequences of automation under conditions of relative capital stagnation. Capital formation and foreign trade. The increasingly organized character of the mixed economy has induced some economists and sociologists to speak of it as a post-capitalist system. The possibility of an organized capitalist economy either pleased or worried many social theoreticians before. Rudolf Hilferding, one most notably, envisioned a completely organized capitalism based on a class-antagonistic system of distribution. However, a non-competitive capitalism, though perhaps conceivable on a national level, is quite inconceivable as a worldwide phenomenon and for that reason could be only partially realized on a national level. What national economic organization there is has arisen mainly in response to international competition, and the more such organization has entered into and transformed the market mechanism, the more chaotic and destructive the capitalist system has become. Capitalistic property relations preclude any effective form of social organization of production. Only where these property relations have been destroyed, as for instance in Russia, has it proved possible to have some measure of central economic control. But even here, the character of the planned economy is still determined by international competition and, to that extent, its organized nature helps perpetuate the general anarchy of capital production. Although Keynes' theory evolved out of the consideration of a closed system, it had to relate itself to the real world of capital production. Keynes felt that by insisting on the self-nature of the market, laissez-faire doctrine condemned society to depressions and the decline of international trade which they brought. He hoped that an enlightened self-interest would induce national capitals to expand production by way of government intervention, and then to extend their newly won more comprehensive point of view to international trade and finance. It is now quite generally held that governmental policies can control the behavior of the national economy. But this confidence does not extend to the international economy, which, from time to time, is raked by trade payments difficulties, such as the so-called dollar gap after the Second World War and the more recent payments difficulties of England and the United States, not to speak of the rather permanent trade and payments problems of the capitalistically underdeveloped nations. For Marx, it was not trade but the process of capital accumulation which was the source of capitalistic crisis. The expansion and contraction of trade merely expressed the needs of the process of capital accumulation, as did expansion and contraction in other spheres of economic activity. He did not share the classical illusion that international free trade benefits all nations equally by bringing about an international division of labor in harmony with both natural conditions and the economic needs of men. Marx held that the international division of labor that developed through trade was largely determined by capital accumulation. Therefore, just as everything became a monopoly, there are also some branches of industry which prevail over all others, and secure the nations which especially favor them the command of the markets of the world. This position is simultaneously an exploitative position. Marx was not surprised that the free traders cannot understand how one nation can grow rich at the expense of another, since these same gentlemen also refuse to understand how in the same country one class can enrich itself at the expense of another. He declared himself in favor of free trade nonetheless, for in his day, the protective system was conservative, while the free trade system worked destructively, and carried the antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie to the uttermost point. 4. Economic development has been a process of growth from a center in which the countries outside the center have owed their development, and often their very existence, to the movement of factors, as well as of goods, from the center, and the center countries have in turn owed their development primarily to this movement. 5. Under these conditions, it is true that international trade constitutes an economic gain. However, the gain accrues largely and disproportionately to a few capitalist nations and transforms the world market into their dominion, so that the fortunes of the international market depend on the expansion of these few countries or, at times, of a particular nation. In a world without tariffs, quotas, and other restrictions, trade faces a discriminatory situation, for the strength of different nations varies according to level of productivity, degree of industrial development, and possession of natural resources. Over a period of time, if there are divergent rates of growth of productivity, the trade will be progressively less favorable to the countries less rapidly advancing in productivity. 6. Thus free trade was the watchword of the more advanced capitalist nations, and the free traders themselves were only concerned with making trade free so long as this meant an expanding economy and a growing world market. This specific freedom of trade, in turn, prepared the conditions for new waves of protectionism, which emerged as soon as capital formation began to decline. Large-scale and diversified economies are less dependent on the extension of international trade than are more specialized small-scale economies. The dependence of the American economy upon the products of other nations is relatively limited. What other nations produce can, in most cases, also be produced in the United States, and what cannot be produced can often be dispensed with or replaced by substitutes. Of course, the large-scale economies will use their autarkic possibilities only in an emergency situation. Since capital recognizes only profitability as a border to its expansion. But since these economies suffer least by a deterioration in international trade, they can set the conditions under which it carried on. And though it is clear that the economic advantage foreign trade does not consist in getting rid of exports but in obtaining the maximum value of imports in exchange for them, countries in absolute need of imports are often forced to engage in trade practices quite contrary to their economic interests. Having one nation in a monopolistic position in the world economy does not necessarily impair international trade. Indeed, in the 19th century, England's exceptional capital strength, accompanied by large capital exports, fostered trade. Yet structural changes in world capitalism may affect both capital accumulation and international trade negatively. It has often been said that America's relatively limited capital exports and the low percentage of exported goods to total production testify to her lack of economic imperialism, and that, consequently, American competition cannot be blamed for the economic difficulties besetting the world. From a consistently capitalistic point of view, however, it would be just this lack of economic imperialism, whatever its cause, which would account for the contraction of the world market. During the period from 1870 to 1913, for example, Britain invested abroad about 2/5 of her savings, i.e., something like 1/10 of her income. By 1913 her foreign investments, equal to nearly 4/9 of her home investments, represented 1/3 of all European investments and contributed 1/10 of her national income. 7. Expressed in terms of the scale of the now dominating American economy, the equivalent would be an American foreign investment of about $600 billion, yielding $30 billion a year income and growing somewhat like $15 billion a year. 8. Instead, United States private foreign investments after the Second World War were for a long time at a rate of less than $1 billion a year, representing less than 1/3 of 1% of her national income, and only slowly rising to $3 billion in 1957 and to $4.5 billion in the years thereafter. The world's recurrent trade and payments dilemma dates back to the First World War and acquired an apparently insoluble character in the wake of World War II. The consistently unfavorable trade and payments positions of the European nations were largely the result of the two wars, which led to the loss of most of their foreign holdings, their indebtedness for American supplies, and the shrinkage of their traditional markets. The relative scarcity of foodstuffs and raw materials during and after the wars turned the terms of trade against the European nations. The situation was further aggravated by the deterioration of East-West trade, which resulted in part from political changes but in even greater part from the industrialization of countries that formerly had been producers almost exclusively of primary products. America's dominating position in the world economy, as not only the largest industrial but also the largest agricultural producer, dislodged still further the already precarious international economic balance. A payments balance may be lost through commodity exchange, through capital movements, or through the requirements of war. Deficit countries may balance their foreign transactions in various ways. They may draw upon their foreign assets and reserves. They may alter their exchange rates, thereby affecting both imports and exports. They may encourage exports to gain foreign exchange and discourage activities that lead to a loss of foreign exchange. They may also get help in form of foreign credits and aid. A trade and payments balance, by itself, means only that, and does not necessarily imply healthy and prosperous conditions. A persistent imbalance in foreign exchange transactions, however, points towards the dissolution of the market system. After the Second World War, America became a creditor nation unable to collect and Europe a conglomeration of debtor nations unable to pay. Between 1946 and 1952, the deficit of the free nations with respect to the United States rose to about $34 billion. Some $4 billion were covered by European gold and dollar reserves, over $30 billion by American aid. Offset by loans and grants, America's favorable balance was plainly fictitious, for, as a United States Senator expressed it, it is obviously an imbecility to attach the word favorable to a situation in which the outgo exceeds the income. It was unfavorable, but unavoidable, in the years when we were a debtor nation and had to ship out in servicing our debt more than we received. We are now a creditor nation and continue that practice. Anything which expands our imports and or diminishes our exports tends to mitigate our silly practice of shipping aboard stuff that can't be paid for. 9. However, this silly practice reflected the indispensable interdependency of international capitalism. Requiring the maintenance of private enterprise systems elsewhere, America's economic foreign policy could not follow the rules of good business. Capitalism has always been at once a productive and a destructive social system, not only in everyday competition, but, in an accelerated and concentrated form, in times of crisis and war. The destruction of capital values both in peaceful competition and in competition by way of war was instrumental in bringing about new upswings in capital production. To serve as instruments accumulation, however, the destructive aspects of capital production must retain a certain definite relationship to its productive powers. The destruction of capital values in a depression affects only an amount of capital in its physical form. The material productive apparatus remains largely intact, it is merely concentrated into fewer hands. War, on the other hand, destroys capital in both its physical and its value form, and if too much is destroyed in its material form, the surviving capitals find themselves thrown back to an earlier stage of capital development in which their own advanced characteristics become an anachronism. Because their own profits are bound up with a definite mass of world production, too great a reduction of the latter is likely to reduce the surviving capital's own profitability. The disproportionalities caused by the destruction and dislocations of war must be overcome before the general process of capital accumulation can again proceed. The United States' favorable balance of trade in 1948 was $5.5 billion, and her production in the same year exceeded that of 1937 by 70%. The deficit of the Marshall Plan countries was $5.1 billion, and their production was still below the pre-war level. Their share in American imports had dropped from 2% of the American gross national product at the turn of the century to less than 0.5% in 1948. Under such conditions, the trade and payments question could not be left to the vicissitudes of market events. The unbusinesslike procedure of shipping more out in aid than was received by way of trade was unavoidable. International capital movements after the Second World War were dominated by the United States, and most of the American flow consisted of government funds. American aid enabled European governments to adopt much more expansionary programs of recovery than would otherwise have been possible. This aid was an extension of government-induced production to the international scene. Just as government-induced production in the domestic economy is intended to secure that amount of economic activity considered necessary for social stability, so government aid to foreign nations finds its rationale in the inescapable need to sustain the private enterprise system abroad. In both cases, it is expected that current non-profitable expenditures will be recouped at a later time through a general upswing of economic activity. In order to accelerate the general expansion of capital and to enlarge its markets, an economic integration of the nationally dispersed European economies appeared indispensable and found strong American support. Economic integration can mean different things: the automatism of a free world market, as well as political unification with planned supranational interventions in the economy. The latter type of integration was incorporated in the Nazi vision of a Europe under German control. During the war, English voices were raised for a united Europe under British tutelage. But the war reduced Great Britain to a secondary power, despite her far-flung but decaying Commonwealth connections. The future and character of continental Europe seemed now to be determined by the evolving power struggle between Russia and the United States. For the latter to win, or even to hold her own, a rapid European recovery was necessary. This induced the Marshall Plan and forced the United States to accept economic policies discriminatory to her own strictly economic interests. Although the conception of integration of the European economies was at once economic and political, at its start it was a purely monetary matter in accordance with the Keynesian view of things, which considers all economic activities mainly from the monetary angle. Several hundred changes in exchange rates in concurrence with different degrees of inflation in various countries had led into an impenetrable jungle of inconvertibility. To restore at least partial convertibility was then regarded as the starting point for an increase of trade and a consequent rise in production. The first attempt in this direction was the European Payments Union, modeled after the International Clearing Union proposed by Keynes during World War II. It was to make possible a better transfer of European currencies, which was regarded as a precondition for the elimination of import restrictions, export subsidies, and other measures that hampered intra-European trade. It was also regarded as a way station on the road to universal convertibility in an altogether free trading world. European trade and payments problems were soon superseded, however, by the overriding issues of Western defense and Germany's incorporation into the Atlantic Pact. In the years since Potsdam, it had become clear that the extensive destruction and holding down of German industry played into the hands of the new Russian adversary. In the spring of 1951, the Western Allies revised the occupation statute in exchange for guarantees that Germany would honor her pre-war and post-war debts and for the assurance that she would cooperate to the limits of her capacity in the Western defense effort. The decision to revive Germany's economic power implied different things for France and England than for the United States. For the latter, it was first of all a military decision, a preparation for a possible new march on Moscow with the experienced German army as the spearhead of a European force covered by the immense productive power of America. The revival of Germany, both industrial and military, was acceptable to France only if it was accompanied by guarantees that assured France a dominating position in Europe. Yet France's actual weakness and inability to oppose American policies induced French politicians to anticipate the dangerous aspects of this development and to answer them in advance with the Schuman Plan. The purpose of the Schuman Plan, the conception of a European coal and steel community, was to create a single market for coal and steel in all of Western Europe. Adherents of France and Germany made participation by the smaller nations practically mandatory. Britain associated herself merely for the exchange of information, without surrendering control over her own coal and steel affairs. The new supranational institution was hailed as the beginning of a new era in intra-European relations, as the harbinger of better things to come. The drawing into the single market of other products besides coal and steel, and the creating of an European atomic energy program, were to culminate in a Western European Federation, a United States of Europe. In a more prosaic mood, however, the coal and steel community appeared to be merely an extension of the European steel cartel of pre-Hitler days. Coal and steel in France and Germany lie close to the borders of these nations in the Saar, in Lorraine, and the Ruhr. To combine the iron ore of Lorraine with the coal of the Ruhr has been the concern of both countries for 100 years. The European steel cartel, which lasted until the Second World War, was a price-fixing arrangement whose existence indicated the relative capital stagnation at that time. And in 1950, when the Schuman Plan was born, there were signs of impending surpluses of coal and steel, so that the plan was probably inspired in part by the desire to avoid another period of cutthroat competition. Yet, at the time of its ratification and during the period immediately preceding it, the situation had already changed in favor of a general expansion of coal and steel production. There was now a need for German and French collaboration not so much to secure the given market as to assure a larger production. Whatever the future would bring, the coal and steel community satisfied all those engaged in its foundation. For America it increased the war potential of the West, for Germany it offered a chance for a quicker recovery, and for France it provided the opportunity to partake in the control of the inevitable development of Germany's productive power and war-making ability. In one sense, the ratification of the Schuman Plan was also a result of the German recovery, which came to be widely regarded as a miracle and a manifestation of capitalism's undiminished power of expansion. This miracle was, of course, the result of the colossal destruction of capital, which both allowed for and necessitated an enormous amount of reconstruction. Recovery was aided by a radical currency reform, by American aid and investments, and by political conditions under which mere survival was incentive enough for the workers to endure the greatest degree of exploitation. Working hours were longer in Germany than anywhere in Europe. While German wages were half of British wages, investments in Germany were 25% of the national income, American Samoa against Britain 16%. Per capita consumption of the West German population was only 60% of that of Britain. In no country in Western Europe was a smaller percentage of the gross national product employed for personal needs than in Germany. This exceptional rate of exploitation tended, of course, towards the European average, but while in effect, it did restore Germany's economic position within the European economy. What is, perhaps, of special interest in this connection is the close association between the German revival, the European recovery, and innovations such as the Payments Union and the Schuman Plan with the Western Defense Program under American leadership. In fact, the coal and steel community and the European defense community were at first supposed to share the same court and the same assembly, charged with the creation of a European army, a supranational force with a supreme commander under the terms of the North Atlantic Treaty. However, this concept of the defense community could not be realized, and the difficulties that arose with respect to the defense community found their reflection in changed attitudes toward the coal and steel community. Although the latter became effective in the summer of 1952, no real progress towards a common market was made. To be sure, the single market was to be realized only in stages, with regard to both the varying conditions in the member nations and the variety of products brought forth by their industries. Italian steel and Belgian coal were kept out of the common market for 5 years, and some coal and coke subsidies were continued. The recession of 1954 impeded the development still further, and the high authorities soon had to admit that it was able neither to develop real competition in the steel industry nor to regulate the prices in accordance with the terms of the community's constitution. The market was a common market only in a formal sense. If the community were abolished tomorrow, it was said, nothing would be changed and nobody would feel that a living thing had been killed. 10. However, the community's activities were speeded up soon after the Korean War. Its control was extended to all types of energy. A series of tariff reductions in 1959 were coupled with the proclaimed intention of reaching a single, six-nation, tariff-less market by 1965 or 1970. Although the first tariff reductions were not of great significance, they did help initiate a rash of economic changes of greater importance. A series of industrial agreements within the community led to many capital mergers within and between the member nations. These encompassed joint selling and production, the pooling of resources, specialization, and rationalization. As in previous periods of prosperity, the ensuing economic upswing created a climate of optimistic readiness to forego some of the stifling measures of protectionism. But as the removal of trade barriers is bound to increase both competition and protection against competition, it fosters capital concentration. Less productive enterprises made room for more productive ones, thus strengthening the competitive ability of the European community's industries. While this spelled progress for the six-nation economies, it also pointed to sharper international competition. But competition in a generally unfolding economy merely accelerates the upward swing. European production expanded and exports increased, cutting the United States trade surplus to its narrowest margin since the end of the Second World War. By 1959 the common market nations were prospering, with virtually full employment. With the common market a reality, England joined 6 other nations, 11 in a European Free Trade Association, to counteract the possible competitive advantages of the six-nation trading bloc. Retaining full control over their national economic policies, including tariffs with countries outside the Free Trade Association, these 7 nations pledged themselves to low tariffs within the association, to fair competition, to the equalization of supply conditions, and to a full employment policy. The trading blocs created as many problems as they solved. While they increased trade across national boundaries, they tended to obstruct worldwide trade. And the new free trade areas disrupted the trade patterns which had grown up from earlier patterns of production. While capital flowed more easily within the separate trading blocs, it flowed less easily from one bloc to another. The realization of the 2 trading blocs probably appeared as the first and only possible step toward unifying the world market, but it has also come to demonstrate the hopelessness of this task. Although these new institutions were regarded as preliminary steps in the direction of worldwide market integration, they are themselves constantly endangered by the particularistic and changing needs or opportunities of the participating nations, as is illustrated by recurrent crises within the common market. Celebrated by some as so many signs that narrow uneconomical nationalism is in the process of being overcome, these institutions are adjudged by others as futile because their sectional character tends to block rather than further worldwide integration. Whatever the expectations or apprehensions associated with the rise of the separate European market systems, one thing is clear: Their existence points out that it is becoming increasingly impossible to maintain purely national economic policies, and that the free world market is not likely to return. This fact will not prevent futile attempts in either direction. Nations always tend to insulate their economies against the detrimental effects of international capital, when this is necessary. Yet they cannot cease hoping for, and working toward, the restoration of an automatically or otherwise internationally integrated economy. Regional groupings constitute a kind of compromise between these extremes, so as to overcome the limitations of national economy in a world not susceptible to disinterested international controls. The European trade blocs initiated a general, though largely illusory, movement from Africa to Latin America for customs unions and international market arrangements. But while the regional solution seems the only one available, it is a solution only on the assumption that it will move toward, and not away from, worldwide integration. The final solution to the world's trade and payments problem is, then, conceived of as a merger of all the various trade areas and the economic fusion of the free world's nations. 12. It is recognized, of course, that such a fusion, involving the elimination of tariffs and other trade restrictions, would aggravate the problem of nations competing with the United States. But this is to be dealt with by a relatively unimpeded movement of capital and labor, by agreement on the part of the strong nations to extend great blocks of credit, weaker nations to tide them over their balance of payments difficulties, and by the creation of an international fund to ease the pain of unemployment and of capital liquidation in segments of any economy hard hit by the process of integration. 13. However, the relatively unimpeded movement of capital works in two directions. A great flow of capital from a stronger to a weaker nation will, no doubt, improve the balance of payments position of the latter. The recent spur in American capital exports, for instance, is decreasing the balance of payments difficulties of capital importing nations for the time being, but at a later time may have the opposite effect. For the outflow of profits and interests to the capital exporting country may well exceed the amount of new investments her capital creates. Profits made in foreign countries must find their way back to the American base. If not, the exported capital ceases to be American capital and functions as foreign capital in competition with America and the rest of the world. While it may be immaterial to a nation's economy whether its capital investment is of domestic or foreign origin, provided the rate of capital formation is not affected by the transfer of profits to the foreign investors, it is not immaterial to the domestic capitalists that their own traditional sphere of capital expansion is invaded by foreign capital. They could do likewise, of course, by sending their investment capital to foreign lands, so that there would be numerous European owners of American industries and numerous American owners of European industries, as well as both European and American owners of industries in other countries. Profits would flow, as they do, from Europe to America and vice versa. Capitalist enterprises would have changed places of operation, but nothing else would change unless this very process proved to be more advantageous for one than for another capitalist group or nation. Capital movements take place due to considerations of profitability and security. The most profitable economies attract most of the capital and thus become still more profitable. This diminishes the competitive ability of less productive nations, making them still less profitable areas. The general flow of capital is decreased as capital is concentrated in nations which are already highly capitalized. The movement of capital from less profitable and less secure to more profitable and more secure nations cannot have an equilibrating quality, as it is bound to increase the gap between the strong and the weak countries. To have a capital movement of an equilibrating nature implies the sacrifice of the profitability principle. That is, it implies not the free movement of capital but a rational allocation of capital according to the actual requirements of world economy seen from the point of view of general human needs. This clearly transcends the possibilities of the private enterprise economy, and even minimum requirements in this direction, enough to assure a necessary degree of social stability and international intercourse, depend upon government interventions which socialize the losses thereby engendered. Although socio-economic problems appear as market and money problems, they find their real source in the growing incompatibility of the prevailing property relations and the national form of capitalism with the changing forces of production and the pressing need to integrate world production and distribution on principles other than that of profitability. What the world experiences is not so much a crisis of its monetary and trading system as a crisis of capital. For the adherents of the system, of course, it is not the system itself but its temporary imbalances which have to be attended to, either by avoiding all interferences in the market mechanism, as in laissez-faire theory, or by governmental interventions in the mechanism, as in Keynesian doctrine. But whatever the theory and practice, trade and payments problems continue to agitate the capitalist world and will do so as long as production remains the production of capital. For many years after the Second World War, as related above, the European nations had nothing to sell, but a lot to buy, and no money to butt it with. Most of their foreign investments, as well as their gold and dollar holdings, had been sacrificed to the war. Due to a persistent favorable balance of trade, gold flowed to the United States until, in 1949, she had in excess of 70% of the world's monetary gold. At this point, however, the situation began to change. America's aid program, foreign military commitments, and capital exports created this change. By 1965, America's gold reserve had been reduced to about $15 billion. Foreign central banks as well as individuals hold dollars in their own countries and also in the United States in form of deposit accounts and securities which can be turned into dollars. There are far more dollars in the hands of foreigners than are covered by the gold in the United States. The owners of these dollars can at any time convert dollars into gold, for the United States is committed sell gold to foreign central banks at $35 an ounce. Normally, the gold reserve need not be large enough to cover all dollar holdings of foreign banks, merchants, and investors, for normally, the conversion of dollars into gold does not make much sense. Gold, as such, yields no profit, whereas the invested dollar does, and if a run on gold develops it is because confidence in the convertibility of the dollar has been lost. The United States left the gold standard in 1933. The Gold Reserve Act of 1934 gave the U.S. Treasury title to all the gold in the Federal Reserve banks. All circulating gold coins were recalled and their possession by individuals was declared illegal. The dollar was devaluated by raising the price of gold from $21 an ounce to $35 an ounce, a price which still prevails at this writing. By 1937 the United States, the United Kingdom and France agreed upon a gold exchange standard under which they settled international financial business on a gold basis, while conducting domestic money policies in accordance with their individual needs. The fixed gold price determines the value of the dollar and the values of other currencies are pegged to the value of the dollar. Whereas in 1934 gold had been over-evaluated relative to the dollar, it is now under-evaluated, since prices have meanwhile risen in dollar terms. However, there is always the possibility that the price of gold will be raised, as it was in 1934, thus devaluating the dollar. The dollar and, to a lesser extent, sterling serve and world money. Both are reserve currencies, so that the stability of the world's monetary system depends on the actions the United States takes, either unilaterally or in concert with Great Britain. If the different national monetary authorities were certain that the dollar price of gold would increase, they would not hold dollars, and if they were certain that there would not be such an increase, they would most likely stick to their dollar and sterling reserves. But there is no certainty, and, consequently, central banks rush out of currency and into gold whenever the stability of the reserve currencies is in doubt. Their preference for gold reflects their desire to protect their reserves against the hazards of depreciation. For some time now the American payments deficit has ranged between $2 billion and $4 billion yearly. The deficit is the difference between the inflow and outflow of money in all international transactions. In part it is caused by American capital exports. Usually, capital movements are considered a positive factor in that they lead investments where they are most productive, i.e., most profitable. Funds not employed in the United States have gone in great bulk to Europe, accentuating an already existing expansionary trend. This brought an increasing number of European enterprises as new foreign enterprises located in Europe into American hands. In terms of money, it meant that American investors received real property for dollars which went to Europe. These dollars, it is true, are convertible into commodities or currencies, as well as into gold. For the individuals and firms involved in these transactions, all this is, without doubt, sound business. But from a national point of view, the final result is that the European nations wind up with large dollar and gold reserves, while American investors wind up with productive, that is, profitable property, with capital. The recapitalizing European economies proved more profitable than the relatively stagnating American economy. For the same reason, profit being the determining element, no real incentive arose for European capital to offset America's penetration of the European economies with European capital exports to the United States. It is still expected, of course, that once the European reconstruction boom is over, capital movements will again change direction through the repurchase of assets now owned by Americans, the purchase of American securities, and European direct investments in American industry. And this could well happen. There is no reason why the current difference in economic activity between the West European nations and the American economy should be a permanent affair. Meanwhile, however, European governments are increasingly less inclined to welcome capital imports from the United States, even though, since they are capital exporting nations themselves, they cannot directly oppose the international movement of capital. There is no limit to the creation of dollars other than that which the American money authorities impose on themselves. The American capital export is an indirect extension of American government credit to the international scene, but it places profits made in other nations into the hands of American capitalists. It has led to a vast international accumulation of dollar debts. Foreign claims against the United States amounted to about $13 billion by 1965. They soon add up to a sum exceeding the gold reserve. Even if the United States intends to pay its debts to other nations down to the last bar of gold, it may not be able to do. But unless convertible into gold, it is the depreciating dollar, the fixed gold, which stands behind the foreign claims on the United States. It is basically the profitability of capital and the rate of capital formation which determine the state of the international payments system insofar as it relates to capital imports and exports. Money which cannot be capitalized in the stagnating United States is capitalistically applied in the expanding nations. Since the higher rate of growth in the latter is offset by a lower rate in the United States, the general growth rate is obviously too low for a generally profitable expansion of world capital. Since only a few nations generate an increasing demand for capital, the available capital flows to these nations and helps in the creation of an imbalance in the international payments system. It is not very different with respect to international trade. If a country shows a persistent payments deficit, it obviously buys more from abroad than it sells to other nations. Its own production cannot compete with that of other nations. For example, England, once the leader in industrial development, utilized her dominant position to become the monopolistic intermediary of world trade and international investments. Her own industrial development was increasingly neglected in favor of her financial dominance in world economy, a dominance based on the great money reserves accumulated during her industrial ascendancy. But the world's financial structure, with England as its center, was undone during decades of depression and war, through the dissolution of the empire and the financial ascendancy of other, more productive, nations. Once the banker of the world, Britain became a debtor nation, going from one payments crisis to another and overcoming each only temporarily by borrowings from abroad. There is no monetary means of escape from this precarious position, founded in fact on insufficient capital formation. The payments deficit is here actually a deficit of capital production. A payments deficit can be ended only by ending the conditions that gave rise to it. If a deficit arises because of large capital exports, these exports can be halted by government decree, or by a variety of economic penalties which make them less attractive. Equally, if a government fears that capital imports lead to an undesirable state of inflation and to the gradual displacement of native by foreign capital, it can prohibit capital imports or subject them to discouraging sanctions. In both cases, the prevailing situation can be changed by government interventions. To the extent, however, that a government restricts the import of capital, it will also limit its country's economic activity and, in consequence, limit the overall production of the world economy. In part at least, the recent West European expansion was due to the American payments deficit insofar as it resulted from the export of capital. Cutting the American deficit by restricting the export of capital means the reduction of economic activity in capital importing nations. The possible or decisive reduction of deficits due to capital movements may make money scarce even where it is still capable finding profitable employment, and the achievement of an international payments balance may coincide with a general contraction of economic activity. However, payments deficits are only partly caused by capital exports and, as far as the United States is concerned, not at all by trade. To some extent this holds true also for England, where the deficit is partly a result of her attempt to keep the sterling area and the remnants of her vanishing empire under British control. The steady outflow of money for these purposes cannot be compensated for by an inflow of money such as results sooner or later from the export of capital. Britain and America cannot eliminate these extra economic expenses without changing their foreign policies and renouncing their imperialistic ambitions and power positions. Short of fundamental social changes, these changes are not to be expected. Gold is still the only fully acceptable means of international payments. The reserve currencies, sterling and the dollar, are acceptable only because of their assured convertibility into gold. If confidence in this convertibility should be lost, these currencies could not function as international means of payment. And this confidence weakens with the persistence of the payments deficits of the two nations whose monetary units substitute for gold. When both the purchasing power of their currencies and their gold reserves decline, confidence in the gold exchange mechanism is bound to diminish. It seems, then, that resolving the payments problems of the deficit nations could prove just as disastrous as allowing them to continue. For the former course threatens to destroy international liquidity, i.e., the availability of money for an expanding capital and commodity market. To escape this dilemma, all of monetary reforms have been proposed. The more dramatic of these proposals suggested a return to the old gold standard, the complete demonetization of gold, and the denationalization of monetary reserves through their administration by international institutions such as the International Monetary Fund. The least realistic of these proposals, suggested by Jacques Rueff, is the return to the old gold standard. This was, perhaps, advocated more as a rationalization of France's recent policy of changing her dollar holdings into gold than as a serious belief in the workability of a resurrected gold standard. Why the gold standard should now operate better than in the past was not made clear, save for the hopeful assertion that it would end the age of inflation to which all countries are now subjected. In all nations, however, inflation has become the major policy for coping with the problems of capitalist production under conditions of a declining rate of private capital formation. The suggested resurrection of the gold standard prompted a counter-proposal. The demonetization of gold was to solve the difficulties encountered with the gold exchange mechanism. If America unilaterally refused to buy and hold gold for monetary purposes, it was asserted, the world could be forced into accept a dollar standard without a gold base. Once this happened, gold would become a mere commodity, subject to the law of supply and demand. Since the private demand for gold is limited, the released monetary gold would flood the market, which would drive its price below its production costs. The reduction in the price of gold, it was argued, would make the dollar the more desirable item, and the dollar would become the ultimate international medium of exchange. This audacious plan overlooked one important fact: the real conditions of American capitalism make it impossible for that country to come close to full use of its productive resources without continuously devaluating its money. If gold should become unacceptable, a steadily depreciating dollar would be even more so. A partial though quite limited, denationalization of monetary reserves has already been achieved through the establishment of the International Monetary Fund, which, among other things, bears witness to the contradictory forces that work within the international private enterprise economy. On the one hand, the capitalists of each nation compete with capitalists of other nations by all available means, including monetary means. On the other hand, there is a general desire to limit this competition through international arrangements that will bring a modicum of regulation and stability into trade and money relations. The IMF was to help its member nations alleviate their payments problems by supplementing their reserves. Its gold and currency holdings are available to member nations on the basis of an agreed-upon quota system. Countries in payments difficulties may draw upon the fund's resources to avoid introducing restrictive measures at home while awaiting a reversal of the payments situation. Deficits are thought of as temporary occurrences. But if they should be prolonged, a country's credit with the fund will exhaust itself, and its borrowings from this source will deepen its payments dilemma. However, the I.M.F. has worked reasonably well in its limited way. For this reason it has been suggested that the I.M.F. become the sole trustee of its member nations' money resources. Proposals with regard to the establishment of such an international monetary authority differ in details, such as the spacing of the transformation period from the national to international monetary controls and the nature of the reserves, i.e., if they should involve a total demonetization of gold, or continue to use gold as monetary reserves in some fashion or another. But whatever the peculiarities of the various suggestions brought forth, the schemes are basically extensions of the national manipulated monetary system to the international scene. In order for them to succeed, the International Monetary Authority would have to be as free as national governments are now to create money at its own discretion, to supply it to the member nations in accordance with their particular and changing needs, and to determine economic activity over the whole area comprising its 106 member nations. In brief, it would have to function as a financial world government, an unrealizable capitalist utopia. To turn the IMF into a gigantic central bank, holding the reserves of all nations, and empowered to create money, would make the further keeping of gold reserves superfluous. The gold base of money could be replaced by international law. The gold in the vaults of the World Bank would belong to all and nobody, commodity money would have come to an end. The elimination of gold as monetary reserve would mean the elimination of money reserves altogether. Only so long as money retains at least in part the form of commodity money will it retain its character as the independent form of exchange value, as capital. The international money reform finally agreed upon in 1967, subject to government ratifications, paid no attention to the multitude of preliminary proposals, including those modeled on Keynes' International Clearing Union, or World Bank, seen as an instrument capable of providing for all the changing monetary needs of world commerce. But it did agree upon the deliberate creation of a new type of money with which to bolster the reserves of the member nations of the IMF, so as to help them overcome arising payments difficulties. The new money consists of so-called special drawing rights, or SDRs, which are allotted to the nations in proportion to their previously established IMF quotas. This new money is, of course, credit money, but it has been provided with a gold guarantee to give it the semblance of real money. The money resources of the IMF, i.e., gold, dollars, and other currencies, provide a monetary pool from which member nations can draw short-time loans to bridge a negative payments situation. In contrast, the SDRs are not borrowings but additions to the world's money supply, even though they have no material counterpart such as gold or convertible currencies. The money pool of the IMF has not previously been used as a base for issuing new money. In fact, it was part of the money reserves of all its members in form of their subscriptions to the fund. This same money is now allowed to function as an independent international money reserve and as a backing for the SDRs. It is a further reduction of the real money base of credit money on an international scale, or the dilution of the monetary character of the enlarged reserves of the nations of the International Monetary Fund. Presumably, The theory behind the reform is based on the fear that international trade might contract due to monetary troubles, which would then lead to a contraction of production. Increasing world trade, it is said, requires a growing money supply. While domestically governments can arrange an increase of the money supply in accordance with the growing volume of business, it has not been possible to manage the international money supply. The special drawing rights are a first attempt in this direction. They are necessary, it is said, because the increase of the two money supply via the growth of reserves has been dependent on gold production and the gold market, which not only are highly erratic but also expand far more slowly than the volume and value of international transactions. Actually, however, the world's gold reserves have increased in accordance with the increase of international trade. If gold stocks fall behind the increasing requirements of international trade, it is not so much because of an actual impossibility of increasing the production of gold, as because of a reluctance to immobilize capital by holding it in the form of gold. Be this as it may, the SDRs are supposed to take the place of gold as the ultimate resource for purchasing other currencies. Gold reserves are thus created without the production of gold, which can only mean that the total gold cover is being decreased to the same extent as the total money supply is increased. Of course, after it is generally accepted to create monetary reserves out of thin air rather than by producing them, the SDRs will function as reserve supplements in the same way that paper money functions as commodity money. Instead of gold, SDRs can then be transferred from one country to another in exchange for currencies to straighten out disparities in payments balances. But like the supply of gold, supply of SDRs is also limited, and nations with a persistent unfavorable payments balance are in danger of exhausting both their conventional reserves and their allotment of SDR. Countries with a persistent favorable payments balance will accumulate the supplementary SDRs as well as the monetary gold. Other processes will merely take a longer time. There is always the idea that trade and payments disbalances are only temporary occurrences, to be ended sooner or later by the self-assertion of the equilibrium tendencies of the market. But as this seems now to happen rather later than sooner, time must be won. The access to greater monetary reserves is to give nations more time to reverse an unfavorable trade and payments position, and to enable them to do so more gradually, so as to avoid the shock of sudden retrenchments and the consequent contraction of international trade. Just as deficit financing on the national scale finds its rationale in its postponement effect, that is, in the idea that the mere delay of a crisis situation by government-induced production may lead into a new business upswing capable of bringing forth profits large enough to compensate for the non-profitable part of production, so the managed international money supply is thought to postpone a monetary crisis and by doing so perhaps avoid it altogether. But manipulation of the international money supply, just like deficit financing, is necessarily limited by the market character of the capitalist economy. If it were not limited, payments would not need to balance and world trade would lose its private property nature, debts would not be paid and profits not collected, and trade would have lost its capitalist character. As it is, however, the postponement of monetary crises makes sense only on the assumption, contrary to all evidence, that there is a tendency toward external equilibrium which will work itself out if given a chance to do so. There is no need to go into the suggested administrative details of the projected monetary reform, the less so because it is not at all certain that it will become a reality. Even if it does, it may still undergo many alterations to fit the special needs or policies of particular nations. What is of interest is the widespread recognition, implied in the reform, that the nationally managed economy requires some degree of international manipulation in addition to and above the regulatory market forces. However, the contemplated attempt at managing the international money supply is a rather modest yearly increase of reserves by between 1.4 and 2.8% of the existing reserves, which, in 1967, amounted to about $71 billion. Over a projected 5-year period, this would increase monetary reserves by between $5 and $10 billion. The use as well as the acceptance of SDRs is limited and proportional with respect to other reserves, and their acceptance is to be rewarded by a small rate of interest in an attempt to make them preferable to gold. The need for larger reserves rests on the assumption that international trade expand in the near future as it has in the recent past, that is, at an average rate of between 7 and 10% a year, and on the parallel assumption that this increase of trade will complicate rather than ease the payments problems. Reserves must still be held in gold or in acceptable international money, and money is acceptable only so long as it is convertible into gold. Most European nations keep the great bulk of their reserves in gold. Some nations, Canada and Japan for instance, keep the smaller part of their reserves in gold. Elsewhere in the world nations have much smaller total reserves and out of these smaller reserves much lower proportions in gold. Until 1961, the United States kept its reserves entirely in gold. Presently, she holds some small amount in convertible foreign currencies. As a result of America's payments deficit, monetary gold stocks are now more evenly distributed, the American share amounting to about 37% of the free world's monetary gold, approximately the same as it was 30 years ago. The gold cover of the American dollar was legally set at 25% of the total amount of Federal Reserve notes in circulation and the total deposits of member banks in the Federal Reserve System. By the end of 1964, the total deposits came to $19 billion and the notes in circulation to $35 billion. The combined total of $54 billion called for a gold reserve of $13.5 billion. This left at the time only about $1.5 billion of free gold as a reserve against the official and unofficial foreign claims. Since the total required reserves tended to increase at the rate of approximately $750 million a year because of the normal rise in business activity and bank credit as well as Federal Reserve notes, this meant that the margin of free gold would have virtually disappeared sometime in 1966. 14. Previously under American law, the gold reserve put an upper limit to the reserve creating and note issuing powers of the Federal Reserve System. This reserve requirement has been removed and the entire gold reserve serves now only the international convertibility of dollars into gold. Still, there are only $15 billion of monetary gold. With the continuous conversion of foreign claims into gold, resulting from the continuing American payments deficit and the decreasing value of the dollar, not in relation to gold but in its actual buying power, the steady decrease of the gold holdings would imply the decline of the dollar as international money and as a reserve substitute for gold. Though it is not immediately necessary, the United States must halt the drain of monetary gold as a long-run trend. With inflation no longer checked by reserve requirements, the dollar will be less and less acceptable for the settlement of international accounts, and dollar holdings will be more readily converted into gold. America, then, must have an adequate money supply to cope with the problem of non-profitable government-induced production, now accentuated by the war in Vietnam, and an adequate gold reserve to assure the dollar's international position. But these are contradictory needs, because the very process which increases the supply of dollars also reduces the gold reserve. It is because of her declining gold reserve that the United States supported the projected international money reform more enthusiastically than other nations. European countries, with ampler reserves, did not see the urgency of the need for new and imaginary reserves at a time when America's sizable balance of payments deficit provides the necessary liquidity for the given international trade. Under these conditions, the creation of new reserves might reduce efforts on the part of the United States and other deficit nations to overcome their payments difficulties which, in time, would diminish international trade even more effectively than a reduction of America's foreign expenditures and capital exports. But as the continued profitability of American capital demands external expansion, and consequently the expenditures of imperialism, there is no chance to overcome the American deficit except by an increase of income from abroad through capital imports and by an increase of America's favorable balance of trade. However, all capitalist nations share these needs, for which reason Europe's recovery, however necessary, could only be of dubious benefit to the United States. Notwithstanding all declarations, and even actual policies, to the contrary, it cannot be America's objective to bring about a well-functioning world economy at the expense of her own superior position. America's dominance is the result not only of her own productive efforts but also of the occurrence of two world wars which left the European economies far behind the American. At least in part, the United States owes her exceptional growth to exceptional circumstances. Some of the blessings of these circumstances are disappearing as the recovery of the European economies narrows the gap between European and American production and productivity. Because European expansion is by sheer necessity geared to the world market, its continued profitability depends on a successful penetration of American and extra-American markets. European capital must compete with American capital and with the Eastern power bloc, whose existence sets further limits to the external expansion of both European and American capitalism. With increasing competition from Europe and the East, America's exceptional position during the first half of the 20th century seems to be drawing to a close. The war and post-war disruptions of the traditional pattern of trade were to be ended by a return to normalcy achieved through the stabilization of exchange rates and the gradually of all discriminatory trade practices. Although the formation of the European trading blocs was accompanied by hopes that they would eventually merge and extend European free trade into a free trading world, neither expectation has been realized. The goal of an all-European market becomes more distant with every year of the trading bloc's existence. Newly evolving patterns of competition and control tend to harden, and the breaking up of established regional arrangements may prove even more difficult than overcoming national protective practices. If one group should gain exceptional advantages by virtue of the regional arrangement, it will not sacrifice this advantage to the principle of free trade, even if restricted to the intra-European market. For instance, Great Britain's current readiness to enter the common market, in order to partake in the more rapid expansion of the West European economy and to find refuge behind the common tariff wall, not only is sabotaged by the powers profiting both economically and politically by existing arrangements but may well disappear if and when the common market economies begin to stagnate. Tariffs and trade in the post-war world were to be determined multilaterally, with due consideration to both the special but temporary needs of individual nations and the common goal of a tariff-free world. Under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, there began in 1947 a process of multilateral tariff reductions which, 20 years later, in the so-called Kennedy Round negotiations, brought tariffs among industrial nations to their lowest point. However, the agreements were hardly made public when new protectionist measures were introduced in the American Congress. Rigid import quotas were asked for more than a third of all dutiable imports, including items such as steel, oil, chemicals, lead, textiles, meat, and dairy products, this despite the fact that America still exports more than she imports. If enacted, of course, such measures would lead to retaliations by all countries affected and the expected increase of trade by way of tariff reductions would not materialize. In any case, the liberalization of trade cannot alter existing economic difficulties, for these difficulties led to the trade restrictions in the first place. The growth of international trade during the last decade, reaching in 1967 the equivalent of $200 billion, was of course due to the expansion of production. In the industrial nations the rate of increase in trade was even faster than that in production, indicating the growing international specialization of industrial production and the rise of multinational corporations. However, although profits are realized in circulation, they must first be made at the point of production. If profit production declines, the realizable profits also decline. Government-induced production can maintain a necessary volume of production despite its partial loss of profitability. Although the end product of government-induced production, with some exceptions, is not marketable, its intermediary processes enter into national and international market relations. The fact that trade increases with the increase of production, and lately even faster than production, alters in no way the decreasing profitability of capital. The profits to be realized on the market by way of trade are no larger than those brought forth by the profitable sector of the economy. The increase of trade under these conditions is thus a sign not of advancing capital production but merely of a larger production, and indicates an intensifying competition for the shrinking profits of a growing world production. While the rate of increase of international trade is determined by that of production, the mixed character of present-day capitalism excludes an effective control of market and payments relations. The mixture of free and controlled production, of free and controlled trade, excludes both an automatic and a controlled integration of world economy. It does not exclude economic manipulation, to be sure, but this manipulation, which can only attend particularistic interests, will not serve the actual needs of the world economy. Economic development. Keynes' theory dealt with mature capitalism and its apparent incapacity for further automatic development. This preoccupation with mature capitalism reflected a rather general disregard for the development of the world's industrially backward regions. In Keynes' view, to recall, it is the diminishing scarcity of capital, a consequence of the diminishing propensity to consume, which explains insufficient demand and unemployment in the developed capitalist nations. In countries where capital is scarce and the propensity to consume consequently high, this problem does not exist, for a poor country will be prone to consume by far a greater part of its output, so that a very modest measure of investment will suffice to provide full employment. He also said that there has been a chronic tendency throughout human history for the propensity to save to be stronger than the inducement to invest, and that the weakness of the inducement to invest has been at all times the key to the economic problem. Apparently, then, the propensity to save is not only a consequence of the diminishing propensity to consume but exists quite independently of the scarcity, or diminishing scarcity, of capital. However, all in all, Keynes gave slight attention to backward nations, for he looked upon international economic homogenization as a path to universal prosperity and lasting world peace. 3. A fully developed capitalism implies commodity production and exchange on a worldwide scale, the world market. When Marx pictured the future of capitalism by citing the example of British capitalism, it was not to imply that all other nations would copy England's development, but that the world market would be an extension of the basic social and economic relations dominant in the then most advanced capitalist nation. Competition and accumulation would characterize world economy as they characterized England. The English picture was that of laissez-faire, supported by colonial exploitation and a monopolistic position in international finance and commerce. Even though capitalistically developing nations objected to the laissez-faire principle, they did so only in order to gain competitive strength to operate more successfully under its conditions. They also strove for monopolistic positions in one or another sphere of world production and trade and vied for the possession of colonies so as to gain and secure special privileges. All this implied international heterogeneity rather than homogenization, as it involved the concentration of capital in more advanced nations and the exploitation of the poorer countries by these nations. But as Keynes ignored the fact of exploitation at home, so he ignored the exploitation of underdeveloped by developed nations. And just as he believed that unjustified exploitation, excess yields, could be eliminated without altering existing social relationships, so he held that the interests of the capitalistically dominating nations could be harmonized with those of the underdeveloped countries without changing anything basic in the social structures of either the underdeveloped or the developed nations. It was just a question of making the saving propensities of the world's richer members compatible with the development needs of its poorer members. 4. Seen from the standpoint of Western capitalism, Keynesian policy with regard to underdeveloped nations exhausts itself in aiding their economic development by way of grants, loans, and investments. Although often considered aid, private business investments have, of course, nothing to do with helping foreign nations. They are undertaken purely for purposes of exploitation. Loans, too, whether from private or public funds, do not constitute aid but are supposed to yield interest and are thus instrumentalities to partake in the exploitation of the production they finance. Capital is invested where it can obtain profits and interest, and it is merely the height of these returns that determines whether capital will flow to developed or underdeveloped countries. There is then nothing specifically Keynesian, or new, about foreign capital investments or loans. What is new is the demand that they should be compatible with the development needs of the poorer nations, i.e., with their capitalistic development. on the assumption that Western capitalism has solved its own problems via the Keynesian techniques that led to a state of general affluence, and aside from the threat of nuclear war, the problem of underdevelopment is now considered to be of first importance. How did this problem arise? To all appearances, it did not exist in the 19th century. As in the time of Ricardo, some economists still think that it is in the nature of less developed countries that they are mainly producers of primary goods, i.e., agricultural or mining products. With a low level of human skill and capital, the type of production in which they will have a comparative advantage will usually be those dependent on natural resources. Not only the supply side but also the demand side is geared this way, for the poorer nations' greatest need is food. To finance their imports, underdeveloped countries will have to export primary commodities. The markets for such goods are often not such as to stimulate their development. 5. A solution to this dilemma in theory would be an increasing world demand for primary products, sufficient to raise their prices and to narrow the gap between imports and exports in underdeveloped nations. Another solution would be to increase food production at the expense of exports. An increased food production, geared to an increased production of manufactured goods, would enable these countries to reduce imports from developed nations. An increased world demand for primary products presupposes a much higher rate of capital formation in the developed nations than the prevailing one. Such a high rate of expansion in turn presupposes, among other things, larger export markets for the developed nations and, to that end, cheap importation of primary products. Capitalist nations which depend on overseas supplies of primary products cannot show any real enthusiasm for the industrial development of backward nations, for this would endanger their own favorable positions on the world market. By shrinking the world market, a slowing down of the rate capital expansion in the developed countries hits the least industrialized territories hardest. It diminishes the demand for primary products and reduces their prices without lessening importation needs. But even a rapid economic expansion of the developed nations rarely benefits the underdeveloped economies. The fast pace of investments in the capital-rich nations in the wake of the Second World War, for instance, soaked up most of the world's available capital, leaving little for the development of poorer regions. This Western prosperity led to large price raises for machinery and other finished goods, which worsened the terms of trade for the underdeveloped countries. Whether there is prosperity or depression, the poorer countries just cannot win in the competitive game. Their helpless dependency on changing market conditions comes to light in violent changes in their export markets and in export prices for primary goods. It has been estimated that for the period from 1901 to 1950 export earnings from primary commodity producers fluctuated an average of 23% a year. 6. The price fall for primary products after 1956 actually cancelled out all the aid poured into the underdeveloped countries by Western nations up to that time. Practically speaking, this aid was merely a partial compensation for their losses in international trade, which were so many gains to the importers in the developed nations. Data published by the Statistical Division of the United Nations 7 show that in 1964 the price level of primary commodities as related to that of manufactured goods was 22% or less than in 1950. The terms of trade have cost the undeveloped countries a value loss of $4 billion in comparison with their revenues 15 years ago. Foreign loans and capital imports aided to some extent the capitalization and industrialization of underdeveloped country and hastened their change from feudal to semi-capitalist conditional by increasing commodity production. These investments served largely to facilitate the extraction of primary products. Capital has been used to develop the plantation system and to increase efficiency in the mining and oil industries. This basic pattern has not changed. American investments in Africa, for instance, which by 1964 had grown to a total of $1.6 billion, have gone into extractive enterprises to take natural resources out of Africa. Only a relatively small proportion has gone into local manufacturing and commercial enterprises. 8. Overall capital exports to underdeveloped countries have been greatly reduced and for some of these nations have come to an end altogether. In brief, there is not enough capital investment to facilitate economic growth in underdeveloped nations, and, more often than not, more is taken out of them in the form of profits than is poured into them by new investments. Profits derived from operations in underdeveloped countries have gone to a large extent to finance investments in highly developed parts of the world, 9 so that, at least in part, the advance of one part of the world was made at the expense of another. The main results of American penetration into underdeveloped countries were not different from those achieved by European colonial control. The countries in South America, for instance, are used as raw material sources and as markets for finished products. America gained the benefits of imperial control by way of the open-door policy based on productivity superiority, by means of capital exports, and, when convenient, by military intervention. However, the Latin American countries are not in the same category of underdevelopment as are those of Africa and Asia. Mexico and Brazil, for instance, experienced a rapid rate of native capital formation. In Mexico, this amounted to about 15% of total national production in recent years. Nearly 2/3 of this capital investment belongs to private enterprise. American private investments here include not only the traditional raw material sources but also the newer industries such as chemicals, electricity, telephones, aviation, automobiles, banks, and insurance companies, which causes some political resentment because the economic power of the large foreign enterprises constitutes a serious threat to the integrity of the nation and to the liberty of the country to plan its own economic development. 10 However, profits are high. The rate of earnings on foreign investments ranges from about 10% to over 20%, of which roughly half is reinvested and the other half repatriated. By dividing the world's nations into 3 different groups in accordance with the world's income distribution in 1949, we get the following picture. 11. On the North American continent, including Canada, there are a mere 10% of the world's population. But we have here about 75% of the world's income. By contrast, the 75% of the world's population whose income is below $125 per person a year receives altogether perhaps no more than 10% of the world's income. 12 Whatever the limitations of these and similar comparisons, they reveal nonetheless that on the international scene, a drama is now staged, which could end in a Marxian catastrophe on a vastly larger scale than Marx ever envisaged. There is a tremendous income gap between rich and poor nations, and the poorer nations represent the masses. The gap is widening. The poor nations become class conscious, but it is possible that, once more, concessions by the privileged, as the underprivileged, grow stronger, may create a new harmony. 13. It is a question of concessions, as the process itself cannot be reversed. And these concessions imply the sacrifice of at least part of the privileges which the developed nations derived from the process. This means larger capital investments and more foreign aid to hasten industrial development in the poor nations. Private capital is preferred, but government aid is also necessary, as there are many undertakings in which private capital rarely, if ever, invests. These undertakings belong to what is called the industrial infrastructure, i.e., roads, dams, canals, harbors, education, health, and often transportation and energy, the services of which are used by almost all other industries. It is now generally acknowledged that the infrastructure is best taken care of by public authorities, even though its development is also a condition of private capital development. Because capitalists in both underdeveloped and developed nations are equally interested in this infrastructure, its construction is not so much a form of aid to underdeveloped as one of aid to private capital in general. And where all other economic relations between the developed and underdeveloped countries remain what they had been prior to the development, the infrastructure will aid the former even more than the latter. This form of aid subsidizes private business at public expense in both the giving and the receiving countries. Any other large-scale aid, such as consumption goods and foodstuffs for the immediate relief of suffering populations, would interfere with the existing market relations and the special interests vested in them. Whereas in the mature nations this merely means that the chronic overproduction will be resolved by waste production rather than by the provision of higher living standards. In backward countries it often means actual starvation in the midst of various attempts to create the preconditions for capital development. The overwhelming part of aid actually received by underdeveloped nations has consisted of military assistance. In this form aid is least detrimental to private interests. By relieving the governments of underdeveloped nations of part of their defense expenditures, funds are freed, theoretically but not necessarily actually, for purposes of development. Military assistance serves to shore up governments sympathetic to Western policies. It is given to governments which represent social classes determined to maintain domestic property relations as well as international economic relationships unchanged. Not without economic significance, it is said, is the capability demonstrated by specialized units of the armed forces of Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela to destroy or control communist-led guerrilla groups attempting to mount large-scale liberation front operations. Such efforts have failed to disrupt national confidence. 14. A minor part of foreign aid is of a non-military nature. Being a kind of auxiliary military assistance, it is determined by the political military needs of the aid-giving nations, not by the development needs of the aid-receiving countries. To provide aid of greater significance could lead to radical changes in the social and economic structure of the underdeveloped countries, which could affect the economic and political military interests of the aid-dispensing powers. For the new social forces released by the developmental process may well upset and overthrow customary trade relations as well as political alliances, particularly because under present-day world conditions rapid social and economic development implies government control tending towards state capitalism. Foreign aid is giving to contain, not to extend, the state capitalist trend. A real concern for backward nations would be strange indeed. Not so long ago enormous energies were released, in 2 world wars, to turn industrially developed nations into so many underdeveloped areas, and still greater energies are today stored up to transform the whole world into so much underdeveloped territory and, perhaps, into territory incapable of any kind of development. The imperialist power struggles alone prevent any meaningful assistance to foreign development. The bombing of the Yalu power stations in the Korean War, for instance, destroyed more capital equipment in a single night than the United States is investing in the whole underdeveloped areas in a whole year. 15. This policy is now repeated on a far larger scale in Vietnam, and will most probably be extended to the developed parts of China and the whole of Southeast Asia. In 1959 government grants and loans by the industrial countries of the free world to the less developed nations were roughly estimated at $4 billion, of which the United States supplied about 2/3 and France and the United Kingdom most of the remainder. This was far less than 1% of these nations' gross national product. In fact, in 1961, when a renewed effort to assist the poorer lands was proposed, the 1% figure was proclaimed a desirable goal for aid expenditures. The total flow of government and private funds from Europe and North America to the underdeveloped countries averaged just under $7 billion a year from 1956 through 1959. Of this annual average, government grants and loans accounted for $3.6 billion, various forms of private lending and investment for $2.7 billion, and contributions to international agencies for helping underdeveloped countries for $600 million. These compilations included 11 different forms of aid, ranging from government grants to private purchases of World Bank notes, and including guaranteed export credits, plowed-back earning of private companies in underdeveloped countries, reparation payments, and so forth, all of these categories being considered foreign aid because all of them represented a flow of money to underdeveloped countries. The aid thus far provided for the backward countries has been too slight to affect living conditions and not of a kind to enhance economic development. Consequently, it has only widened the income gap between the rich and the poor nations, rather than narrowing it. In the Keynesian view, it must then be enlarged and perhaps differently distributed or qualitatively altered. Just as additional government-induced production is the Keynesian solution to the problem of capital stagnation in the advanced countries, so more foreign aid is their program for speeding up development in underdeveloped countries. Having reached this conclusion, the Keynesians shelved the issue, for the implementation of their theories is not within their competence. For the development of backward areas, however, the Keynesian generosity is as inapplicable as the miserly reality of foreign aid is meaningless. As pointed out before, government-induced waste production in the developed nations is not considered superfluous by their governments or, for that matter, by their populations. It is seen as necessary for the internal and external security of the nation and of Western capitalism. Moreover, short of violating free enterprise principles, there is no way to transfer funds from the sphere of waste production to that of foreign aid, unless this foreign aid is a part of the defense mechanism of Western capitalism, in which case, it is itself another form of waste production. In view of this situation, government funds for any and all purposes are always scarce. With an international armaments race in progress, there is little chance for an increase of foreign aid expenditures capable of making a difference in the economic growth of underdeveloped countries. But even a substantial reduction of waste production via disarmament policies would not lead to a significant enlargement of foreign aid unless such aid served the profit requirements of the industrial nations. It is held, of course, that foreign aid will prove a boon to the developed nations as the industrial growth of hitherto underdeveloped countries becomes the impetus for a general capitalist advance. Instead of making the rich countries poorer, the development of poorer countries can make all nations richer. The idea finds support in Keynesian theory, according to which all capitalist nations can reach a point of maturity where capital demand falls below savings propensities. It is then just a question as to how the latter can be made compatible with the development needs of the poorer nations. The answer is the simple request to make them compatible by appropriate government measures. But it is precisely because the saving propensities of the richer nations are incompatible with the development needs of the poorer nations that neither private capital, nor governments representing private capital, can accept the Keynesian suggestions. Economic stagnation in the advanced capitalist nations is accompanied by stagnation in the underdeveloped countries because in both further investments appear as unprofitable under the existing conditions of production. Obviously, stagnation is not a capitalist policy but is suffered by the capitalists, as by anyone else, for reasons beyond their control and even beyond their knowledge. For them the problem is not what to do with savings that cannot profitably be invested, but rather how to increase the profitability of capital so as to employ these savings capitalistically. But savings looking for investment opportunities will find them, if at all, first in the developed and not in the underdeveloped countries. Even if industrial development should get underway in the latter, the fact that they are less developed makes their productivity, and thus their profitability, lower than that in the older capitalist nations. Thus, even their development will increase the disparity between developed and underdeveloped nations. Although it is frequently asserted that backward countries have the advantage of being able to adapt the latest equipment without having to scrap existing equipment and without being handicapped by the existence of obsolete buildings, 16 this advantage does not really exist. Rather, the slowly increasing industrialization of underdeveloped countries widens the productivity gap between rich and poor countries for the very reason that the developed nations enjoy all the advantages of modern technology. It is true, of course, that some of the new technological innovations find application in underdeveloped countries, in the extraction industries, for instance, but here they support foreign capital rather than native development. The profitability of capital in underdeveloped countries is, of course, very high in the extraction industries. Operated with the most modern equipment and served by technicians from abroad, they are capable of competing with similar industries in the developed nations. In fact, such industries are often enormously profitable. This is not only because they are competitive, but also because there is no need for competition. The world price for crude oil, for example, is fixed so that its extraction from the relatively high-cost oilfields in the United States will be profitable. This price has no relation to the cost of production in the low-cost oilfields in the underdeveloped countries. To sell for about 100 shillings a ton something which costs 13 shillings a ton to produce, in the Persian Gulf, for instance, is a remarkable achievement. Such a margin of profitability makes it far from ruinous to have to give back to the Arab states half, or more, of the profit. 17. It is for this reason, then, that the bulk of foreign private investments has been concentrated in the extraction industries. Private enterprise secures profitability for foreign investments by creating monopolies in particular industries and allowing them to charge prices independent of production costs. But even so, except for particular businesses, general backwardness implies low profitability and for that reason does not attract foreign capital. Insofar as the underdeveloped nations could be developed through foreign private investments, they are already developed, and insofar as they can be further developed by private capital, they will be, quite apart from all government urgings. If they are still in a most frightful state of underdevelopment, this merely indicates that the capitalist mode of production, particularly in its free enterprise form, is not able to develop an integrated world economy and a rational division of labor which assure the existence and well-being of the world's population. For just as in any particular capitalist nation investments stop at the point where they cease to be profitable, regardless of actual social needs, so in the world at large, the existing investments indicate the borders set by their profitability. This situation testifies to capitalism's inability to extend its mode of production into a world system. All capitalism has been able to do is to create the world market, and it was this creation itself which divided the world into poor and rich nations. The very notion of foreign investments implies that their owners reside somewhere other than where the investments are made. They may take all, or part, of the profits made abroad into the country of their residence. In this way, capitalists exploit the labor of other nations without accumulating much capital in these nations. It is true that in so doing they provide some people with work, people who otherwise might be idle or occupied in less remunerative occupations, but they are not fostering economic development to the extent made possible by the exploitation of this labor. Native capitalists too, for reasons of either profitability or security, may and usually do send part, or all, of their profits abroad. All this is quite legitimate until it is outlawed, for it corresponds to the capitalist ideal of the free movement of capital in a free world market. The search for maximum profits and maximum security is precisely the mechanism supposed to distribute capital in the most economical way, which is supposedly also the way most beneficial for the world's population. What it actually does is to perpetuate and accentuate the income gap between the rich and the poor nations. More money leaves the backward nations than is invested in them by the developed countries. According to the United States Department of Commerce, for instance, investments by United States investors in Latin American countries, including both new capital and unreturned earnings, amounted in 1958 to $317 million, while earnings returned to the United States were $653 million. The respective figures for the following years were: or to take a single country, from 1943 to 1958 private foreign citizens invested nearly $250 million in Chile. Over the same 15-year period these foreigners took nearly $600 million in the form of repatriated profits. This outflow, mainly to the United States, represented a gift of $50 from every man, woman, and child in Chile. The country desperately needs to receive aid, not give it. 18. But this complaint rests on a misunderstanding, for capitalism has nothing to do with charity, except as another profitable business. In spite of the fact that most of the profits made enrich the developed nations more than the underdeveloped, the latter clamor nonetheless for more foreign capital investments to buttress the existing property relations in their own countries. But capital is not eager to invest, not only because of the competing demand for capital in the developed countries, but also because investments in many underdeveloped countries, which are nations in permanent crisis conditions, are no longer secure. Interested mainly in natural resources such as oil and metals, foreign investors foster a one-sided development which perpetuates the poor countries' dependence on the rich nations and prevents their more general development. There are exceptions, of course, finding their cause in a geographical proximity between developed and underdeveloped nations. In Mexico and Cuba, for instance, American capital has tried to enter all strategic industries. American businesses own 60% of all Cuban industries from cosmetics to sugarcane. But this proximity did not prevent the rise of revolutionary social movements and governments. They restricted and even expropriated foreign capital in the name of a free national development, and set themselves against the specific profit needs of the great industrial and financial empires. Because such movements have been widespread and threaten to raise their heads again, private capital has no great desire to invest in underdeveloped areas, where it faces not only economic but also political risks. Because only a limited amount of capital is available for government-to-government aid transactions, and because all government aid is designed to strengthen and secure as much as possible of the free world, this aid has the twofold function of the existing property relations in the aid-receiving countries and of assuring wider fields of operation for the capitalists of the aid-dispensing nations. With few exceptions, based on purely political considerations, aid is not provided for the development of state-owned industries except those that fall into the category infrastructure. To encourage capital exports to the underdeveloped nations, governments often underwrite and guarantee such investments against currency disorders, exchange controls, confiscatory taxation, and expropriation. But even the elimination of risk at the expense of the public purse does not greatly stimulate foreign investments. What needs to be assured are larger profits than those available at home. Capitalism's inability and unwillingness to extend the industrialization process to the underdeveloped areas of the world has led to national revolutionary movements which emphasize the role of the state in the general process of economic development. This conviction is here not the result of a long process of increasing government control as experienced in the advanced capitalist nations. Rather, it is the starting point for nationally determined capital development directed against both native backwardness and foreign control, and often is accompanied by a partial, or total, expropriation of foreign and native capital. The ordinary business of profit-making becomes thus a matter of national concern and power politics. Because some Western firms lose out to nationalization in Iran or Guatemala, for instance, they get their governments to restore and secure their privileges. And because the businesses of these enterprises, as of all enterprises, are in some ways already an integral part of government policy, their governments will intervene on their own accord. Foreign business involves the interests and the prestige of governments. It is furthered and protected by political means. The attempts of nations to escape the detrimental economic consequences of being raw material producing territories for the great capitalist powers, their insistence upon price and profit policies more favorable to themselves, are treated as conspiracies not only against special business interests but against Western civilization itself. While political, military, and strategic considerations stem from economic interests and from necessities inherent in capital accumulation, and while this is often quite obvious, as, for instance, in the great interest displayed in Southeast Asia as a rich raw material producing area and in the oil producing Middle East, the national form of competition obscures the close relationship between political and economic interests. The latter, to be sure, have always included more than just the immediate or expected profitability of specific corporations. But never before has capital accumulation been so closely associated with either imperialism or nationalism. This is still another indication of the general decline of the market economy and its slow transformation into a government-directed economy which operates, first of all, in terms of territories actually controlled, of raw material sources and manpower actually secured, and of lines of communication actually monopolized, instead of in terms of supply and demand in a world regarded as an open marketplace. And thus, though national and imperialist interests are still economic interests, seldom or not at all are they expressed in business terms. Even in the past, industrial development required a great effort on the part of the state. In Japan, for example, fear of colonization and foreign exploitation led to the deliberate introduction of capitalism by government. Already in its first stages, the Japanese development showed elements of Keynesianism which were later to become characteristic of modern capitalism. By limiting the import of foreign capital, Japan retained a large degree of economic independence, and though this required an extraordinary degree of exploitation, it achieved its goal, a Japanese capitalism capable of competing with other capitalist nations. Backed by politically favored financial houses, modern industry was introduced both with respect to economic competitive and military needs. These industries, most highly developed in the technical sense and fashioned after the most up-to-date Western model, were the pride of the state bureaucracy, which jealously guarded them even after large parts were acquired by private capital. 19 But Japan was the exception. Her rapid change into an industrial power took place around the turn of the century, at a high point of international capital expansion, and under the favorable political conditions occasioned by America's challenge to European colonialism in the Far East. What the European powers had reached by intervention, America was out to reach by trade, and the open door policy was to operate against both the colonizers and the less developed nation. The crises and wars of the 20th century destroyed most of the European colonialism. But the political independence gained by former colonies was no longer a sufficient condition for their economic development. They were already too impoverished from the stagnation of previous decades. Their situation has been described as a vicious circle. A low capital stock implies a low level of production, and so of income. But a low income does not permit large savings, and hence the capital stock cannot easily be increased. 20 The level of income cannot be raised without industrialization, and industrialization cannot be developed without higher incomes, but higher incomes cannot be gained by way of trade in non-industrial products. It must be gained internally through a still more ruthless exploitation to yield surpluses large enough to set labor free to construct an industrial base, without thereby diminishing the exports required to pay for imports necessary to the industrialization process. Aside from colonial control and trade discrimination, a country or area may stay underdeveloped because of a deficiency of natural resources such as arable land and mineral deposits. Surpluses may be unattainable, and thus industrial development will be impossible, except such as is introduced from without, which affects only particular resources, oil and gas in the Sahara for instance. However, underdevelopment exists in countries or territories whether or not they have adequate natural resources. It even exists within capitalist nations as, for example, in Italy, whose highly industrialized north and very backward, agricultural south repeats on a national scale the international division of poor and rich territories. While there are some parts of the world that cannot in any meaningful way be industrially developed, this has nothing to do with the problem of underdevelopment in nations potentially capable of economic growth. In economic parlance, a country is considered to be progressive if it consumes less than its net production, so as to permit a net addition to the existing stock of capital. It has been estimated that in recent years underdeveloped economies' net investments have been between 3% and 5% of national products, in contrast to developed nations, where the rates have been between 10% and 15%. But the increase of production in underdeveloped countries has been largely offset by an equivalent population increase. It is said that these nations consume as much as they produce. This, of course, is true only when one disregards the uncapitalized savings of the rich as well as those surpluses which disappear by way of trade to reappear as capital in the developed nations. Because the underdeveloped countries are high-cost producers, there is a great amount of unemployment in both agriculture and industry. According to Keynes, unemployment in mature capitalism finds its cause in a deficiency of effective demand because of oversavings due to a relative abundance of capital. This does not apply to underdeveloped nations. There are surpluses, of course, but they are not productively applied. The rich of the underdeveloped countries tend to amass fortunes in the form of hoards rather than in the form of productive capital. Income disparities between the rich and the poor in the underdeveloped countries are even larger than in the developed nations, or, at any rate, appear to be larger because of the extremely low living standards of the great bulk of their populations. Being quite satisfied with the existing state of affairs, the rich ruling classes find no reason to alter the conditions which grant them their privileges. In bourgeois economic theory, including the Keynesian version, income inequalities are justified as a source of capital formation. Only the wealthy can save on a significant scale, and the more they save the more rapid the development will be. Only under conditions where too much has already been saved, i.e., in mature capitalism, may an increased demand require greater income equality. As these conditions are the opposite of those prevailing under developed countries, Keynesian theory can only suggest what all other bourgeois economic theory also proposes and what, in fact, is the capitalistic practice, namely, the increase of savings through increased exploitation and their application in industrial development. To reiterate, Keynes thought that throughout history the inducement to invest has always been weaker than the propensity to save. He wrote that the desire of the individual to augment his personal wealth by abstaining from consumption has usually been stronger than the inducement to the entrepreneur to augment the national wealth by employing labor on the construction of durable assets. 21 However, though the poor cannot help but abstain from consumption, they augment nothing but their misery. And though the rich consume in a quite fantastic fashion, they get richer nonetheless. Keynes speaks only about the rich in both developed and underdeveloped countries, under capitalist and under pre-capitalist conditions. In mature capitalism, the inducement to invest is because maturity destroys profitability, whereas in immature capitalism, people can get rich, and stay rich, just because there is no capitalist development. Non-consumption, writes a disciple of Keynes, does not necessarily carry with it the implication that it thereby releases just the kind of human and material resource which can be used to produce capital goods, and with nonchalant ease at that. 22 The rich of the poor nations must not only abstain from consumption but must abstain in order to invest in the construction of durable assets. In short, the Keynesian program for industrial development is capitalism. And this comprises about the whole of Keynes' contribution to the theory of economic growth. The meagerness of Keynes' contribution to the theory of growth did not prevent the fact that the actual, or anticipated, industrial development of backward economies is now largely recognized as either a Keynesian or a socialist development, depending on the extent of state participation in the capital formation process. Although state interventions under pre-capitalist conditions have an altogether different function from those advocated by Keynes to solve the problems of the advanced capitalist nations, it is possible to apply the Keynesian techniques for speeding up the process of capital formation in underdeveloped countries. State control of economic development preceded Keynes' theory not only in the limited Keynesian sense of state control, as experienced in Japan, but also in the wider and more consistent non-sense of state ownership of the means of production, first realized in Russia. National revolutions took on a variety of forms and characteristics within their basically capitalist nature, in accordance with the individual histories of the countries where they occurred and the world situation they faced. Russia's proximity to the Western world, the amount of foreign capital that had been invested in highly advanced industries, however small in relation to the size and the needs of the nation, the weakness of her bourgeoisie within the ruling social groups and her peasant population which strove to escape the persistent semi-feudal conditions, all this gave her revolution the character of a revolution from below, an uprising of workers and poor peasants and their middle-class allies against all experienced forms of exploitation, whether of landlords or of native or foreign capital. Based on Marxian ideology, the goal was socialism and its realization through the agency of a revolutionary state. In India the revolutionary ferment was of a different nature. Within the colonial conditions, there slowly emerged an identity of interests between the native and foreign bourgeoisie. Fostered by the circumstances of 2 world wars, there was a merger of foreign and native capital and a rapid expansion of the latter. Yet the greater primitiveness of her industrial and agricultural production and the consequent lack of social awareness in the lower classes gave her revolutionary aspirations the character of a national movement for political independence, awaiting deliverance through the decline of British imperialism. Whereas Russia is considered a state socialist, or state capitalist, system in the non-Keynesian sense of state ownership of the means of production, India, considering herself a socialist welfare state, represents, at least ideologically, a Keynesian system which limits itself to state control of the economy. For in socialist India, as of 1958, it was estimated that 90% of the country's enterprises, including agriculture, which is entirely in the hands of individual owners, were in private hands, and furnished 92% of the country's total income, with only 8% of total income coming from government-owned enterprises. 23. With Russia's development into an industrial power and with the rise of the Eastern Bloc after the Second World War, the world's national economies in both developed and underdeveloped countries divided into systems of state ownership and systems of limited state control. The division is not absolute. The various nations adhering to one or the other principle of social organization display various degrees of either state ownership or state control. There are no two countries exactly alike in this respect, either among the so-called communist nations or among the nations belonging to the free world, or among those which are considered uncommitted to either one of the existing power blocks. But in AI nations, governments intervene to some extent into the economic mechanism. In the communist nations, investments are presumably directly determined by government decisions. In the controlled, or mixed, economies, developed and underdeveloped, investments are the result of market forces which the governments seek to influence by monetary and fiscal means, and which they supplement by directly determined investments in public enterprises and government-induced production. The fiscal and monetary policies which have come to be associated with the name of Keynes are applicable in all existing economic systems regardless of their specific character or their particular stage of development. Whereas in the mature nations Keynesian policies serve to stabilize the economy, underdeveloped countries can use them to organize and coordinate economic growth. Fiscal and monetary policies may distribute income in such a way as to increase the accumulation fund. The government may itself undertake the task of savings and investments, enacting what Keynes conceived as a somewhat comprehensive socialization of investments through the collection of communal savings. If Keynes himself saw this only as a possibility of the future, he was nonetheless convinced, or so he said, of its desirability, not only because of the declining propensity to consume but also because he believed in the state's superior capacity to calculate the profitability or marginal efficiency of capital in the long run and to give due consideration to the general social advantage. All the Keynesian suggestions as to how to overcome capitalist stagnation and decline in the developed nations refer to government activities which bring a measure of planning into the market mechanism. But if partial planning is possible, so is total planning. There is nothing in the Keynesian system which would exclude its application in a state capitalist, or state socialist system. Advocates of the state capitalist system object to Keynesianism not because it suggests manipulating income distribution to create the desired relationship between investment and consumption, but because Keynes wished to make only limited use of such manipulative techniques. Although Keynesian manipulative techniques are applicable in all capitalist systems regardless of their stage of development, Keynes' general theory of employment loses its generality by a consideration of unemployment in underdeveloped countries. In these countries, unemployment is the result not of an abundance but of a lack of capital. This unemployment, disguised as overpopulation relative to the existing means of production and to their productivity, is itself a hindrance to capital formation, not only because of the cheapness of labor competing with capital, but also because planned development must here necessarily be of an employment-generating instead of a capital-increasing nature. The planning authority must start out with a kind of social planning not conducive to rapid capital formation, or destroy a large part of the population. Under such conditions the Keynesian techniques will not suffice to yield the surpluses necessary to initiate capital development. A country may be so impoverished that neither fiscal nor monetary policies can successfully channel funds from consumption to investments. It may then be found necessary to organize production and consumption by purely political means and to force populations into behavior patterns that will yield surpluses not otherwise attainable. The collectivization of Russian agriculture, as well as the whole of the Stalinist terror system, was such an undertaking. It finds a modified repetition in present-day China because there is no other way to capital formation. Given a backward and overpopulated agrarian society as a starting point, it has been said, any emotionless practitioner of economics might have prescribed most of what is being done in China today even if he had never heard the word communism. 24. But not all underdeveloped countries are in such an impoverished state, and even if they were, some of them would still not be able to solve their developmental problems in the authoritarian ways of state capitalism. In some cases, a developed capitalist nation may prevent an underdeveloped nation from following the state capitalist model, or the underdeveloped nation may be too dependent on capitalist countries to consider such a move. State capitalist systems must to some extent free themselves from traditional world market relations. They must be able to exist under predominantly autarkic conditions, and they must be capable of withstanding imperialist pressure. They must therefore be large with large populations, well endowed with natural resources. Since the end of the Second World War, however, state capitalist nations have been combined into an Eastern power bloc which, in its economic relations, represents a kind of second world market. This allows even weak or small nations to break out of their previous dependence on the private world market and to organize their economic life on state capitalist principles. The synchronization of various national economies appears to be less difficult than economic integration by way of private trade on a monopolistic world market. And just as the Western powers distribute some aid to underdeveloped countries within their spheres of interest, so the stronger countries of the Eastern Bloc come to the aid of their underdeveloped allies or potential allies. Economic aid by the Soviet bloc to underdeveloped nations had reached the equivalent of $3 billion by 1960. Most of this aid was in the form of loans and credits, some of it comprising military equipment. This aid has been regarded in the Western world as aid competition, and so it is like the aid of the Western nations, it is given to further the political and economic interests of the dominating powers with the Eastern Bloc. The direct or indirect control of underdeveloped countries adds important sources of raw materials to the power base of the state capitalist systems and subtracts these raw from the free world's resources. Although Soviet aid serves the same purposes as aid extended by the Western nations, it is often provided under conditions more favorable to the underdeveloped countries. Russia's rate of interest on foreign loans, for instance, is 2.5% as against a Western interest rate of between 4.5% and 5.5%. Russian investments in the oil industry of India demand 10% of the returns American Samoa against the 50% asked for by British and American companies. And, most important, industrial establishments erected through Soviet aid measures become the property of the receiving countries, whereas Western private investment in underdeveloped nations continue to be owned and operated by foreign companies. There is much barter dealing and government-to-government trading, which is favorable to underdeveloped countries since it bypasses international payments problems. There are also no restrictions or preferences with regard to types of industrial development, complete factory installations of all descriptions offered and delivered. Extensive use is made of experts working in the underdeveloped countries. For all these reasons, trade too expanding between the Soviet bloc and the underdeveloped nations, though not on a scale that will make a real difference in the condition of the backward nations for some time to come. The Soviet bloc's policy of expanding trade with underdeveloped countries began on an extremely small base of foreign trade. For the underdeveloped countries as a group, Soviet bloc trade can be expected to make a positive though distinctly marginal contribution. But even a manifold increase of trade would not alter the fact that the economic future of these countries will continue to be interwoven with the trade of the free world. 25. Trade with the free world, however, is trade for private profit and as such is determined by the conditions prevailing in the developed, not the underdeveloped, countries. If this trade has hitherto not much profited the backward nations, it can hardly be expected to do so in the future, a future already restricted by the existence and the growth of competitive state capitalist systems. The alignment of nations in Eastern and Western power blocs is not based on the existence of the two world markets. Rather is the opposite true, the two world markets have some reality only because international competition, and cooperation, now has a political military character. The Western powers desire the maintenance of capitalistic property relations, and favor government controls only to that extent which appears necessary to secure these relations and to allow them to develop in countries on the verge of capitalization. All foreign policy is designed to strengthen private enterprise wherever possible and to sabotage state capitalist aspirations wherever they arise. Economic relations with state capitalist systems are held to a minimum, or are done away with altogether, by the Western nations, though some are more consistent in this policy than are others. Trade with China, North Korea, and Cuba, for instance, has become a crime under the American Trade with the Enemy Act. For the state capitalist nations, the international market is thus largely restricted to other state capitalist nations and to nations not as yet committed to either of the dominating and competing power centers. Most of the underdeveloped countries suffered, and are still suffering, under the double yoke of native and foreign exploitation. The social struggles in these nations are still fought against both native ruling classes and foreign capital. Both struggles involve questions of property expropriation for the rearrangement of notional production and distribution in greater conformity with national interests, even if these national interests become once more the basis of new special interests vested in the political control of the state. Middle-class groups, it is often pointed out, are the Promethean elements in the underdeveloped societies today, the only conscious, active, and capable agents of social change. The communists have long recognized the crucial role of the middle classes and have been making major efforts to reach and influence them. In contrast, the West has done far too little to reap the benefits of its own advantages over the communists. 26 With regard to social change, the West has no such advantages. The change required in these nations can only be disadvantageous to the Western capitalist nations. It is precisely because of social change, or the desire for change, that the underdeveloped nations find themselves in open or latent rebellion not only against their own ruling classes but also against the latter's supporters in the advanced countries. These rebellions can have no other objective than the change of existing conditions and therewith of the property relations at the base of these conditions. It is because the middle classes find no prospect for advancement in underdeveloped countries, and these countries find no prospects for development in the monopolistically controlled capitalist world that any serious attempt at development will base itself on state capitalist ideology and a state capitalist program, even where for the time being it must actually be satisfied with state control in the Keynesian sense. The development of capitalism in poor countries presupposes social movements against the social forces favoring the status quo. It is thus first of all a political problem. Because the nation is the largest historically evolved unit for coherent social organization and because conditions in all countries vary, development appears as a national program. In some ways it must be coordinated with similar programs of other nations, but this larger unit of organization will be composed of a number of national units and will have no permanent basis until the institution of the nation-state is altogether abolished. The development of capitalism and the rise of the nation-state were one and the same process. It was the function of the state to assure and secure the growth of the national capitalist economy, as it is its function now, but in far greater measure, to stabilize the capitalist system so as to assure its continued existence. Development under present world conditions is far more difficult than the stabilization of advanced capitalist systems and requires even more government controls. As these controls affect various social groupings differently, they are established by way of political struggles, which are not confined to the national scene but involve other nations by affecting their political and economic interests. To do justice to the problems of underdeveloped countries, it would be necessary to deal with each nation separately, for each is unique not only in its physical and social structure but also in its connections with other nations and with the world at large. Measured in terms of national income per head, Southeast Asia appears to be the world's poorest area, but it is also one of the areas most contested by the imperialist powers representing the two competing social systems. China and India follow closely, the one attempting the state capitalist path of development, the other that of state-aided private capital development. The nations of tropical Africa, though even less developed, fall into an entirely different category. No attempts as yet are made here, either by foreign capital, or by the Africans themselves, to diversify production. Largely self-sufficient in food production and in relative isolation from one another, the various African states restrict their production and trade to primary goods intended for the Western, predominantly European, markets. The capital in evidence is foreign capital invested in extraction industries. Nonetheless, some African governments, Ghana and Senegal for instance, call themselves socialist or welfare states because they have transformed existing private marketing organizations into monopolistic government agencies. The various nations of the Middle East display different degrees of state control, from government participation in private enterprise and some form of government regulation for almost all economic activities, as in Egypt, to an almost complete absence of government intervention in business, as in Lebanon. Israel, being entirely dependent on foreign support, assumes the character of a mixed economy merely because assistance from abroad is distributed by the government and channeled into government and semi-government undertakings. As this assistance has been 10 and 20 times as large as private capital investments, it is the government, not private capital, which determines economic activity. Some of the poorest countries in terms of per capita income are found in Latin America. Bolivia, Paraguay, and Ecuador are examples. Latin America also contains some of the most rapidly developing nations, such as Mexico and Brazil. Yet all these nations find themselves in permanent crisis conditions, some because no development takes place, others because there is development, and also because of the international repercussions of one or the other of these situations. As regards Latin America, any intensive development requires opposition to both the existing semi-feudal internal relations to the exchange relations between the South American and the developed foreign nations. Only about 10% of Latin American trade is internal, 90% consisting of trade with the United States and Western Europe, which is trade in primary products such as coffee, bananas, cocoa, wool, meat, oil, sugar, copper, etc. This situation suits the industrial nations, the hereditary ruling classes in Latin America, and the foreign investors in primary industries. The native haciendas and latifundia operate under a peon system of obligatory labor. Although native labor is thus extremely cheap, foreign investors in large commercial plantations have found it more profitable to replace labor by machinery, a policy soon adopted by native plantation owners. There arose a rural proletariat, landless and unemployed, which has been held down by military dictatorships subservient to the native and foreign ruling classes. Foreign, particularly American, exploitation has allied itself, if not always ideologically at any rate factually, with the semi-feudal interests controlling the Latin American nations. With the exception of Cuba, the combined powers of the American and Latin American ruling classes have until now proved capable of maintaining the basic social relationships in the Latin American nations despite a series of social upheavals. The Mexican Revolution was halted midway and turned into an instrument of private capital formation. However, new social movements confront the Mexican government with fresh demands for the completion of the interrupted nationalization process. The social restiveness in the Latin American nations forces their governments, at times, to assume greater controls over the national economy. Mexico has been joined by Bolivia and Brazil in the division of some large estates and the nationalization of natural resources and selected industries. The chronic instability of most of the Latin American countries, and the increasing misery at the base of this instability, induced the United States to offer more aid within the framework of a new Latin American Alliance for Progress. But this progress is still envisioned in terms of the market economy and private capital accumulation. Unavoidable government interventions in the economic activities of these nations modify their capital development to such an extent that these developing nations may be considered developing mixed economies. Whereas in the developed nations the mixed economy feeds on the capacity of private enterprise to produce more than it can capitalize, in the less developed nations the mixed economy must create the conditions of capital development. Agricultural output must rise but less must be consumed in order to gain investment capital. To bring consumption down in spite of the increased economic activity there must be monetary inflation. And thus the more and the harder people work the less they are rewarded. It is this preference of inflation to other methods of capital formation which gives these mixed economies their Keynesian connotation. but being already near starvation levels, this method will not suffice to bring forth the capital necessary to turn the underdeveloped into competitive industrial economies. Rather, it will increase social unrest and bring forth social movements for more efficient and less horrible ways of overcoming their present economic impasse. Partly by choice and partly by necessity, private enterprise and government control operate simultaneously in each capitalist country and also as competing social systems in the world at large. Side by side there exist, then, the most ruthless general competition, the subordination of private to national competition, or vice versa, and the subordination of national competition to supranational requirements intended to serve national ends and therewith the of private capital formation. This situation makes consistency and persistence in any and every form of competition and cooperation impossible, and the various and changing attempts at organization and collaboration which result from it only increase the anarchic character of capital production. Nationalism as imperialism, and nationalism in opposition to imperialism, lead to an always greater international economic disintegration. And this at a time when world conditions and physical production processes make the satisfaction of the most immediate needs of the world's population dependent on the closest economic integration. Instead of working for such integration, industrial countries increase their agricultural production to reach a high degree of self-sufficiency in expectation of war, or merely to satisfy their own agricultural producers as a measure of welfare economics. They protect both their agricultural and their industrial markets from all possible competitors with a great variety of tariffs and import restrictions. While increasing their agricultural surpluses, they hinder the primary producers to diversify their production, thus forcing them to contract their agricultural production which is already insufficient to feed their populations. The great mass of the world's population stays hungry, while surpluses are piled up in nations unable to sell them and unwilling to give them away. These people are supposed to starve themselves still further so as to raise the capital which will make their work more productive, while industrial labor in the developed nations is idle, or producing waste, instead of producing for worldwide use. These irrational economic contradictions manifest themselves in political tension and the diversion of an always greater part of world production into arms production. The nation-state, in its government-controlled or government-owned avatar, proves to be no less irrational a social form than private capital production on a supposedly free world market. The difficulties of capital accumulation in both the developed and underdeveloped nations defy not only market but also national solutions. The imperialist imperative. Marx's model of capital accumulation represents a closed homogeneous system in which the rising organic composition of capital results in a fall of the rate of profit and therewith in the decline of capital expansion whenever the conditions of production do not allow for a sufficient rise in the rate of exploitation. But capitalism is not a closed system. It is able to slacken the rising organic composition of capital through its outward extension and to better its rentability through importation of profits from abroad. It is the value expansion of the existing centralized capital, however, which determines the size as well as the character of the world market, and which limits the capitalization of underdeveloped nations to serve the specific profit needs of the dominating capitals. Given this world market, it is no longer possible for the underdeveloped part of the world to further its own capitalization independently of the profit requirements of the highly developed capitalist nations. The world as a whole is obviously short of capital and surplus value. The overproduction of capital relative to its profitability in one part of the world confronts undercapitalization in another part. Considering capitalism as a world system, it is indeed a miserable system of social production. For capitalism as a whole, of course, the organic composition of capital is not high enough to reduce the rate of profit below its accumulation needs. But due to the centralization and monopolization of capital, the inherent contradictions of capital production erect barriers to its expansion long before the abstract borders of Marx's theory of capitalist development find some kind of approximation in reality. Capitalism has ceased to be a socially progressive system of production and has become, notwithstanding all superficial appearances to the contrary, a regressive and destructive one. It has led to the division of the world into a few highly industrialized countries and a large number of nations unable to lift themselves out of a state of increasing misery. Yet the destinies of all nations are inextricably intertwined. It is the world's situation which finally determines the future of any and every nation. Prospects for even the most prosperous nations must be considered in the light of existing world conditions. Seen from this perspective, they are indeed bleak. No longer able to extract out of their own working population quantities of surplus value which assure an accelerated profitable private capital expansion, the dominating capitalist powers find that the sources of additional profits in the underdeveloped parts of the world are also drying up. To keep on exploiting the backward areas will slowly destroy their exploitability. But not to exploit them means to reduce even further the already insufficient profitability of capital. The great capitalist nations will thus try to increase rather than relax their exploitation in the hope that their own expansion will be the vehicle for, or yield as a byproduct, the development of the capital-poor nations. Western policy still rests on a deep faith in the profit-creating powers of competitive capital accumulation, a faith sustained by the recently experienced period of government-induced prosperity. It is still competition on the widest scale, the world market, to which expansion is oriented, even though on the world scale and in each nation separately, the market economy seems irretrievably lost. The big corporations in the industrial nations, which dominate the capitalist economies, can no longer function within the national framework. They have become and must remain multinational corporations. Any company of importance that wants to survive has to be international and multinational, it is said, for companies with worldwide operations may find it easier than purely national companies to reduce costs by moving raw materials, production and distribution facilities, and manpower in conformance with optimization objectives. One big corporations such as Unilever and IBM, for example, have interests in nearly every country in the world. IBM, specifically, operates in 100 nations and maintains 15 manufacturing plants in 13 countries. Nearly 3,000 American firms have foreign subsidiaries and their sales are double what the United States exports. These American-based corporations that operate on a multinational basis conduct manufacturing enterprises abroad, extract and process natural resources, provide services, and market the resulting goods and services on an international scale. 2. The growth of multinational corporations is an international phenomenon, but because of America's dominant position in world economy it is most pronounced in the United States. The latter's interests in multinational corporations is revealed in the value of her direct investments abroad. These increased from $11.7 billion in 1950 to $31.1 billion in 1962. In the manufacturing category alone, the increase was from $3.8 billion to $13.20 billion. Since World War II, every president, every Congress, and numerous public and lay leaders of national and international thought have emphasized the importance to national interest of the role of private companies operating on a multinational base. From 1950 through 1962, $29 billion was received in earnings, interest payments, management fees, and royalties from direct investments abroad. This compares with the $16 billion capital outflow from the United States for direct investments abroad in the same time. 3. Whether or not the world structure of capitalism is such as to preclude profitable capital expansion on a worldwide scale, every capitalist enterprise, and every capitalist nation, tries to expand its own capital, at the expense of other enterprises and of other nations if necessary. The elimination of competition and the international centralization of capital, while perhaps not benefiting the capitalist world as a whole, will still benefit the advancing capitals and the stronger nations. The Canadian economy, for instance, has long been regarded as an extension of the American economy. By 1963, foreign residents, mostly Americans, controlled 60% of Canadian manufacturing, 74% of her petroleum and natural gas industry, and 57% of mining and smelting. Control in the food canning industry rose to 90%. Some business observers attribute the continuing takeover trend to the growing internationalization of business. For Canada, however, internationalization means mostly Americanization, and this is often regretted. For opposition to actual and potential foreign domination of various industries becomes increasingly more vocal in the European nations. Both of the European trading blocs tend toward a continental allocation of capital resources and the curtailment of American investments in European industry, but the existence of these blocs spurs greater investments on the part of American corporations in order to get inside their tariff walls. Still, the developed capitalist nations comprise only the smaller part of the world. Their future depends not so much on an intensified competition within their own ranks as on gaining a broader base of capital expansion. The big corporation must produce for and profitably sell within an expanding international market. If its profits and production on the world market do not expand, the corporation will face stagnation within its national market, and this will increase the need to maintain social stability through government-induced production. In other words, private capital production must be accentuated abroad to arrest its internal decline. A larger part of the world must be capitalized to accommodate the expansion needs of the big corporations. This is the reason why development, or growth, once reserved for Marxian theory, has now become the predominant issue of bourgeois economy. But it must be a development conducive to private enterprise and its accumulation requirements, that is, a development which subordinates the developing nations to the rules of the capitalist world market. The mixed character of the capitalist market economies obliterates an earlier distinction between government and capital. Government is no longer merely the political arm of the capitalist class. Its economic interests are so intertwined with those of the capitalist class that government policy and corporation policy are one and the same. The need for external expansion of capital in order to halt its internal contraction takes on the form of an aggressive imperialism and of imperialistic competition. But this imperialism differs from the imperialism and colonialism of laissez-faire capitalism because capital competes for more than just raw material sources, privileged markets, and capital exports. It also fights for its very life as a private property system against new forms of capital production which are no longer subject to economic value relations and the competitive market mechanism. For Keynes, imperialism and war certainly affected the economy but were not an integral part of capitalism. For Marx, structural changes in capitalism, national as well as international, imply competitions, crises, imperialism, and war. The Second World War was quite obviously connected with the long depression period preceding it, and the current worldwide trend of supplementing economic force with political military means attests to the imperialist nature of modern capital competition. Although the miseries of war may not be regarded as the exclusive property of capitalism, their origins and their results are necessarily connected with the competitive character of international capital expansion. Imperialism may be described in political terms even though it finds its material basis in the requirements of capital accumulation. The current imperialist activities find their direct cause in the shifts of power relations brought about by World War II. At first sight, these shifts could lead only to a new war or to the acceptance of a world divided into two different systems of capital production, with separate spheres of interest dominated by the two strongest military powers, Russia and the United States. The second possibility seemed, however, unacceptable to the Western powers, even though it has in some manner constituted Western post-war policies. It was less obnoxious to Russia, confident as she was of her ability to attain security, and possibly supremacy, without the intervention of a Third World War. Aside from such preferences, however, and despite various adventures of the Cold War and even the Korean War, neither the East nor the West showed any real inclination to provoke a major war. Though often on the brink of war, both sides have thus far always retreated in time, leaving things more or less as they were. The West European nations, occupied with their recovery and with futile attempts to defend their foreign possessions, were not in a position to act upon the long-run needs of Western capitalism. The United States, emerging from the war as the strongest power, had to consolidate the Western world as a precondition for resuming effective international power politics. As it turned out, there was no really urgent need to deal with further Russian expansion or to deprive Russia of those spoils of war which the West, though with some unrealistic reservations, had agreed to allow her. Russia, too, weakened by the destruction and exertion of war, needed time to recover and consolidate her gains. The general inability to act upon the new problems posed by the post-war world expressed itself in the Cold War status quo. Everything else was based on hope, either that historical development would come to the aid of the East, or that human nature would reassert itself and restore the conditions of Western capitalism in the world at large. Both the East and the West have looked forward to a cumulative growth of the internal contradictions besetting each power bloc. The fact that Russia's satellites are a captive people and for that reason are a steady source of trouble to their new masters, and the possibility of arising differences of interest between Russia and China bolstered Western expectations of a possible disintegration of the Eastern power bloc. As soon as the expansion of the Eastern bloc was checked, whatever economic and political development went on in the world would by sheer necessity gravitate to the stronger power center. Whatever the merits of such expectations, they turned America's foreign policy into a continuous postponement of decisive political actions while awaiting a more favorable future. Stalinist Russia's policy, too, was permeated by the recurrent hope that peace would prevail despite, and because of, the Cold War. Stalin saw the capitalist world in 19th-century terms. To him, capitalist development was a crisis-ridden competitive process, setting nation against nation, and transforming economic rivalries into imperialistic wars. He felt, however, that for some time to come, the West was not ready to wage a new war against Russia. Western Europe was quite defenseless and the effects of the Chinese Revolution upon the whole of Asia put America at a strategic disadvantage despite her military might and superior productive power. This conviction was made apparent in the challenge of the Berlin blockade, in Russia's ruthless policy toward her satellites, in the covert support given to national liberation movements, and finally in the major test that the Korean War provided. By this time, however, the situation had already changed due to the partial recovery of Western Europe, the ebbing of the post-war revolutionary wave in Asia, and, last but not least, the altered character of Western capitalism itself. The immediate post-war situation could well suggest the recurrence of those very conditions that emerged out of World War I, a semi-permanent crisis for some countries and a general sharpening of international competition. The Potsdam Agreements promised to realize what the Versailles Treaty of 1919 had failed to do, and the destruction of German capitalism was bound to weaken the whole of Western Europe and produce new economic and political frictions within Western capitalism. Yet something different happened. Although national interests still dominated the policies of all capitalist countries, it was soon realized that only international power politics could safeguard those national interests, and that this required economic as well as political collaboration. This implied that economic policy remained the responsibility of governments, the permanent transformation of capitalism into government-manipulated capitalism, and the emergence of some degree of international cooperation affecting the whole of Western capitalism. The Korean Compromise clearly indicated that though the West was still not willing or ready to launch another world war, it was determined not to lose further ground to the Eastern Bloc. In 1954, the Korean Compromise was repeated in the Southeast Asia Compromise. The Southeast Asian peace spirit remained purely spiritual, however, even though the liberation movement came to a temporary halt. Whatever else comprised, the Russians pressed for a general solution of East-West differences in the direction of clearly demarcated and respected spheres of inter- and free-for-all economic competition in the as yet uncommitted parts of the world. Russia's readiness for compromise betrayed the post-Stalinist regime's fear of war and its real concern over the restiveness of satellite nations as well as over conditions in Russia proper. Prevention of war, the new Russian leaders realized, required more than the principle of Churchill's dictum, peace by mutual terror. It demanded not only that Russia and the United States come to terms, but that they mutually control the activities of other nations which might lead them inadvertently into general war. The apparent trend to the peaceful solution of imperialistic antagonisms in the wake of the Geneva Conference came to nothing. The world is simply beset by too many problems and particularistic interests, and neither Russia nor the United States has the degree of control over other nations which could secure peace under all circumstances. Because change and development go on relentlessly and affect the fortunes of the great powers, their own possible desire for peace remains a temporary inclination. The erosion of Western colonialism led to many national revolutionary movements which could not be controlled by either the West or the East. China, at any rate, could not be subjugated to Russian rule. Relations between China and Russia gave the lie to Western propaganda which depicted China as a colony of Russia. The ceaseless erosion of Western influence in underdeveloped areas must be arrested. Yet, short of military suppression, this can be done only by assisting a development detrimental to the economies of the Western world. In the American view, the end of Western colonial domination created a power vacuum in certain regions of the world, which the East will fill if the West does not. What is meant by vacuum here refers to the fact that hitherto controlled regions have been freed. The former colonies' possession of national self-determination leaves them open to internal and external communist aggression, so the West must step in and guarantee their independence. In other words, national self-determination cannot include a free choice of social systems and allies, although it may include preferences with respect to protecting Western powers. America's pose as an anti-colonial power in this special sense was not a deliberate policy to weaken her Western allies, though in fact it did so, but was adopted in the belief that it would strengthen the free world as a whole. To benefit the free world, the colonial powers were supposed to sacrifice special political administrative interests, and national revolutionary movements were to be induced to stay within the confines of Western capitalism. That any policy in the interest of the whole of Western capitalism benefits America especially was, after all, not the fault of the United States but is merely a consequence of international capital development. America's all-embracing view, which judges the needs of the world by the needs of American capitalism, includes, of course, numerous narrower special interests. American competition tends, or at any rate attempts, to drive out weaker capital entities wherever possible, thus there is a degree of truth in the assertion that by opposing the colonialism of other nations, America merely fosters her own. American foreign policy is not, however, exclusively determined by such narrow special interests. There is also the factor of her justified fear that continuous shrinking of the free world will come to affect the American economy itself and hasten the destruction of its private enterprise nature. It does not make much difference, then, whether the foreign holdings that have to be protected, and the foreign markets that have to be kept open, are of great or small importance. The point is to prevent, and if possible to roll back, any social movement or nation, which intends, or might intend, to restrict or abolish private enterprise capitalism. Until recently, national revolutionary movements have tended to gravitate to Russia to find protection and support. Now it is China, which, by its very existence, threatens to eliminate Western capitalism's shaky foothold in Asia by calling forth new national revolutionary movements that might preempt the present and future exploitation of Asian nations by Western capital. It is more China's Bolshevism than her nationalism which agitates America so greatly, even though it is the combination of the two which proves deadly to private enterprise. Quite independent of the meaning of these terms, the worldwide defense of freedom and democracy expresses America's chauvinism at home and her imperialism abroad. Bound to and taking pleasure in the realm of their own existence, America's ruling class cannot tolerate an expanding social system different from its own. It is no consolation that business may be carried on with state capitalist no less than private enterprise systems, for in the absence of private capital abroad, they see the harbinger of their own possible obsolescence at home. The ruling class hatred of state capitalist systems, which, rightly from their point of view, they equate with communism, is genuine. The purely ideological expression of this hate does not alter the fact that it stems from the very material advantages that fall to the privileged within the private enterprise system. It is not an empty, superstitious hate, but rather a capitalist class reaction to all social change that could be detrimental to private capital. Competition and national antagonisms lead to wars between capitalist nations. In a sense, war between state capitalist and private enterprise systems is also a form of international capital competition. But with this difference, that it involves not only economic interests of nationally organized capital groups but also the defense, or destruction, of different social structures. A civil war element enters the imperialist rivalries, even if this type of civil war is carried on not within but between nations. Anti-communism means opposition to any and all movements and aspirations that threaten either the existence or the future of private capital. To keep the world open to capitalist exploitation has been America's general policy since 1945. It springs directly from the expansion requirements of private capital and, short of the abolition of the market system, cannot be changed. Particular interests may be lost, as for instance the investments and business of Cuba, and similar interests may be preserved, as by the occupation of the Dominican Republic and the overthrow of governments in Guatemala and Iran. But the general policy must be directed toward extending America's role in world economy. Thus it must seek to prevent the rise of state capitalist systems in regions mapped out for capitalist exploitation. The imperialist imperative of capital expansion is often denied, European colonialism is ended and, it is said, imperialism no longer pays. Indeed, the time seems past when a few regiments could control hundreds of millions of people, and the returns from colonial rule are dwindling while the costs of empire are rising. The white man's burden has become an actual burden instead of a blessing. Although individuals and corporations still enrich themselves enormously, from an overall point of view colonialism pays less and less, so that, in part, the principle of profitability itself suggests a new approach to imperial rule. Imperialism by indirection appears more promising than 19th-century colonialism. In view of the national revolutionary movements, indirect control may be superior to direct control in the same way that the wage system proved superior to slave labor. Just as monopoly over the means of production is largely sufficient by itself to control the working class, so monopolistic control over the destiny of world economy may be enough to determine the behavior of nations subjected to it. In either case, of course, political military force stands ready to ensure the workings of the indirect methods of control, and while the latter do work they create the illusion of general consent. Although thus far Western capitalism has done very little to promote industrialization in the underdeveloped parts of the world, it is not opposed to such a development wherever it might prove profitable. It does not prefer the exploitation of its own laboring population to that of other nations, quite the contrary. There exists, then, an apparent contradiction between the need to keep the world open for free enterprise and the refusal of free enterprise to avail itself of its opportunities. But this contradiction merely reflects the contradiction of capital production itself. It is not different from the contradiction that bursts into the open with any capitalist crisis, namely, that production comes to a halt in spite of the fact that the needs of the vast mass of the population are far from being satisfied. Production is slowed down not because there is too much of it but because it be unprofitable. Still, it will not enter the minds of the capitalists that their inability to increase production is reason enough to abdicate in favor of a different social system capable of coordinating social production to actual social needs. Nor will it enter their minds that because they have not industrialized the world and are, apparently, incapable of doing so, they should leave the world to others who presumably can do so by employing principles of social production different from those of private capital. Just as they defend their control, each particular country irrespective of their own performance, so will they defend it in the world at large. As there is no chance of breaking the capital monopoly of the long-established capitalist powers by way of market competition, the industrialization of underdeveloped nations must proceed in opposition to the capitalist world market relations, on a nationally organized, not a free enterprise, basis. This possibility, however, is open only to larger countries, such as Russia and China, where some degree of self-sufficiency is possible. In most underdeveloped countries, national independence does not alter their dependence on the developed capitalist nations, unless opportunities arise for aligning their economies with those of the large-scale state capitalist systems. Having already been integrated into the capitalist world market, and being incapable of a self-sustaining existence, they remain, as so-called third world countries, objects of foreign exploitation and imperialist competition. The national revolutionary exertions of such countries are dissipated in internal power struggles, instead of being utilized in an actual reorganization of their socio-economic structures. They gain a measure of political control without losing their economic dependence upon the imperialist powers. Even the militantly socialist leaderships, it has been noted, are very careful not to jeopardize their economic survival by nationalizing foreign enterprise, lest they kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The usual course for the socialist governments has been the kind of tactic adopted in Ghana, where the rate of company tax was stiffened, wage increases of 20% were insisted on, plus an increased investment locally of 60% of net profits after tax. Since this left the mining companies still with dividend rates of 45%, the prospect did not terrify them. The companies now scrupulously steer clear of any suggestion of direct interference in the national economy, and are rapidly indigenizing their staffs. But the colonial character of the economy remains. 5. However, the continued indirect economic domination of the less developed nations by Western capital offers no solution for the actual needs of the vast mass of their populations, nor will it solve the basic problem of profit for Western capital. All that it may do is to sustain longer the disintegrating capitalist world economy. This will require the brutal suppression of all resentment caused by growing and unrelieved social misery. It is quite safe to predict that, at least in the underdeveloped part of the world, the prevailing misery will lead to ever new rebellions against the dominating foreign powers and their native collaborators, whether they belong to traditional ruling classes or to new ruling classes tossed up by the anti-colonial movements. The colonialism of old is over, it is true. But it has been replaced by a system of neocolonialism, in which nations that are nominally independent continue to be exploited by foreign capital. Within this setting, the contest between the state capitalist and private enterprise systems for an increasing share of world production and trade necessarily concerns itself with the future of the as yet uncommitted nations of the Third World. If these nations should transform themselves into state capitalist systems, they would prevent a further penetration of private capital into their economies and get a measure of control over their trade relations which would restrict or even exclude their exploitation by the capitalist nations. This would hamper the expansion of private capital and enlarge the socialist world, leading to a more rapid general transformation of capitalism from its private property to its state-organized form. Imperialism is thus not only an instrument of exploitation and aggrandizement, for the West, it is the only instrument with which to safeguard the future of private capital. Like the old colonialism, neocolonialism is practiced not in the interests of the imperialist nation as a nation, but in the interests of its ruling class, and to the special benefit of that powerful segment of that class which operates internationally and co-determines foreign policy. What is the real value of their Indian dominion to the British nation and people, Marx once asked, for directly, that is in the shape of tribute, of surplus of Indian receipts over Indian expenditures, nothing whatever reaches the British treasury. Such being the case, it is evident that the advantage of Great Britain from her Indian Empire must be limited to the profits and benefits which accrue to individual British subjects. Against all this a very large offset is to be made. The military and naval expenses paid out of the pockets of the people of England on Indian account have been constantly increasing with the extent of the Indian dominion. Add to this the career of endless conquest and perpetual aggression in which the English are involved by the possession of India, and it may well be doubted whether, on the whole, this dominion does not threaten to cost quite as much as it can ever be expected to come to. 6. The fact that the costs of N became far greater than the returns was one reason that direct subjugation was replaced by neocolonialism. Although the returns from colonialism accrue to individuals while its costs are carried by all taxpayers, the difference between costs and returns finds a limit in the limitations of subsidization by way of tax. Until these limits are reached, the fact that the income from colonial exploitation may be less than the national expense involved, far from deterring colonial activities, will rather spur them on in the expectation of a final reversal of the imbalance. It is not just to safeguard the returns of special interests, for instance, that the American government accepts the so much larger costs of its widespread foreign interventions. It pays the latter in the hope of increasing the former. This might be, and most probably is, a hopeless task, so that the whole imperialistic effort may accomplish nothing more than safeguarding the returns of special interests, if even that. But the probability of such negative results does not free the capitalist nations from the compulsive need to operate on an international scale. Even an isolationist, non-imperialistic America would be forced to subsidize its dominant capital groups by way of government purchases, if only to avoid the depression conditions of capital stagnation. These subsidies have to come out of total production. The returns of subsidized capital imply the social costs of waste production. This is precisely the dilemma which capitalism tries to overcome by external expansion. Imperialism projects the national dilemma to the international scene. But there is a difference. If waste production in the form of expenditures for imperialistic purposes should result in the creation of conditions for an accelerated private capital expansion, the future returns may well exceed the present costs. In that case, the production of waste would have turned out to be the instrument for the production of capital, the necessary expense of an increased exploitation, as has been true for all previous imperialistic activity. Whereas waste production on a national scale merely increases the difficulties of capital expansion of which it is itself an expression, waste production by way of war might bring about structural changes of world economy and shifts of political power relations conducive to a new period of capital expansion for the victorious capitalist powers. Such cynical notions rest on the illusion that capitalism in general, and American capitalism in particular, has no historical boundaries. But even if they recognize the trend towards the progressive dissolution of the market system, capitalists can only act as if the trend was non-existent, or could be halted and reversed. Being in fact determined by the trend, their activities become increasingly imperialistic, in order to contain and, if possible, to destroy socio-economic systems different from their own. The more mixed their own economies become, the more urgent becomes the need to arrest the spread of nationalization and socialization within the world economy, not only to gain more control over it but also to limit government-induced production in their own countries. It is for this reason that the mixed economy remains geared to war and mobilization for war. Indeed, the mixed economy is nothing other than the capitalist economy as a semi-permanent war economy. What during the Depression appeared at first as a possible solution to the economic problems of the market system, now displays itself as an added cause of capitalist imperialism. However, the consequences of war are bound up with the forces of production. These forces now make possible the destruction of most of the world and its population, which seems to preclude the utilization of war for purposes of capital accumulation. Shortly after World War II, it was still possible to look upon war as a new industry capable of solving capitalist problems, including that of pecuniary profits. The destruction of the European economy, it was said, has solved the problem of effective demand for the American economy. During the Depression we got nowhere. The great lack was the absence of effective demand. Lately, these demands have been created out of sheer necessity, and, we are in a dawn of the greatest industrial era this country ever had. 7. This kind of optimism cannot prevail in view of the destructiveness of modern warfare, which may well include the use of atomic weapons. However, it is not possible to proceed rationally in an irrational world. The recognition that war can no longer solve the problems that harass the capitalist world does not change a behavior pattern which may, at any time, issue into war. No capitalist desired the losses of depression, yet the relentless competition for capital nonetheless led into crisis and depression. In other words, normal behavior caused the abnormality of the crisis. It is no different with regard to war. The relentless drive to gain or to retain political and economic dominance is the outcome and sum total of all the asocial behavior that characterizes social life under capitalism. The recognition that war may be suicide, which is by no means unanimous, does not affect the drift towards a new world war. Those who make political decisions are no less trapped in this cul-de-sac than are the emasculated and indifferent masses. Simply by making the right decisions, as determined by the specific needs of their nations and the security of their social structures, they may destroy themselves and a large part of the world. Foreign policy in the post-war world has been essentially nothing but preparation for war, and only the perspective of war made possible that measure of collaboration which the Western alliances manifested. Aside from this, there has been no policy at all, just that impenetrable amalgam of contradictory actions and reactions by which uncounted special interests try to assert or defend themselves. America's post-war policy consists of the Truman Doctrine, the Marshall Plan, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the Korean War, the Caracas Declaration, the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty, the Mutual Treaty with Taiwan, the Baghdad Pact and the Eisenhower Doctrine, a foreign policy made consistent by the actuality or expectancy of war. The defense of Western capitalism is generally expressed in political ideological terms. Communist aggression is fought not to make money, at any rate not immediately, but to defend freedom even where it does not exist, freedom being presumably understood in terms of democratic institutions such as prevail in the United States and Western Europe. The outcome of World War II assured a rapidly developing American interest in the nations of Southeast Asia. The collapse of nationalist China only gave it greater urgency. Because of its ideology, it was said by an American policymaker, Communist China is a model, so to say, of domestic totalitarianism, in complete contrast to the sort of development that we believe would foster the true welfare of these countries. Although we seek no preferred economic position in this area, our policy seeks to deal with the central aggressive communist power and its satellites by preventing their expansion as the first and essential step towards whatever relationship may later evolve. 8. China must be contained, that is, the nations of Asia and Southeast Asia must be prevented from leaving the Western fold. Given the weak position of the rising native bourgeoisie, it is clear that the political structures of emerging nominally democratic nations are as authoritarian as they are in the nominally communist nations. Both communism and democracy are here purely ideological terms, indicating no more than two different developmental tendencies, the one towards state capitalism and away from Western domination, the other towards a market economy to be kept in the neocolonial structure of Western capitalism. To make the second course prevail requires at times the physical presence of American military power and the return to old-style colonialism. The war in Southeast Asia, according to Secretary of State Dean Rusk, not only is a moral imperative but also is necessitated by national interests. Within the next decade or two, he has said, there will be 1 billion Chinese on the mainland, armed with nuclear weapons, with no certainty about what their attitude toward the rest of Asia will be. Now from a strategic point of view, it is not very attractive to think of the world cut in two by Asian communism, reaching out through Southeast Asia and Indonesia, which we know has been their objective, and that these hundreds of millions of people in the free nations of Asia should be under the deadly and constant pressure of the authorities in Peking, so that their future is circumscribed by fear. Now these are vitally important matters to us, who are a Pacific and an Atlantic power. After all, World War II hit us from the Pacific, and Asia is where 2/3 of the world's people live. So we have a tremendous stake in the ability of the free nations of Asia to live in peace, and to turn the interests of people in mainland China to the pragmatic requirements of their own people, and away from the doctrinaire and ideological adventurism. 9. However, America is not only a Pacific but also a capitalist power, and it is as such that she desires a peaceful capitalist Asia, because America cannot do what she suggests the Chinese should do, namely concentrate upon the pragmatic requirements of her own people. State capitalism and the mixed economy. While Marx's theory of accumulation covers the mixed economy, it seems to lose its validity for the completely controlled capitalist economy, i.e., State capitalism or state socialism as represented by the so-called communist societies of the Eastern Power Bloc, where government decisions and economic planning determine production, distribution, and development. These societies are not the product of a slow transformation from a mixed to a state-directed economy but are the direct outcome of war and revolution. In practice, they have continued and extended the state-directed wartime economy. Theoretically, they regard their activity as the realization of Marxian socialism. This is somewhat plausible because they adhere to an orthodox interpretation of Marxism which sees in private property relations the main, or only, condition of exploitation. Actually, the conditions which Marx expected to result in the expropriation of capital did not even exist in the industrially underdeveloped nations engaged in social revolution. Their leaders were convinced, however, that total state control over all of the economy would bring about a more rapid capital development than would be possible under competitive market relations, and that this more rapid development under the auspices of socialist governments would enable a slow transition to socialism. The development of capital production in the name of socialism or communism is a paradox too far-fetched to have entered Marx's mind. Yet from the vantage point of the present it is not strange at all. Although constructed with an eye on England which, at that time, represented capitalism in its most advanced and purest form, Marx's model of capital production represented neither the national nor the world economy but was an imaginary system of basic capital-labor relationships. The actual development of capitalism brought with it a variety of more or less developed capitalist nations, colonization, and imperialism. Yet the world economy was inextricably interconnected with, and dependent upon, capital expansion in the dominating capitalist nations. In underdeveloped countries, revolutionary theory had to relate itself not only to still existing pre-capitalist conditions but also to the overriding capital-labor relations that dominated world economy. As there was no way to develop new independent national economies except in opposition to the monopolistic powers and their fetishistic capital expansion, the ruling capitalist ideology could not serve national revolutionary needs in backward countries, the less so as their own pre-capitalist ruling classes secured their existence in close collaboration with the imperialist powers. Even though it could serve no more than national capital development, the revolutionary ideology had to be an anti-capitalist ideology. And as the carriers of this ideology operated in the 20th and not in the 18th century, their concept of progress by way of capital production was no longer associated with private enterprise and general competition but with the highly concentrated mixed or state-controlled economy of modern capitalism. Able only to reach those social conditions that Marxian socialism intended to eliminate, they could see themselves as Marxists by assuming an engagement in two revolutions at once, the bourgeois revolution which created the capital-labor relations of modern industry, and the socialist revolution, which prevented the determination and utilization of this development by private capital. Though carried out in the name of Marx, the state capitalist, or state socialist, revolutions would be better described as Keynesian revolutions. What is usually designated as the Keynesian revolution is Keynes' recognition and acceptance of the fact of intensive state interventions in the economy. It is only because of Keynes' preoccupation with mature capitalism that the application of his theory has a reformatory rather than a revolutionary connotation. But as a measure of reform, stopping at the mixed economy, it is self-defeating, for it slows up but does not prevent the destruction of the private enterprise system. Arising at the same time as the mixed economy, the state capitalist system may be regarded as Keynesianism in its most consistent and most developed form. It is not a mixed economy in the limited Keynesian sense of safeguarding private capital by way of government controls. But it is a mixed economy in the projected wider sense of a comprehensive socialization of investments, geared to the promise of alleviating the prevailing inequitable distribution of wealth and income by leaving it to the common will, embodied in the policy of the state, to determine how far it is safe to stimulate the average propensity to consume in a full employment, crisis-free economy. Moreover, state capitalism remains a mixed economy by being part of a world economy still largely determined by private profit production, and by virtue of the fact that it is marked by all the antagonisms that characterize private capital production except that of private profit appropriation. Whereas the mixed economy in the narrow Keynesian sense is limited by the nature of private profit production, in its wider sense, as a complete state capitalist system, it is limited by international capital competition. In theory, state capitalism should allow for a nationally planned determination of both the volume and the direction of production. The kind of planning actually undertaken is, however, determined by the needs of capital production within a setting of international capital and power competition. The possible advantages of complete government control can be only partly enjoyed, and the fate of the state capitalist economy remains bound to the fate of capitalism in general. Its economic expansion is not of the type which characterized the rise of capitalism but of the type characteristic of its decline. Overproduction in the form of waste production in a relentless power competition now accompanies the early stages of capital formation and even that of primitive accumulation. As in the capitalism of old, the accumulation of capital, not the real needs of the producers, determines the direction of production. As capital formation is a concern of government in the mixed as well as in the state capitalist system, what, in the Keynesian view, divides capitalism from socialism is merely the degree of government control. But as capitalism, according to Keynes, has the tendency to socialize itself, socialism is now defined as a fully socialized capitalism. In this sense, state capitalism represents socialism and is generally recognized as such by spokesmen of the Marxist and anti-Marxist camps. The dissolution of the private property system through capital concentration in corporations, some of which are units which can be thought of only in somewhat the way we have heretofore thought of nations, one changed the capitalist economy into something which differs from the Russian or socialist system mainly in its philosophical content. To contrariwise, it can also be argued that if the word capitalism is still used for the economies of the Western world, it ought not be used to describe only the private ownership of capital, it ought to describe any community which believes in steadily increasing its wealth-creating capacity by a constant investment of resources in productive capital. So defined, there is nothing controversial about capitalism, since the leading examples in today's world of progress by capital are the United States and the Soviet Union. 3. Already during the Great Depression, President Roosevelt realized that what we are doing in the United States are some of the things that are being done in Russia and even some of the things that are being done under Hitler in Germany. But we are doing them in an orderly way. For because of the affinity of the mixed to the state capitalist economy, their actual enmity is now largely related to philosophical differences that are supposed to determine their political institutions but not their socio-economic structure. To be sure, orthodox Marxism maintains that the mixed economy is still the capitalism of old, just as orthodox bourgeois theory insists that the mixed economy is a camouflaged form of socialism. Generally, however, both the state capitalist and mixed economies are recognized as economic systems adhering to the principle of progress by way of capital accumulation. During the Great Depression, Keynes deviated from this principle and envisioned an early change of emphasis from investment to consumption in a society of capital abundance which would render superfluous the socialism conceived by its founders and adherents. It was precisely this deviation which distinguished his theory from the orthodoxy of his contemporaries. After the war, however, bourgeois theory insisted again on an accelerated rate of capital formation. The extraordinary progress in Russia, with its distinct capitalistic tendency, has contributed to this general change of attitude and has greatly impressed the rest of the world. Never before has a people imposed upon themselves such severe restrictions in order to accumulate savings to be converted into real capital. It is now clearly realized that this immense display of Russian power is based on an abundant supply of capital created by an abnormal reduction in current consumption. Everywhere, people are demanding an economic policy which will lead to a progress similar to that in Russia. 5. While in the capitalistically less developed nations this masochistic demand comes to the fore in various attempts to emulate the Russian example, in the highly developed capitalist nations it takes the form of frantic attempts to reach Russia's higher rate of capital formation. It also brought the question of growth to the forefront in a rather shamefaced return to political economy, which characterizes current bourgeois economic theory and practice in its new concern with the macroscopic aspects of the economy and its dynamics. However, contrary to Marxian theory, bourgeois theory holds that capitalism has proved to be reformable and is now securely on its way to solving all remaining social problems. There is, then, no need to see in the class struggle the motive force of social development, or even to approach still existing social evils from a class position. These evils may be dealt with as general human, not specifically social, problems. This point of view may, by the way, help explain the recent vogue of the socialist humanism of the young Marx, who considered the alienation of labor in capitalism a result of the alienation of man from his true nature. This un-Marxian Marx well fits the welfare state and can even be used in the ideological war against the ideological Marxism of the state capitalist adversary. At present, moreover, there exists a tendency to view the developments of both the Soviet and Western systems as converging, pointing to the eventual establishment of a socio-economic structure as much removed from free enterprise principles as from those of the regimented economy. The Soviet system does not remain the same, it is said, and neither does the Western system. Both are moving and the movements are, generally, converging ones. 6. It is no longer true, the argument goes on, that the systems are diametrically opposite, they have already many features in common, elements from each can be combined, leading to new mixed systems. 7. But while both systems undoubtedly agree on the importance of capital formation, they disagree on the far more important question as to what particular social layers are to be its beneficiaries. As regards this question, nationalized capital is the opposite of private capital, even though, as regards the producers, both forms of capital production thrive on exploitation. This common point encourages the empty hope for their eventual convergence, but they remain divided on all other issues. The nationalized economy is no longer a market economy, even though it may retain, or reintroduce, some quasi-market relations subordinated to overall government control. Good or bad, it can actually plan its production and distribution, although the nature of the planning itself is co-determined by internal necessities, the world market, and the changing requirements of imperialist competition. The strictness of the opposition between private and government ownership of means of production, between market-determined and consciously regulated capitalist economy, seems to be contradicted by the existence of the mixed economy and its projection onto the international scene as a possible harmonious coexistence of different social systems. Yet an indefinite peaceful coexistence of state capitalist and market-oriented economies is no less illusory than the indefinite existence of the mixed economy as a market economy. In fact, it is precisely the advancing state control in the private enterprise economies which accentuates the conflict between the two different capitalistic systems. The wars between identical capitalist systems have made it clear that capital competition turns into imperialistic competition and that wars would occur even if there were not a single state capitalist nation. The Second World War demonstrated the feasibility of temporary alliances between state capitalist and liberalistic systems of capital production, but it demonstrated at the same time their fundamental irreconcilability, based not merely on newly arising imperialistic interests but also on the difference between their social structures. Far from bringing traditional capitalism closer to state-controlled economies, the advent of the mixed economy intensifies the enmity between the two, if only to curtail the expansion of state control in the market economies. Capitalism will not turn itself into state capitalism, and it would be just as difficult to make a state capitalist revolution as it is to make a socialist revolution. Since a conscious organization of social production presupposes the expropriation of private capital, the transformation of the mixed economy into state capitalism can only be a revolutionary, not an evolutionary, process. In thought, of course, it could be otherwise. In a democracy, it is not entirely inconceivable that a government may come to power committed to the slow or rapid nationalization of industry. But such a government would be a revolutionary, anti-capitalist government, insofar as capitalism is identified with private ownership of the means of production. In order to realize its program, it would be forced to displace the market system by a planned system. As far as the capitalists are concerned, this would be their death warrant, and it is not easily conceivable that they would accept it without protest. Most likely, the complete nationalization of industry would lead to civil war. It is fear of the social consequences of extensive nationalization which prevents those ideologically committed to it from actually attempting its realization. Although there is no precedent, it is not inconceivable that a state capitalist system could be instituted with capitalist consent. The mixed economy would then have been a step in this direction. Keynesian reforms and political movements associated with them may bring about a social climate in which the nationalization of essential industries may appear inescapable, or even a good thing to a majority of capitalists. Arrangements may be made to safeguard property rights in terms of income while delegating control of production to national agencies. Various socialization schemes, based on capital compensation, are aimed toward this end, to be achieved within the legal structure of political democracy. Nationalization of industry, however, no matter how capital owners may be compensated, amounts to their abdication as a ruling class, unless, of course, they regain this position as members of government. Compensations are based on the value of the capital turned over to the state. But accumulation now becomes the accumulation of national capital, and decisions over the employment of surplus value become the decisions of government. Compensation comes out of surplus value but cannot be productively accumulated to private account. The income it represents is secured by nothing but the goodwill of government, and the latter may at any time repudiate this claim to unearned income and complete the expropriation of private capital. Whether by consent or by revolution, the nationalization of capital ends the class rule of private capital. The disciples of state capitalism can, if they wish, have an easy time recognizing the inconsistencies and aimlessness of the neoliberalism of the mixed economies. They can point to the fact that capitalism is continuously changing in the direction of state capitalism. For a long time, however, they were not willing to conceive of peaceful abdication by power groups in the interest of the general developmental trend. The Bolsheviks, for instance, never had the illusion of a frictionless side-by-side development of capitalism and socialism, nourished by the war alliances between democratic and totalitarian nations and by the growing similarity between the Keynesian welfare state and the state capitalist system. They were convinced that the transformation of a partly controlled social system of capital production into authoritarian state capitalism involved social struggles, and if they envisioned a future world unity, they saw it in the image of their own social system, and thus defended the latter as much for the sake of world revolution as for its own sake. Convinced of their progressive calling, theirs is an optimistic attitude, and their policy is dynamic in contrast to the neoliberal attempt to arrest the development at whatever particular point it happens to find itself. Of course, like any social group, the Bolsheviks too can blow hot or cold. Coexistence allows for a variety of interpretations, and so does the content and strategy of Marxism. The latter has often been played down. This was the policy during the Second World War, for instance, to allow the Grand Alliance to discover a previously non-existent harmony between Russia and the anti-Nazi Western world, and this policy also suited Russia's internal needs, as she required at that time a return to traditional ideologies to support the war of national liberation. On the other hand, with the end of the war and the extension of Russia's power, the oppositional character of Bolshevik ideology and practice was stressed once more, and Russian communism was revived with the help of Western anti-communism. But at the time of Stalin's demise, Russia took the initiative in attempting to moderate the world's situation. In view of the precarious international situation and the still more precarious conditions in Russia, Stalin's death was an event capable of leading to great disturbances internally and abroad. His successors sought a reduction of tensions in both areas, in the first, by scrapping the internal course planned by Stalin VIII; in the second, by an apparent willingness to open the socialist market to capitalist trade. 9. Concord between Russia and the Western world is, of course, the hope of people horrified by the prospect of a new and more devastating war, and of those who envision a future reconciliation between East and West on economic grounds. They recognize that any rapport demands decisive changes in both the East and the West, and they try to help them along by developing the appropriate ideology. They tend to believe that the industrialization of totalitarian nations and their increasing ability to trade will transform them into more democratic systems more akin to modern welfare capitalism. A partial abandonment of Marxism is urged upon the Russians in the interest of their own survival and final success. Marxism for our time, it is said, exhausts itself in a full employment program, though not necessarily in the Keynesian fashion. But as private capital relations are declining anyway, there is no need to stress the inevitable. The general trend in the direction of a regulated economy will on its own accord serve Bolshevism better than a senseless harping on bygone issues of expropriation and capitalist collapse. And if the Russians are not able to change their ideology, they should at least grant others what they deny themselves. Marxist propaganda in the old capitalist countries, it is pointed out, would not necessarily lose in impressive strength were it clearly stated to non-Russians, non-Chinese, etc., that the further evolution of their national ways of life cannot simply be derived from the experiences made by civilizations with a completely different background. 10. In this view, Bolshevik propaganda would be more successful if the claims for maximum realization of the original Marxist pattern were dropped, because with the receding of the egalitarian approach in the Marxist camp, the desire for wholesale nationalization, as distinct from that of the commanding heights of economics, has lost its raison d'etre. 11. By looking at the hands of Bolshevism rather than its mouth, Western capital may then find little reason to oppose the totalitarians, because their social system seems not too different from the future of its own. This is not a one-sided matter, of course, for while the Western world tends to adopt many of the innovations of state capitalism, the Bolshevik East seems to adapt itself to the ways of the West. Thus some ideas which sprang from early communist preferences but proved difficult to apply have been given up. It is no longer held that workers can manage productive units by themselves, that all incomes should be more or less equal, or that money is superfluous. Incomes are geared to productivity and money concepts are increasingly used in planning. Interest, though not recognized as a possible source of private income, has gradually been accepted as representing a real cost element. The value of an international exchange of products has been increasingly understood and some autarkic preferences weakened. Some decentralization in economic decision-making has been introduced and consumption has been given more attention in the new party program. Mathematical methods in economic planning, at first considered bourgeois, are now increasingly applied. 12. However, just as it is highly improbable that in the absence of social revolution, the market economy will slowly transform itself into a planned economy, so it is equally improbable that a once nationalized economy will return to capitalist market relations. The restoration of the market would mean the restoration, de facto if not de jure, of private capital. In the Western capitalist nations there exists the false concept of a people's capitalism, by which is meant a system wherein a wide dispersal of stock ownership results in a division between the ownership and the control of capital. The alleged divorce between ownership and control supposedly turns the non-owning managers of industry into acting capitalists. If the functions of the capitalists can be exercised by management without ownership, the rewards of ownership may also become the rewards of management. Although hardly likely, it is not inconceivable that the managers of Russian industry, in collaboration with the government and with the consent of large layers of the population, might proceed to restore a competitive market economy based on profit production, in the sense that each enterprise would operate as any private enterprise does in the West. As before, government would siphon off the equivalent of its own requirements from both paid and unpaid labor by way of taxes. But this would constitute a private capitalist counter-revolution under the guise of a managerial revolution, and would at once reintroduce into the Russian economy all the contradictions which are immanent in competitive private capital production. 13. What a private enterprise economy can engage in, short of social revolution, is a form of pseudo-planning, and what the nationalized economy can restore, short of social counter-revolution, is some sort of pseudo-market. Either case, that of spurious planning or that of spurious market competition, indicates the existence of difficulties within the market system or within the planned economy. In combating these difficulties, however, the use of instrumentalities which, despite their possible temporary usefulness, are foreign to the respective systems and their special needs will have to be arrested in time if the system's basic characteristics are to be secured. There is no congruency between the planned and the market systems, even though some economic technical arrangements, in distinction to socio-economic relations, may be common to both. All the state capitalist systems resemble the capitalist market economy in their maintenance of capital-labor relations and their use of capitalistic business methods. Instead of being owned by capitalists, the means of production are now controlled by governments. The latter set a certain value, in money terms, on productive resources and expect a greater value, in money terms, following the intermediary of production. Money wages are paid to the workers, whose function it is to create a value greater than that represented by their wages. This surplus is allocated in accordance with the decisions of governments. It feeds the non-working population, secures national defense, takes care of public requirements, and is reinvested in additional capital. All economic transactions either are exchange transactions or appear as such. Labor power is sold to management of some enterprises and wages by commodities from management of other enterprises. There is quasi-trade between the management of some enterprises and the management of other enterprises, like that which is carried on between the various divisions of large corporations in all capitalist nations and which reaches its complete form in the fully centralized state economy. Formally, there is not much difference between private enterprise and state-controlled economies, except for the latter's centralized control over the surplus product. All actually existing state-controlled systems were, or are, to be found in capital-poor nations. The first requirement of such nations is the formation of capital, a presupposition for their national independence and a precondition for the intended socialization of production and distribution. Bound more or less, depending on the country and its particular situation, to the capitalist international division of labor, they must relate their economies to world market conditions and partake in international commercial competition. This limits or excludes any desire they may have not to make the money economy and its expansion the motive force of their activities. The socialization of the means of production is here still only the nationalization of capital as capital. Though private ownership no longer exists, the means of production still have the character of capital because they are controlled by government instead of being at the disposal of the whole of society. Although private capital accumulation is now excluded, the exploitation of men by men continues by way of an unequal system of distribution in both the conditions of production and the conditions of consumption. This inequality perpetuates competition as a struggle for the more lucrative positions and better paid jobs, and carries the social antagonisms of capitalism into the state capitalist system. State capitalism is still a surplus value producing system, but it is no longer a system which finds its regulation through market competition and crisis. The surplus product no longer requires market competition in order to be realized as profit, it derives its specific material character, and its distribution, from conscious decisions on the part of the state's planning agencies. That these decisions are co-determined by international economic and political competition and by the requirements of accumulation does not alter the fact that the lack of an internal capital market demands a centrally determined direct system of decision-making with regard to the allocation of the total social labor and the distribution of the total social product. Under these conditions, the use of quasi-market relations is a convenience, so to speak, not a necessity, even though it may have been forced upon the state capitalist systems by circumstances they were unwilling to resist. In the USSR, for example, the quasi-market relations provide enterprises with a quasi-autonomy, consumers with a quasi-freedom of choice of consumption, and workers with a quasi-choice of occupation. But all these quasi-market relations are subordinated to overall direction by government. Within definite limits, this restricted free play of market forces can be extended or contracted without seriously affecting the planning system as such. It is presently being extended, in the belief that this will make for greater efficiency without diminishing the effectiveness of the planning system. This involves some decentralization of the decision-making process and more self-determination for individual enterprises, in support of the overall direction of the economy as a whole. The goal is not to change the character of the economy but merely to provide it with greater profitability through a more extensive use of capitalistic techniques of incentives. Individual enterprises are given more leeway in determining their production processes, so as to fulfill and excel their planned production quotas. A greater regard for consumers' preferences is expected to aid production plans and to eliminate waste. Interest charges on borrowed capital are supposed to lead to greater rationality in investment decisions. Wage differences within the plant are left to some extent to the discretion of management. Portions of the profits made through higher productivity and improved organization may be retained by management and reflected in wage increases. These and other innovations are intended to accentuate what has always existed, namely, the use of capitalistic incentives in state capitalist economy. They do not affect the control of investments by government, nor its control of total social production and its division in accordance with the general plan. Wherever the outcome of these innovations does not suit the general plan, a government veto can change the situation either by decree or through a change in pricing policies. The limited free market can at any time be suspended by the real power relations which stand behind the pseudo-market relations. It should be obvious in any case that at a time when not even the private enterprise systems are able to exist except through extensive government intervention, no state capitalist system will find itself on the road of return to private enterprise. In fact, the only advantage of the latter over the former type of system consists in its complete control over economic affairs, which compensates for its economic ineffectiveness vis-a-vis the highly developed private capitalist systems. The state capitalist system does not suffer that particular contradiction between profitable and non-profitable production which plagues private property capitalism, and which offers it as an alternative to stagnation only its slow destruction. With this destruction already behind itself, the state capitalist system may produce profitably and non-profitably, without facing stagnation. Marxism and Socialism. Although often proclaimed as an established fact, the conjunction of free enterprise and government planning does not really produce a mixed economy. The combination of automatic market relations and conscious determination of production cannot be more than a side-by-side affair. In the course of development, one must come to dominate the other. This means the maintenance of either a competitive or a planned economy. But to avoid the transformation of the mixed economy into state capitalism, as we have seen, it is not enough to curtail its domestic development, for it is no longer possible to consider the national in isolation from the world economy. The general trend towards state capitalism must be halted because the continuous expansion of the one system implies the contraction of the other. And in fact the Cold War which agitates the world relates not to an evolving struggle between capitalism and socialism, but to a divergence of interests between partly and completely state-organized systems of capital production. Capitalism is no longer what it used to be, and socialism is not the anticipated classless society of Marxian theory. The current political and economic competition is rather between the mixed economy and state capitalism, and merely finds expression in the traditional ideologies that once separated capitalism from socialism. The identification of state capitalism with socialism was preceded by the identification of socialism with state capitalism. Revolutionary Marxism was the product of a period of development in which capital accumulation indeed meant increasing misery for the laboring population. Around the turn of the century, however, it became clear that in its decisive aspect the Marxian prognosis deviated from the real development, i.e., capitalism did not imply the continuous impoverishment of the industrial working class, and the workers themselves, far from becoming more class-conscious, were increasingly more satisfied with the improvement of their conditions within the capitalist system. This process reached its climactic expression in the First World War, in which nationalist ideology triumphed over class interest. Some socialists even regarded the wartime nationalization of capital and labor as the beginning of the end of class conflict, as the dialectic synthesis, containing and negating both labor and capital in a higher social entity. To others, however, this was merely the betrayal of Marxism by a corrupt labor bureaucracy. With the slogan "Back to Marx," the labor movement was split into radical and reformist wings. This division had been foreshadowed in earlier discussions centering around proposals to describe the social democratic practice honestly in bourgeois democratic terms instead of in an outdated Marxian phraseology. Social democratic revisionism had its basis in the relatively prosperous conditions that preceded World War I. Since this very prosperity was in the Marxian view only the harbinger of a new crisis, more consistent socialists pointed to the imperialist tensions at the turn of the century rather than to the growing class harmony which, at any rate, affected only a few advanced nations. The debate between reform and revolution, revisionism and orthodoxy, retained an academic character until war and revolution provided it with practical meaning. Marxian orthodoxy became identified with Lenin's Bolshevism, and the adjustments that the right-wing movement made in theory and practice turned it into an anti-Marxian movement, though its Marxian past was not denied. From then on, any discussion about Marxian problems was a discussion about the theory and practice of Bolshevism and its relation to the Marxian creed. The success of the Russian Revolution made possible an almost complete identification of a specific Russian version of Marxism with Marxism in general. The more the Russians stressed their Marxian orthodoxy, the more urgent it seemed to Western socialists first to oppose this orthodoxy and then to widen their distance from Marxism itself. Lenin's orthodoxy had its source in the adaptation of Western socialism to Russian conditions. It has often been pointed out that the Russian situation at the beginning of the 20th century was in many respects similar to the revolutionary state of Western Europe in the middle of the 19th century. Like Lenin at a later time, Marx had faced a belated bourgeois democratic revolution unable, or unwilling, to realize its own demands because of, first, the existing revolutionary potentialities of the working class, and second, the immediate need to fight the competitive advantages of earlier developed capitalist nations with national protectionism. This fight required close collaboration of the democratic bourgeoisie with their still largely reactionary governments. Marx's positive attitude towards bourgeois revolutions was based on the hope that the proletarian element in these revolutions might push them beyond the restricted goals of the bourgeoisie. The undeveloped character of Western capitalism in 1848 gave Marx's political theory a certain ambiguity with respect to the bourgeois and the proletarian revolutions. He could not help being greatly interested in the former, if only because it was a precondition of the latter. This ambiguity paved the way for the class collaborationist and social reformist Marxism of the Second International and, finally, for the theories of Bolshevism. In Lenin's view, the Russian bourgeoisie was even less able to carry through its own bourgeois democratic revolution than the Western European bourgeoisie had been, and thus the working class was destined to bring about both the bourgeois and the proletarian are in a series of social changes that would constitute a revolution in permanence. The 20th century Western labor movement, however, faced the choice between two different goals. It could seek a purely proletarian revolution, or it could follow the program of Marxian revisionism, and work for a slow transformation from capitalism to socialism by way of reforms. While the Marxism of 1848 no longer had meaning for the West, for Lenin it was a call to participate actively in the Russian Revolution and to engage in worldwide movements against backward as well as advanced capitalist nations. The new situation seemed to repeat the revolutionary situation of 1848 on a more grandiose scale, affecting not merely the European scene but the world at large. Instead of the earlier temporary alliances of proletarian internationalism with bourgeois democratic movements, there now existed a worldwide amalgam of revolutionary forces of a social and nationalist character. These forces might be led beyond their restricted goals to pursue socialistic ends. With regard to the Russian Revolution, however, Lenin's confidence in the validity of Marx's theory of revolution found only partial justification. True, the Russian democratic revolution yielded quickly to the Bolshevik dictatorship, but the revolution in permanence turned out to mean only the slow process of the consolidation and centralization of power in the hands of Lenin's party. The Bolsheviks were dedicated to maintaining their power position against dangers within and without, rather than to carrying out a world revolution determined to end all forms of backwardness and oppression. The focus of this dedication determined the character of the changes in the economic and political structure of Russian society. The critique of Bolshevism rests on the bourgeois, or capitalist, aspects of the Russian Revolution. For the social reformists, the Bolshevik dictatorship was an outrage. It was unnecessary, because democratic liberalism alone could bring progressive social changes, and, more than that, it was dangerous, because the type of social control it created threatened the even course of progress in the West. Lenin's dogmatism envisioned and enacted a program that went far beyond the need for democratic reforms, and, by doing so, it destroyed the very basis for a successful evolution from bourgeois to socialist society. A more interesting but less popular criticism of Bolshevism came from the left. The anti-Bolshevik, left-wing labor movement opposed the Leninists because they did not go far enough in exploiting the Russian upheavals for strictly proletarian ends. They became prisoners of their environment and used the international radical movement to satisfy specifically Russian needs, which soon became synonymous with the needs of the Bolshevik party state. The bourgeois aspects of the Russian Revolution were now discovered in Bolshevism itself. Leninism was adjudged a part of international social democracy, differing from the latter only on tactical issues. This evaluation of Bolshevism found support in the Leninist conceptions of socialism and of the role of the party in social actions. State capitalism, that is, the nationalization of the productive resources, was for Lenin the first and most necessary step in the social transformation process. Marx also spoke of the nationalization of the means of production, but for him this was only a revolutionary act undertaken as a prelude to the institution of socialism. For Marx, capitalism was private property capitalism, and where it seemed to lose its strictly private enterprise nature, as in state industries and even in the joint stock companies, he saw this as a partial abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production, a sign of that system's decay. He did not contemplate systems of state capitalism such as prevail in the so-called socialist part of the world. For Lenin, however, socialism is nothing but the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly, or, in other words, socialism is nothing but state capitalist monopoly which is made to serve the interests of the whole people and has to that extent ceased to be capitalist monopoly. One monopoly capitalism itself tended to turn into state capitalism, so that, in Lenin's view, the function of social revolutions consisted mainly in completing those developments already occurring. The reformists too thought that the development of capitalism would lead to some form of state capitalism which could then be transformed into socialism via existing democratic institutions. The situation in Western Europe gave even more credence to this idea than the rather backward conditions in Russia, which was largely agricultural. Precisely for this reason, Lenin believed in the Bolshevik dictatorship more firmly, assuming that the centralistic determination of economic development might be instrumental in bringing Russia nearer the advanced economies of the West. A liberal bourgeoisie, addicted to the traditional ways of capital accumulation, could not develop Russia's economy in this way. But the functions formerly assigned to private enterprise and competition were now the functions of the Bolshevik state. Appropriating part of the social product and allocating productive resources turned the party which had fought capitalist control over production and distribution into the controller of labor and capital. If the capitalist's peace of mind requires some form of general agreement on the indispensability of capital and private initiative, the new Russian situation needed a socialist ideology that could make the interests of the controllers and the controlled appear identical. Marxian ideology satisfied this need until the distinction between controllers and controlled hardened again into that of exploiters and exploited. The successful centralization of production and distribution secured by the power of the state may eliminate some of the social antagonisms of the private enterprise system, but new antagonisms of even greater magnitude arise through the polarization of society into controllers and controlled. In fact, the old antagonisms are not eliminated but only modified. The controlled majority can imagine, and in fact is told, that the control exercised over them serves their interests too. If this were actually the case, it would show up in the relationships between the authorities and the population at large, in politics, in field and workshop, and in the sphere of distribution. But nothing that would indicate a trend towards socialism is observable in Russia. There are excuses, of course, such as the Marxian proposition that socialism presupposes a high level of social production. This was in part contradicted by early Bolshevik theory, which held that central planning would improve living standards almost immediately, simply by enforcing equalization of consumption at the existing level of production. It was such arguments that induced the spokesman of the bourgeoisie to claim that all the Bolsheviks were able to create was an equalization of misery. Since only the miserable are inclined to believe in an equal sharing of a miserable situation, the Bolshevik elite soon realized that income differentiations serve as incentives for greater individual effort and thus are a blessing for all. This argument, which justifies the inequalities of capitalism on behalf of capital formation on the ground that the latter satisfies a social need, became Bolshevism's main excuse. In order to improve the life of all in the long run, it was necessary to improve that of some immediately. Capital competition was merely replaced by competition for social positions, highly remunerative either openly in money terms or in the hidden form of privileges. Presumably, these positions were allotted according to the social importance of the functions exercised by their recipients. To hasten productive development even more, both the positive incentives of power and income and the negative incentives of forced labor and terrorism were continually advanced. And the more the interests of the controllers and the controlled diverged, the more insistently did ideology proclaim their identity. While it at first expressed a general hope for the future, this socialist ideology became more and more an instrument of control in the present. Though still considered the organization of the transformation period, the new social structure soon presented itself as the desired status quo in need of defense against further change. The controllers no longer advocate changes in the basic social relations. Any promises which remain unfulfilled relate merely to the betterment of individual existence within the prevailing social structure. If the socialist state can be made secure against external foes and can develop its production, it is said, the day will come when all people will be able to consume more and work less. But differentiations in living standards will remain for a long time to come, until the final step from socialism to communism can be effected and the socialist principle, to each according to his work, can be changed into the communist principle, to each according to his needs. Meanwhile, there exists equality of opportunity, which makes the individual responsible for the improvement of his lot. Of course, this principle cannot be realized in a society of widespread labor division, unequal in all respects save that of opportunity, but as ideology it supports the inequalities in the socialist countries just as it does elsewhere. It is in fact the ideological expression of the reality of fierce competition for power and privilege. To compete is itself the privilege of a minority. The actions of the masses are controlled by a variety of organizations arrayed against them. By excluding all uncontrollable activities and expressions of social importance, the state perpetuates itself unaltered. And by giving permanence to its social relations and their ideological and terroristic bases, it retains every social contradiction that gave rise to it in the first place. In this way, totalitarian society reveals itself as one attempt among others to maintain the conditions of exploitation by modifying them. The unorganized control exercised by private capital is abolished in favor of the organized control of the whole of social life by the omnipotent state. At the same time, a parallel trend developed in the form of a strong tendency to idealize the new status relations associated with state control. This tendency serves to unify the privileged layers and to disorganize the exploited even more, since it raises the prestige value of advancements and opportunities which are not inconsiderable in times of social transformation and economic expansion. The direction and volume of production becomes increasingly more determined by the specific needs of the new ruling class. Scarcity will have to be maintained, whether objectively necessary or not, in order to secure a division of labor which leaves privileges intact despite all the existing equality of opportunity. Such a social system cannot reach that state of abundance which it supposedly desires. Indeed, it must make this abundance impossible in order to safeguard itself. However, this question has become purely academic because imperialist competition removes or mitigates the need for artificial scarcities. In this situation, the preservation of the conditions of exploitation appears as national defense. A society which could reduce its necessary labor to minimum would lose all objective reasons for social antagonisms. In all class societies, and this embraces all existing forms of capital-producing societies, the development of the social forces of production too will be stopped when it threatens to endanger the welfare and existence of the socially dominating class. Economic abundance would render the social class structure pointless. The expectation of socialism is based on the possibility of such an abundance, but it presupposes the elimination of social class relations. This condition cannot be achieved within either the mixed or the state capitalist economy. In distinction to the competitive Western economies, however, the centralized economies of Russia and her satellites do not seem to fear the consequences of automation. Their production and productivity are still below those of Western nations, and automation, to the degree possible under these conditions, could not lead to large-scale unemployment. Roughly half of Russia's population, for instance, is still engaged in agriculture and, in view of the size of the country and its population, there is a general lack of means of production, not to speak of consumers' durables or even plain consumers' goods. To be sure, highly automated industries also exist, but there are not as yet enough to raise the social average productivity to the level prevailing in the West. In principle, of course, the centralized nature of state capitalism allows for a wider application of automation to social production processes than is possible in the Western economies. And this, in turn, promises a quickening of automation concurrent with the general rise of productivity. Economic planning, for example, is one of the most important areas of application of cybernetics. While in the competitive economies planning implies counter-planning, in the centralized economies planning may be unitary, nationwide, and all-comprehensive. This is why many of the Western advocates of abundance through cybernation emphasize the need for national planning. Although the exploitative character of state capitalist social relations is fairly obvious, questions as to what particular social group constitutes its new ruling class are always raised anew. The answer may be found in the developmental process of capitalism itself, since state capitalism has adopted the relationship between capitalist and manager, and between ownership and control, from the modern corporation. In Marx's theory, the capitalist is not a creator of value but a consumer of labor power. He is a capitalist because he is freed from the actual laboring process. And just as at first the capitalist is relieved from actual labor so soon as his capital has reached that minimum amount with which capitalist production as such begins, so now, he hands over the work of direct and constant supervision of the individual workman, and groups of workers, to a special kind of wage labor. An industrial army of workmen, under the command of a capitalist requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and sergeants, foremen, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. 3. The latter retains leadership, but it is not because he is a leader of industry that a man is a capitalist. On the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist. 4. However, capital accumulation and the structural and technological changes associated with it freed, or deprived, capitalists in increasing measure of their industrial leadership. The deprivatization of capital by way of the credit system, stock companies, pyramid stock ownership, interlocking directorates, holding companies, bureaucratized management, and increasing governmental determination of production and capital expansion replaced the entrepreneurial capitalist with the managerial direction of industry. The manager's decisions are often not directly determined by capital owners, even though they continue to be determined by the principle of profitability. The perfectly bureaucratized giant industrial unit, wrote Joseph Schumpeter, not only ousts the small or medium-sized firm and expropriates its owners, but in the end it also ousts the entrepreneur and expropriates the bourgeois as a class, which in the process stands to lose not only its income but also what is infinitely more important, its function. 5. According to Marx, capital expansion is in the main the reproduction of capitalists and wage workers. He regarded the idea of some socialists that we need capital but not the capitalists quite wrong, for the concept of capital implies that the objective conditions of labor, though the product of labor itself, face the latter as persons, or, what is the same, appear as the property of other persons than the workers. The concept of capital contains the capitalists. 6. Although Marx recognized that the capitalist mode of production itself has brought matters to such a point that the labor of superintendents, entirely separated from the ownership of capital, walks the streets. 7. He saw the development of the management function as an indication that the capitalists had become as superfluous in production as they felt the money lenders and real estate owners to be. A director of an orchestra, Marx wrote, need not be the owner of the instruments of its members, nor is it part of his function as a director, that he should have anything to do with the wages of the other musicians. 8. However, today's typical capitalist is no longer that of whom Marx spoke, and Marx's manager has become something more than just a commanding officer acting on the owner's behalf. The modern manager is not Marx's property-less orchestra leader who has no say over wages. Though he may not own the instruments of production, he is certainly a buyer of labor power and an appropriator of surplus value. In contrast to the workers, he is capital personified, and under his auspices value expansion is still the production of capitalists and wage workers. It is only that the former class now comprises, in addition to the clearly distinguishable private capital owners, part owners, and quasi-capitalists as well. But all of these types, nonetheless, make up a definite class interested in perpetuating the exploitative wage system. The transfer of entrepreneurial functions to the manager and the superfluity of the capitalist alter nothing in the capitalist relations of production. Management functions are productive functions. The early capitalist was also a working capitalist. Exploitation requires labor. The wages, i.e. profits, which he claimed were equal to the amount of realizable surplus value extracted from his workers and did not depend upon the degree of his own exertions. The manager's reward, seen not as profit but as salary, is often larger than that of many capitalists. Most managers are also owners of capital stock, and thus exercise both capital and managerial functions. The manager's income in the form of salary, bonuses, and dividends, like the capitalist's profits, has no connection with any special value-creating ability he may possess. In fact, his position more often than not rises with his distance from productive work. The typical executive calls upon subordinates to perform managerial functions and restricts himself to broader policy-making decisions. His income reflects the prestige of the firm. It may not be out of line with its profits, but it is unrelated to the functions he performs. It is rather arbitrarily determined, constitutes a political wage so to speak, since it results from the manipulation within and between corporations and indicates, in some measure, the degree of control management has over the corporate stockholders. The great bulk of capital is owned by individuals in the form of securities, covering one or several corporate enterprises, and bought and sold as commodities on the stock market. To a large extent, capital ownership refers thus not to definite persons and their claims upon particular businesses and their profits, but to claims of successive persons upon a variety of businesses and their dividends. Both the capital itself and its part owners are impersonal. Generally, the part owners know no more about their property than its market prices and the profit expectations based thereon. The corporations themselves do not know the owners as persons, save abstractly in their numbers. There still exist, however, smaller businesses whose whole capital stays in the hands of definite persons and families, as well as very large businesses, in the extraction industries and in real estate in particular, where the whole assets are privately controlled. But the great mass of capital is concentrated in the larger corporations and has the form of widespread stock ownership. This type of ownership is in one way widely dispersed and in another very much concentrated. Although many people own some stock, a very few people own the great bulk of it. The spread of stock ownership has had no effect upon the distribution of the national income, which has remained proportionally the same in spite of the rapid rise in the number of share owners. Although the wide dispersal of stock ownership has been offset by its increasing concentration, the fact of the great number of stockholders gave rise to the concept noted above of people's capitalism, which projects eventual part ownership of the social capital for everyone. Meanwhile, however, in America, for example, only 2% of all share owners control about 58% of all common stock, and 1% of preferred stock owners control 46% of all preferred stock. Ownership in the large corporations is not identical with control. It is clear that there is no way for the 2 million stock owners of the American Telephone and Telegraph Company to exercise any kind of control over the company's transactions. The wide diffusion of stock ownership not only allows but demands minority control, and the greater the dispersal, the less stock is needed to maintain working control of a corporation. In theory, the stockholders ultimately control management through their legal right to dismiss unwanted managers. In practice, however, concentrated minority holdings, in combination with management, usurp all decision-making powers and can rarely, if ever, be challenged. Managers and directors of corporations are usually also shareholders. But their decision-making power comes not so much from their share ownership as from their possession of the managerial positions. This new type of capitalism allegedly concerns itself with the public interest rather than with profitability. The divorce of ownership from management supposedly subordinates the profit motive to the public good. According to Keynes, joint stock institutions, when they have reached a certain age and size, approximate to the status of public corporations rather than that of individualistic private enterprise. One of the most interesting and unnoticed developments of recent decades has been the tendency of big enterprise to socialize itself. A point arrives in the growth of a big institution, at which the owners of capital, i.e., the shareholders, are almost entirely dissociated from the management, with the result that the direct personal interest of the latter in the making of great profit becomes quite secondary. When this stage is reached, the general stability and reputation of the institution are more considered by the management than the maximum of profit for the shareholders. 9. Actually, it is the other way around. The whole of the national economy is utilized to support the profitability of the big corporations. Although ownership and control do not coincide in the modern corporation, there is normally no divergence of interest between the passive shareholders and the active business leaders. Both are equally devoted to maximizing the corporation's profit. As for capital generally, so also for corporate capital, its operations must be directed toward profit-making and the formation of capital. A lack of profitability, or losses, implies the eventual extinction of the organization. Nor can there be a difference of interests between the owners and the managers of a business, for the latter's position and income depends on the existence and thus on the profitability of the corporation under their management. For the managers to neglect the profit motive would mean to neglect their own interests. Actually, however, the managerial class forms the largest single group within the stockholding population, so that their interest in the profitability of corporate enterprise derives at once both from the side of management and from that of ownership. Although management and stockholders have the same interest in making profits, they may differ on the issue of their distribution. Management, which is usually composed of company directors and professional managers, may use its power position within the corporation to vote itself very large salaries, expense accounts, bonuses, stock options, and retirement pensions at the expense of the stockholders' dividends. Stockholders and managers may also differ on the question whether to retain or to distribute profits, and on long-term policies which affect the distribution of dividends. But none of these differences affect the profit motive of the corporation. Notwithstanding assertions to the contrary, the partial or even complete divorce of ownership from control alters nothing in the needs and necessities of corporations. The uncompensated expropriation of private capital through nationalization constitutes a radical break with the principle of private appropriation of surplus value. With the wage system unaltered, the state bureaucracy now constitutes a new ruling class and its members personify capital. In this system, the former relations between capital and management become relations between government and management. The state bureaucracy is as superfluous in production as the capitalists were formerly, but industrial managers have now less power than before. There is still some overlapping of management and control because of the intertransferability of government and management functions. But for management to retain the degree of power it has gained within the private enterprise system, national planning must be prevented, for management relates to specific enterprises and corporations and not to a national, much less international, planning of production and distribution. State capitalist regimes treat the manager more like Marx's orchestra leader, that is, as one wage worker among others. An opposition of interest between worker and manager still exists, of course, because of the institutional hierarchy which determines inequalities in power, income, and prestige. But to exploit this social division, managers would have to fight politically within the state apparatus or within the party, from which the state apparatus emerges and on which it is based. Such struggles could hardly serve the specific interests of one or another enterprise and its management. They could only serve them indirectly by a change of policy that affected the nation as a whole. It may be thought that managers as a group can demand special privileges, but to do that they would have to be indispensable, unassailable, and organized. They have none of these qualities. The decisive power in the state capitalist system rests with the coercive force of government, in its control over the military and the police. Having this, the government has absolute control over all social groups, including the managers. To affect the decisions of government means to infiltrate into and to assume control over the state apparatus or the party. All open sectional struggles, if possible at all, thus become struggles for the control of government and, within the government, for the displacement of some persons by others. Because the capitalization process under the wage system demands an industrial as well as a political hierarchy, management is, in a sense, an extension of government control in production. The managers' functions are geared to maximum production and their salaries are tied in with this goal. Control over the national capital, theoretically on behalf of society, practically on behalf of a new ruling class, places both economic and political power in the hands of the state. This close coordination of economic and political power does not exist in the free or even the mixed forms of capitalism, where political force is largely reserved for emergencies, as economic control is generally sufficient to secure the exploitation of labor. While destroying traditional capitalism, the new combination of political and economic coercion strengthens the capitalist mode of production. Whatever the particular arrangements, wage labor characterizes the state capitalist system just as it characterizes that of private enterprise. And, as Marx points out, no form of wage labor, even though one may be less obnoxious than another, can do away with the misery of wage labor itself, or, for that matter, with the class determination of production and distribution. Value and socialism. Lenin's Marxism did not express the practical necessities of the modern international, anti-capitalist class struggle, but was determined by conditions specific to Russia. Russia required not so much the emancipation as the creation of an industrial proletariat, and not so much the end of capital accumulation as its acceleration. The Bolsheviks overthrew Tsarism and the Russian bourgeoisie in the name of Marx and by revolutionary means, only to become themselves a dictatorial force over the workers and peasants. And this in order to lead them, eventually, by way of intensified suppression and exploitation, into socialism. Lenin's Marxian orthodoxy existed only in ideological form, as the false consciousness of a non-socialist practice. When dealing with the questions of the socialist organization of the economy, Lenin's proposals were therefore almost exclusive of a pragmatic type, and no attempt was made to relate them to Marxian theory. Of all the socialists who have written about socialism, Lenin said rightly, none had dealt concretely with the issues involved. For him, however, socialism was gazing at us from all the windows of modern capitalism. Socialism is outlined directly, practically, by every important measure that constitutes a forward step on the basis of modern capitalism. One socialism consisted in doing what capitalism was doing for itself, but doing it better and in the interest of the working class. This required an increase in the productivity of labor and a better organization of production. Thus, Lenin wrote, although the Taylor system, the last word of capitalism in this respect, like all capitalist progress is a combination of the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motion during work, nonetheless the possibility of building socialism depends exactly upon our success in combining the Soviet power and the Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our ends. 2. As regards administration, the foundation of socialism called for absolute and strict unity of will, which directs the joint labor of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people. The technical, economic, and historical necessity of this is obvious, and all those who have thought about socialism have always regarded it as one of the conditions of socialism. But how can strict unity of will be ensured? By thousands subordinating their wills to the will of one. 3. It is for this reason that all direct interference by the trade unions in the management of factories must be regarded as positively harmful and impossible. 4. In brief, things should be run as they always have been run in capitalism, only now for society as a whole, no longer for the accumulation of private capital. For Lenin, the social reconstruction is no longer concerned with social but only with technical issues, such as the revival of industry, the increase of agricultural production, sound financial policies, electrification, and so forth. Apart from a few general remarks, Marx did not concern himself with the organization of a socialist society. His economic writings were not intended to enrich the science of economics, but to lay bare the actual social relations that found their fetishistic expression in political economy. Although political economy is for the proletariat first and foremost an enemy country, 5. It has to be entered in order to show that economic relations are mere disguises for capitalist exploitation relations, and to reveal the class contradictions in the economic contradictions that beset bourgeois practice and capitalist development. For Marx, the economic laws propounded by political economy are irrelevant to socialism, which, in fact, will bring them to an end. Instead, there will be conscious regulation of production and distribution by the associated producers themselves, and the instrumentalities to this end will be of a technical organizational nature. When planning became a possibility for the Bolshevik state, it nevertheless found its theoretical starting point in Marx, that is, in his idea of social production as a reproduction process. The planners thought Marx's schemata of simple and enlarged reproduction, which Marx had developed from the physiocrat François Quesnay's Tableau économique, and which he presents in the second volume of Capital, 6. Applicable to all social formations and particularly useful in solving the problems of a socialist economy. It was on the basis of these schemata that Soviet economists constructed macroeconomic models depicting the feasibility of a balanced planned economy. 7. Marx's reproduction scheme served to show the relationships in the production and exchange process which are required to consummate the process of capital production with respect to both the value and use value of commodity production. So long as we looked upon production of value and the value of products from the point of view of individual capital, he wrote, it was immaterial for the analysis which was the natural form of the product in commodities. So far as reproduction was concerned, it was sufficient to assume that that portion of the products in commodities, which represented capital in the sphere of circulation, found an opportunity to reconvert itself into its elements of production and thus into its form of productive capital. It likewise sufficed to assume that both the laborer and the capitalist found in the market those commodities for which they spend their wages and surplus value. This merely formal manner of representation does not suffice in the study of the total social capital and of the value of its products. The reconversion of one portion of the value of the product into capital, the passing of another portion into the individual consumption of the capitalist and working classes, form a movement within the value of the product itself which is created by the total capital, and this movement is not only a reproduction of value, but also of material, and is, therefore, as much conditioned on the relative proportions of the elements of value of the total social product as on its use value, its material substance. 8. There is no need here to display Marx's diagrams, it suffices to recall that he divided total social production into two sections, one producing the means of production and the other the means of consumption. Each department is composed of constant and variable capital and produces surplus value. The transactions between the two departments are such as to reproduce the total capital, leaving the surplus value for capitalist consumption. Simple reproduction, Marx wrote, is essentially directed toward consumption as an end, and insofar as simple reproduction is a part of annual production on an enlarged scale, consumption remains as a motive accompanying the accumulation of wealth as an end and distinguished from it. 9. The difference between simple and enlarged reproduction consists in the fact that part of the total surplus value is not consumed by the capitalists but is turned into additional capital. The shift from simple to enlarged reproduction involves not the quantity, but the destination of the given elements of simple reproduction, and this change is the material basis of a subsequent reproduction on an enlarged scale. 10. Whatever the methodological merits of Marx's reproduction schemes, they cannot be construed as a system of general equilibrium akin to bourgeois equilibrium theory. The process of reproduction depicted by them, Marx pointed out, may take place when society controls the material requirements of its own production. But in capitalist society it is an element of anarchy. 11. The control of the material requirements of society's own reproduction presupposes the abolition of the value aspect of capitalist production, for it is the contradictory movement between value and use value production which accounts for capitalism's anarchy, i.e., its inability to organize production and reproduction rationally. The fact that the production of commodities is the general form of capitalist production, Marx wrote, implies the role which money is playing not only as a medium of circulation but also as money capital, and creates conditions peculiar for the normal transactions of exchange under this mode of production, and therefore peculiar for the normal course of reproduction, whether it be on a simple, or on an enlarged scale. These conditions become so many causes of abnormal movements, implying the possibility of crisis, since a balance is an accident under the crude conditions of this production. 12. The equilibrium of the reproduction scheme, in which both value and material production are in harmony, illustrates the essentials of a frictionless capitalist reproduction process. This equilibrium is possible in theory but not in practice, like the equality between supply and demand, or value and price, it will exist only by accident. Russian economists, in basing their models of a socialist economy on Marx's reproduction schemes, conceived these models in strictly material, not value, terms. The relationships of production and distribution, it was said, must be studied in their material representation, that is, as the sum of concrete products in their concrete movement from producer to consumer. Since the balance studies the relationships of production and circulation in material terms, it must consider the social economy as a kind of natural economy measuring production as the sum of materials and things produced in the course of the year and exploring the distribution of products in their material expression. 13. Even if money must play the role of yardstick, a means of reducing the assorted fruits of social production to a common denominator, the balance studies the relationships in the production and consumption of products as a material process. 14. The actual organization of the Russian economy was, indeed, a planning in material terms to realize economic goals set by the government. These goals emphasized economic growth and the development of industry, or, in bourgeois parlance, the accumulation of capital. With wages and prices administered, it can be approximately but directly determined what portion of the total social product shall fall to the producers as consumption goods, how these goods shall be distributed among the consumers, and what portion of the total shall serve to enlarge the productive apparatus. Wages and prices are here media for bringing forth and distributing a social product in accordance with a central plan conceived in physical terms, as material production. The authorities determine production and distribution in those proportions which they deem necessary or desirable. According to Marx, the measure of work is time. Only because products require labor can these products be measured by labor time. 15. In capitalism, however, price is not the equivalent of value, and the value-determining element, labor time, cannot be the element which expresses prices. 16. Because in capitalism labor time as a measure of value exists only ideally, it cannot serve as the element for the comparison of prices. 17. Yet it has often been said that the indirect regulation of the whole of the capitalist system by the law of value, as assumed in Marx's value scheme of capital development, can be the basis of the direct regulation of production in the socialist system. Supposedly, this will be achieved by a kind of retransformation of prices into values, though these values are no longer indirectly established through market competition but are instead set by socialist planning agencies. The possibility of such a retransformation is, for instance, implicit in Sweezy's claim that Marx's value theory has the great merit, unlike some other value theories, of close correspondence to the actual accounting categories of capitalistic business enterprises. 18. If this is so, then it is of course possible to assume that it is only the imperfect price form of value, but not value itself, which will disappear in a socialist society. Joan Robinson, for instance, felt it apt to say that while little, if anything, can be done with the law of value in capitalism, Marx may be right in believing that it would come into its own 19 in socialism. Although Marx held no such belief, some Russian economists did indeed express the opinion that the law of value applies to both capitalism and socialism. Value is here equated with cost of production, and, it is said, without a knowledge of production costs social planning would be impossible. Other economists, most prominently N.I. Bukharin and E.A. Preobrazhensky, maintained that the law of value was operative only in a market-determined commodity-producing society and not under conditions of socialism, where all the bourgeois categories like money, prices, wages, interest, rent, and profits disappear to make room for a direct accounting of economic processes in material terms. According to Preobrazhensky, those who hold that the law of value has general validity merely confuse the regulatory economic processes under commodity production with the regulatory role of labor expenditure in any system of social production. To acknowledge the law of value as the unique regulator of the economic system of the USSR was to deny her socialist character. We need only try to imagine the law of value as regulator of socialist production, he wrote, or the planning principle as regulator of commodity production, to see that we cannot separate the regulatory mechanism from the whole structure of the given society. 20. The assertion of the validity of the law of value in socialism led to much discussion, which was authoritatively terminated by Stalin himself. Wherever commodities and commodity production exist, Stalin wrote, there the law of value must also exist. In our country, the sphere of operation of the law of value extends, first of all, to commodity circulation, to the exchange of commodities through purchase and sale, the exchange, chiefly, of articles of personal consumption. Here in this sphere, the law of value preserves, within certain limits, of course, the function of the regulator. But the operation of the law of value is not confined to the sphere of circulation. It also extends to production. True, the law of value has no regulative function in our socialist production, but it nevertheless influences production. In this connection, such things as cost accounting and profitableness, production costs, prices, etc., are of actual importance in our enterprises. Consequently, our enterprises cannot, and must not, function without taking the law of value into account. 21. What does it actually mean to take the law of value into account? According to Stalin, it means, first of all, to train business executives to count production magnitudes, to improve methods of production, to lower production costs, to practice cost accounting, and to make enterprise pay. 22 Although in Marx's definition the labor theory of value refers exclusively to capitalist production and the concept of surplus value to labor exploitation, in Stalin's definition value theory need not be in contradiction with the requirements of socialism. All that is necessary is to discard certain concepts taken from Marx's Capital, such as necessary labor and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus labor time. 23 Stalin found it rather strange to use these concepts now, when the working class is not only not bereft of power and means of production, but, on the contrary, is in possession of power and controls the means of production. Talk of labor power being a commodity and of hiring of workers sounds rather absurd now, as though the working class, which possesses means of production itself, sells its labor power to itself. It is just as strange to speak of necessary and surplus labor, as though, under our conditions, the labor contributed by the workers to society for the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of defense, etc., is not just as necessary to the working class, now in power, as the labor expended to supply the general needs of the workers and their families. 24. In its essentials, Stalin's position on the problem of value in socialism still prevails in post-Stalinist Russia. There have been discussions since 1956 as to whether or not the law of value has only partial or general validity, that is, whether it applies only to the consumer market, or to the totality of goods circulating in the whole of the economy. Voices have been heard which deny the commodity character of production in the USSR, and, in consequence, wish to apply the law of value in the sense of Marx's economics of time as the objective criterion for measuring, economizing, and allocating the social product. Contrariwise, it is held that just because the Russian economy is considered to be a planned form of commodity production it should be based on the law value and commodity monetary relations. 25 This general bewilderment is further confounded by economists who want to avail themselves of the marginalism of bourgeois theory and wish to deal with factors of production other than labor, as well as with the application of linear programming and computer techniques in economic planning. Bourgeois economists, for their part, celebrate these events as the abandonment of Marx's labor theory of value by the Marxists themselves, as if the theory of value had actually been the theory of Russian economic practice, or could be the economic theory of socialism. The confusion which surrounds the labor theory of value does not reflect the theoreticians' muddled thinking alone, it results from their attempt to describe a non-socialist system of production and distribution as a socialist society. They do so because, by their definition, socialism is state control over the means of production and centrally planned determination of the national economy. It seems to them then that planning which fits the social needs and economic necessities, is planning in accordance with the law of value. Under capitalism, it is said, the law of value acts as an elemental law of the market, inevitably linked with the destruction of productive forces, with crisis, with anarchy of production. Under socialism it acts as a law of the planned administration of the national economy, under the conditions of the development of an economy free from crises. 26. To say that the law of value underlies economic processes is to say that there is some definite regulation of social production despite the lack of concern for, and the practical impossibility of, such regulation under private property relations. The regulation is brought about by way of market competition and crises. But if there is no private ownership of capital, no competition, no private accumulation, if production is centrally planned, if prices and wages are regulated, and the expansion of production consciously determined, then there cannot arise those results of competition and crises which manifest the operation of the law of value. To apply the law of value consciously in socialism could only mean to incorporate the effects of competition and crisis into the P-fling mechanism, in other words, to reinstitute the market and private property, which is obviously nonsense. It is perhaps for this reason that Stalin spoke of a law of value strictly limited and placed within definite bounds, i.e., one which fully operates only in the sphere of circulation confined to personal consumption, and which influences the sphere of production only because the latter cannot disregard the principle of profitability, even though this principle is modified by conscious decisions on the part of the planning authorities. But even though the modified law of value presumably affects production and regulates distribution, Stalin saw no social division between value and surplus value, and none between necessary and surplus labor, because by definition the whole social product belongs now to all of society. In the USSR the planned total output is expressed either in physical terms or in terms of money values. Although prices, wages, and profits are still economic categories, they no longer play an independently active part, they are merely expressions for aggregate physical magnitudes that are directly determined by the decision makers. Resource allocation here has nothing to do with price relations, rather, prices, wages, and profits are used to assure the allocation of resources required by the plan. As this is, practically, a difficult task, the plan comprises only rough approximations, subject to continuous change. Thus far, all economic planning has been, so to speak, makeshift planning, and has been attempted under conditions not very susceptible to overall control of the economy. Planning has been used in industrially underdeveloped countries whose foremost need is the rapid accumulation of capital. Forced industrialization by political means proceeded from government direction to direct government control and, in the process, created the conditions for a planned economic development. The plans reflected the general backwardness, they could not be any better than the conditions they tried to alter. The total social income in the USSR is supposed to equal the total value of the total material product, which equates with the sum total of the final selling prices of material goods, aside from the amortization of fixed capital. Social demand is controlled through the control of personal incomes, as well as through control of the allocation of productive resources. Prices are supposedly based on the average costs of production of all enterprises producing identical commodities. Retail prices for all goods and services are fixed to match the level of personal incomes. These prices move in relation to supply and demand for consumption goods that enter the market. Money wages are manipulated by pricing policies. Profits fall to the government mainly through a turnover tax which is derived from the difference between retail prices and actual costs of production. With wages and prices administered, it can be approximately but directly established what portion of total social production shall fall to the workers and in what particular commodity form. Consumption goods may be priced in such a way that the workers' choice of commodities is practically limited to what the government thinks their choice should be, and scarce commodities can be made even scarcer by a pricing policy which reserves them for the privileged layers of society. The necessity of keeping the laboring population alive and working prevails in all forms of continuous social production. In capitalism, it is expressed in the value of labor power, which determines and limits the surplus value or surplus labor time extractable out of a given laboring population. But if necessary and surplus labor is at once the common property of the socialized producers, it is quite pointless to speak of a law of value as the regulator of social distribution and of the effect of this regulation upon the process of production. If the total social product is the common property of the whole of society, its compartmental division into consumption, reproduction, and expansion could just as well be expressed in direct labor time quantities, which would refer no longer to value relations but to strictly technical arrangements enabling the social production and reproduction process to function properly. There is only one compelling reason for retaining the law of value in its Russian definition, and that is to give the conditions of inequality, such as prevail in the state capitalist economy, the semblance of an economic law. Because Marxism is here the state-enforced ruling ideology, it is not only necessary to explain that production implies reproduction, and that progress means enlarged reproduction, for which purpose present consumption must be restricted to assure a better future consumption. It is also necessary to explain that the wage differentiations between the workers, and the income differentiations between the workers and the administrative layers of society are not arbitrarily instituted by the whims of a new ruling class, but are determined by an economic law which gives each his due in accordance with his particular contribution to society. As there are nominally none but productive people in Russia, their different living standards must be explained by differences in their productivity, and by the economic necessity to take these differences into account, at this historical stage of development, at any rate. Rewarding labor in accordance with its productivity means that skilled labor receives more than unskilled labor. Because of training expenses, the reproduction costs for skilled labor are higher than those for unskilled labor. Income differentiations may thus be explained by the different productivity of different kinds of labor, and by the varying intensity in the performance of a particular type of labor. Because actual work is unequal, equal incomes would imply the exploitation of more productive by less productive labor. In the Bolshevik as well as in the bourgeois mind, this would destroy the incentive to prepare for and engage in more skilled and therefore more productive activities, to the detriment of the whole of society. There is then a social need for income differentiations as the inescapable requirement of social development. We will here recall that in Marx's value theory all labor is reduced to abstract simple labor. The concept of value refers to abstract social aggregates of necessary labor time and surplus labor time. This allows for the consideration of skilled labor as multiplied simple labor, just as it allows for the identity of value and price. Both wages and prices deviate from labor time values. To say that the capitalist law of value applies to the planned economy could only mean that here, too, it refers to the social aggregates of abstract necessary and surplus labor, which are now, however, no longer unknown quantities but data given through a social inventory in terms of labor time units, or expressed in money representing these units. This would not reveal the concrete contribution of individuals, or categories of individuals, to the total mass of products incorporating the total quantity of labor time expended on their production. It would, however, reveal, through the changing relationship between the social aggregates of necessary labor time and surplus labor time, whether the exploitation of labor power is increasing or decreasing. This increase or decrease of exploitation would be an observable phenomenon in the state-controlled economy, though it is not in the competitive private enterprise economy. The latter discovers it only through market movements from prosperity to depression, but the former could, in theory, rearrange social aggregates as it sees fit by political decisions, to either speed up or slow down the exploitation process. According to Marx, social labor time in general determines value. The value of commodities refers not to the specific quantity of labor contained in them but to that relative portion of the general social labor time which they represent. It follows from this that it is not possible to separate the economy into a value-determined sphere and another sphere not so determined. Either the whole of the economy is regulated by the law of value or it is not. It is not possible to say with Stalin, for instance, that the law of value regulates the sphere of consumption but not the sphere of production, either it regulates the whole of the economy or it regulates none of it. The abstract value of labor power does not explain actual wages and their differentiations. Marx showed no interest in the actual supply and demand determination of one or another wage. The wage differentials encountered in reality relate roughly to different reproduction costs of different types of labor. But these differences disappear in the equation of skilled as multiplied simple labor used to analyze the social aggregates of value and surplus value and their changing relationship in the course of capital accumulation. The abstract value concept is quite useless in the determination of individual wages, and to deal with the latter as actual entities is to accept them simply as historically given facts. In state capitalism, the law of value could have validity only with respect to the social aggregates of constant capital, variable capital, and the surplus value brought forth in production, and their changing relationships in the course of capital formation. Under conditions of competitive private capital accumulation, the physical expansion of capital can only proceed as the accumulation of exchange value. In state capitalism, where all means of production are centralized, this need not be so. Such a society can choose between measuring its increasing wealth in the abstract form of added capital values, and organizing its social production and distribution in real, physical terms, without regard to value relations. Marx did not foresee the emergence of state capitalist systems such as are presently recognized as actualizations of Marxian socialism. For him, socialism was, first of all, the end of value production and thus also the end of the capitalist relations of production. Within a cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, Marx wrote, the producers do not exchange their products. Neither does the labor employed on the products appear here as the value of these products, as one of their material qualities, since now individual labors are directly component parts of the total labor, and not indirectly, as in capitalist society. 27. In Marx's view, no real social change, as regards the conditions of the working class, was possible unless it involved a change in the social relations of production. The distribution of the means of consumption at any period, he wrote, is merely the consequence of the distribution of the conditions of production themselves. Capitalist methods of production, for example, depend on the condition that the material conditions of production are distributed among non-workers under the form of capital and land ownership, while the masses are only owners of the personal conditions of production, i.e., labor power. If the elements of production are so distributed, then the contemporary capitalism distribution of the means of consumption results automatically. But if the material conditions of production are the collective property of the workers themselves, then, naturally, a different distribution of the means of production from the present one will result. 28. According to Marx, then, the mode of distribution depends or the mode of production. In a society in which the workers have no control over the means of production but sell their labor power to others who have this control, the system of distribution will be as antagonistic as are the relations in the production process between the producers and the appropriators of surplus labor. The state capitalist system neither is capitalistic in the traditional sense nor represents the socialism of Marx's vision. From the point of view of private capitalism, it may be described as state socialism simply because it centralizes capital in the hands of the state, but from the point of view of working-class socialism, it must be described as state capitalism, since it retains the capitalistic division of the conditions of production between workers and non-workers. Both terms can be used interchangeably since they denote identical conditions. For Marx, the law of value regulates market capitalism but no other form of social production. To speak of a law of value as the regulator of the economy in the absence of specifically capitalistic market relations can only mean that the terms value and surplus value are retained, though they express no more than the relation between labor and surplus labor. In capitalism, labor power is a commodity like any other, and because all commodities are socially interrelated only by means of the exchange process, they must be realized as exchange value before they can become articles of utility. In the centralized state economy, however, capital and labor can be allocated apart from market relations and value considerations by a direct regard for social utility as understood by the controlling authorities. If this is partly done and partly not done, it is because the state capitalist system refuses to acknowledge itself for what it is, namely, a system of exploitation based on the direct control of a ruling minority over the ruled majority. What distinguishes capitalist exploitation from every previous form of exploitation is the extraction of surplus labor in the absence of direct coercion. Deprived of the means of production, the workers have no choice but to sell their labor power to the capitalists at the prevailing market prices. Social production is carried out by way of buying and selling. Thus the social life process appears dependent on market relations. Short of changing the whole of society, this is, of course, true. Within the frame of this society, the workers will accept the conditions of inequality as determined by market relations, and they will not necessarily recognize the fact of their exploitation. They will attempt to utilize the market relations for their own ends, in the competition for lucrative jobs and in the struggle for higher wages. It is the market, and, within definite limits, the competitive utilization of the market, which assures a more subtle extraction of surplus labor than direct physical coercion. The more subtle way is of course also the more advanced, even for the workers, since wage labor is generally preferable to forced labor. Neither willing nor able to end the system of labor exploitation, the state capitalist system too prefers wage labor to forced labor and for that reason adopts the mechanism of the market economy wherever possible. It is the semblance of capitalistic market relations within the state-controlled economy which suggests the continued validity of the law of value under the now modified conditions of capital production. Actually, however, the law of value cannot be operative because the market relations are artificial, not real. The planning authorities merely orient their plans on the model of the capitalist market economy, for they cannot organize production and distribution in accordance with socialist principles, and they no longer dare to deal with the realities of exploitation and capital accumulation in open forms such as characterized the first period of the Russian state socialist regime. During that period, later to be denigrated as the externally enforced period of war communism, the whole of commodity production with its categories of value, price, profit, and wages was to be replaced by a centralized natural economy administered in terms of physical necessities and possibilities with respect to both production and distribution. Under the conditions prevailing in underdeveloped capitalist nations, centralized administration must make the expansion of production, and therewith the formation of capital, its first concern. If this is to be accompanied by the destruction of market relations, both production and consumption must be determined by governmental decisions with or without the consent of the population thereby affected. The productive resources are allocated by decree and dictatorially enforced. Wage labor becomes force labor and, for better or worse, the conditions of production and distribution are determined by the deliberations of individual social power positions. And thus, while the change from the market to the planned economy is undoubtedly an advance, the methods by which this advance is attained are regressive. But as Leon Trotsky wrote, we can have no way to socialism except by the authoritative regulation of the economic forces and resources of the country, and by the centralized distribution of labor power in harmony with the general state plan. The labor state considers itself empowered to send every worker to the place where his work is necessary. And not one serious socialist will begin to deny to the labor state the right to lay its hands upon the worker who refuses to execute his labor duty. 29. Moreover, according to Trotsky, the principle of compulsory labor has just so radically and permanently replaced the principle of free hiring as the socialization of the means of production has replaced capitalist property. 30. We will retain, and for a long time retain, the system of wages. In the present difficult period the system for wages is for us, first and foremost, not a method for guaranteeing the personal existence of any separate worker, but a method of estimating what that individual worker brings with his labor to the labor republic. Consequently, wages, in the form of money and goods, must be brought into the closest possible touch with the productivity of individual labor. Those workers who do more for the general interest than others receive the right to a greater quantity of the social product than the lazy, the careless, and the disorganizers. All these measures must assist the development of rivalry in the sphere of production. 31. But what is an objective measure of the productivity of individual labor? Trotsky neither raised nor answered the question. In practice, differences in reward for different types of labor were analogous to the wage differentials in capitalism, even though wage rates were set by government and not by the labor market. However, complete regimentation of labor proved to be an impossibility and was soon replaced by a combination of market relations and government planning, indirect and direct methods of control, and money and measurements, all of which freed the social production and distribution process from regulation by the law of value without, however, leading to a value-free socialist economy. With wages administered and strikes excluded, with prices set to stimulate the consumption of some commodities and discourage that of others, with the rate and trend of accumulation consciously determined, it is merely a question of convenience whether to command labor into certain occupations or to induce workers to choose these jobs of their own free will by differential valuation of various types of work. In the latter case there is a limited freedom of choice of occupation. To be sure, as in the capitalism of old, the choice of occupation is more the exception than the rule. Obviously, it does not include such large-scale transfers from agricultural to industrial pursuits as were brought about by the enforced collectivization and modernization of agriculture. Various administrative hurdles placed in the way of individually desired changes from one job to another discourage such changes, not to speak of wage rates so low as directly to forbid both mobility and individual initiative. However, since the industrializing society is an expanding economy, it does offer opportunities to acquire skills, prepare for new professions, reach for high positions, and to compete for better jobs. The social climate of competition deliberately fostered by a hierarchical income structure is indistinguishable from that in capitalism. To sum up, the state socialist society neither is regulated by the law of value nor orders its economic relationships on the basis of the law of value. But even if it leaned on the law of value, as Stalin asserted, in order to assure rational cost and profit calculations and a method of social bookkeeping for the proper allocation of resources, this still would not justify its designation as socialism. In any case, the law of value cannot be made operative in either the capitalist or the socialist society. In capitalism it asserts itself like a natural law because private exchange relations exclude the conscious social organization of production, and in socialism, where this proportioning of the social labor is done consciously and directly, the law of value no longer determines social conditions. As value analysis of capital production considers the general need for rationality in the social production process in the specific form in which this general need expresses itself in capitalism. Even so, the value analysis does not deal with the concrete capitalist exchange relations, but with the disregarded and actually unknowable realities underlying these exchange relations. Because in the analysis of economic forms, Marx wrote, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use, the force of abstraction must replace both. 32 Labor time value is the scientific expression of the economic relations of capitalism. It is not an empirical description of these relations, but it is an abstraction from them, and it is only by way of abstract thought that the concrete situation becomes comprehensible. This does not mean, however, that labor time value could actually become the organizational principle of a non-capitalist, or socialist, system of production and distribution. In criticizing the Ricardian Socialists 33 and, notably, Proudhon for advocating an exchange system of private producers based on labor time value, Marx pointed out that products which are produced as commodities can only be exchanged as such, that is, in terms of prices, they cannot be exchanged according to labor time values. Of John Gray's proposed theory of labor time as the direct measure of money, Marx wrote that it is based on the illusion that commodities could be related directly to each other as products of social labor. But they can relate to each other only in their capacity as commodities. Commodities are the direct products of isolated independent private labors, which have to be realized as universal labor through their alienation in the process of private exchange. That is to say, labor based on the production of commodities becomes social labor only through universal alienation of individual labor. But by assuming that the labor time contained in commodities is directly social labor time, Gray assumes it to be the common labor time or labor time of directly associated individuals. Under such conditions a specific commodity like gold or silver could not confront other commodities as the incarnation of universal labor, and exchange value would not be turned into price, but, on the other hand, use value would not become exchange value, products would not become commodities, and thus the very foundation of the capitalistic system of production would be removed. 34. To put this in a slightly different way, if the labor time contained in the social product is the common labor time of directly associated producers, these products do not take on the character of commodities. They do not need, then, to be transformed into products of universal social labor, which they are already, nor do they require a definite money commodity to express their social nature in the form of prices. If labor time, Marx asked, is the intrinsic measure of value, why should there be another external measure side by side with it? 35 The fact that there is the measure of price indicates that social products, as commodities, are not directly part of the common social labor but can only become part of it via the exchange and money relations in a market economy of disassociated producers. The theory of value, as the theory of bourgeois society, Marx told Proudhon, cannot become the revolutionary theory of the future. 36. In a communist society, Marx wrote, money capital would be entirely eliminated, and with it the disguises which it carries into the economic transactions. The question is then simply reduced to the problem that society must calculate beforehand how much labor, means of production, and means of subsistence it can utilize without injury for such lines as, for instance, the building of railways, which do not furnish any means of production or subsistence, or any useful thing, for a long time, a year or more, while they require labor, and means of production and subsistence out of annual production. 37. Although the economics of time and the planned distribution of labor time over the different spheres and branches of production are still an economic necessity, this has nothing to do with labor time value, that is, with the exchange value of labor power or its products. As regards individual labor, it is impossible to measure specific contributions to the total social product and divide the latter accordingly in both socialism and capitalism. The labor of different individuals in identical occupations, and the work between diverse occupations, differs quantitatively as well as qualitatively. Because there exists no actual common denominator for different types of labor, Marx saw their only possible common denominator in labor time. With respect to specific kinds of labor, quantitatively different accomplishments during a given time, as in piece rate systems, do, of course, reveal productivity variations of individuals. But such differences are rather small and present no real problem either with regard to wage differences, or with respect to entrepreneurial calculations, which concern themselves with the average productivity of the working force in terms of the total wage bill. Since it takes time to acquire a skill, the production costs of skilled and simple labor differ. But as costs of learning are ascertainable, it is not difficult to account for them in actual wage rates. In fact, differences between wages for simple and skilled labor are not wide enough to throw doubt upon labor time as the common denominator of the value of labor power. Great income differences exist only within and between occupations in which it is practically impossible to measure differences of productivity or special contributions to the general social wealth. Objections raised to labor time as the common value denominator for all types of labor are, then, rarely related to wage differences within the labor force, but to types of work and services performed by non-working class people, most often to payments received for activities that have nothing at all to do with the social production process. The productivity of different types of labor is inseparably connected with the productivity of total social labor and changes in the social production process. In capitalism, of course, this problem is approached not from a social but from an individual point of view because of the commodity character of labor power and the capitalistic division of labor, which includes the division between mental and manual labor or, rather, since mental and manual labor cannot really be divorced, between office and factory, science and industry. Specialization in one-sided activities has been found profitable, but whether it is socially more productive than interchangeability of occupations remains to be tested. Meanwhile, the differing evaluations of mental and manual labor, skilled and simple work, in terms of prices established by supply and demand relations on the labor market, are taken quite seriously. They divide the laboring population into different income groups, blurring the dominance of social relations by capital-labor relations. According to Marx, the individual's labor is a necessary component of the total social labor because labor has become socialized labor, indirectly in capitalism, and directly in socialism. In socialism, kinds of labor will be differentiated only with respect to their utility, and this utility will not find expression in an attached exchange value. Although bourgeois society propounds the principle of equality in exchange, Marx views this as an unrealizable principle in capitalism as well as in socialism. Because the classical value concept had given rise to the idea of an exchange of equal labor time quantities, which assured all producers the whole proceeds of their labor, Marx pointed out that the existence of a non-working population, children, aged, sick, etc., the necessity of unproductive activities, and the requirements of social development in general prohibited the appropriation by individuals of the whole proceeds of their labor. The proceeds of labor, Marx wrote, could only be part of its product, even if what is taken away from the producer as a private individual is given back to him directly or indirectly in his capacity as member of the cooperative commonwealth. 38. After these necessary deductions, however, the individual could get back what he has given society in his individual amount of labor. For example, the social working day consists of the sum of the individual's hours of work. The individual working time of the individual producer is that part of the social working day contributed by him, his part thereof. He receives from society a voucher that he has contributed such and such a quantity of work, after deductions from his work for the common fund, and draws through his voucher on the social storehouse as much of the means of consumption as the same quantity of work costs. The same amount of work which he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. 39. In this way equal quantities of labor time would exchange for equal quantities of labor time, and the right of the producers would be proportional to the amount of labor they contribute. The equality consists in the fact that everything is measured by an equal measure, labor. 40. But this equal right to the proceeds of labor would actually be an unequal right for unequal work, due to unequal personal situations. It is therefore a right of inequality in its content, as in general is every right. 41. If labor time is adopted as a measure to determine the distribution of the returnable part of the social product destined for consumption, there would arise an equality of remuneration, for, in fact, it is in the nature of large-scale industry that working hours should be equal for all. 42. Yet personal situations, such as the marital status of a worker or the number of his dependents, would turn this equal share of consumption goods measured by his labor time contribution to the social product into an inequality of living standards. To achieve real equality in this respect, the right to the proceeds of labor would have to be unequal. Moreover, Marx pointed out, some excel physically or intellectually and contribute in the same time more labor than others. Yet, labor, to serve as a measure, must be defined by its duration or intensity, otherwise it ceases to be a standard of measure. 43. If labor is measured by its intensity, it is no longer measured by labor time but by the diverse productivity of different persons in different occupations. In that case, however, the arising inequalities would not be the result of an equal measure, but the result of measuring unequal individual contributions to the total social labor product. Not labor time, but the specific product of labor, would be measured. This is probably what Marx meant in saying that the right to one's particular labor is still based on the same principle of bourgeois right, although principle and practice are no longer at daggers drawn, while the exchange of equivalents in commodity exchange only exists for the average and not for the individual case. 44. If the individual's labor is still seen as embodied in his individual product and not as a component of the whole of social labor, it is still seen from a bourgeois, not a socialist, point of view. It is, then, this distinction between duration and intensity of labor which serves as an apologia for inequalities in the nominally socialist nations. Because of the vagueness of his formulation, Marx's position on this issue has been subjected to different interpretations. It can be accepted as meaning that, whether labor serves as a standard of measurement in its duration or in its intensity, in either case there will be inequality in living conditions for unequally endowed or unequally situated individuals. To avoid these inequalities, the right to the proceeds of labor would have to be unequal instead of equal, which could either mean that the individual's contribution to general social labor should be ignored in order to assure an equitable distribution of consumption goods, or that the inequitable distribution of consumption goods is unavoidable because labor is still measured with regard to its duration or its intensity. It does not mean that Marx opposed equality. But it does mean that he realized that the principle of equality based on labor contributions was not a socialist principle, even though it might be the ruling principle in the transitory stages of a socialist society. Marx thought that the idea of the individual's right to his labor product may still dominate the society emerging from capitalism and in every respect still tainted economically, morally, and intellectually with the hereditary diseases of the old society. 45 Yet, in his mind, equalitarian was a question not of remuneration bound to an abstract principle of equality, but of rational social relations that exclude exploitation and promote the free supply of goods and services. In his view, the development of society in the post-capitalist world would find expression not in a rigid and narrow realization of an always greater equality in exchange in accordance with the individual's contribution to the social labor process, but in a tendency toward the realization of the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 46 Sociality is itself a developmental process in which the narrow bourgeois horizon of private rights would wither away because of an increasing abundance of consumption goods that would render economic accounting based on individual contributions to production both superfluous and ridiculous. Epilogue. Marx did not envision an intermediary stage between private enterprise capitalism and socialism. His rather clean-cut differentiation between feudalism, capitalism, and socialism made for a certain orderliness and simplicity in his revolutionary expectations. He recognized, however, that his history of the rise of capitalism pertained solely to Western Europe, and he opposed any attempt to turn it into a general historical philosophical theory of development valid for all nations, no matter what their historical conditions might be. 1. Marx, as well as Engels, allowed for courses of development different from those in Western Europe, and for a shortening of the road to socialism for pre-capitalist nations, in the wake of successful proletarian revolutions in the West. They recognized the state capitalist tendencies in developed capitalist nations as indications of the coming socialist revolution without foreseeing their role in transforming pre-capitalist into state capitalist systems of production. We know now that social revolutions in capitalistically underdeveloped countries do not, and cannot, repeat the pattern of development of Western capitalism, but tend to introduce state capitalist structures. They are not socialist revolutions in the Marxian sense even if they do avail themselves of Marxian ideology. The idea that state capitalist revolution means the victory of socialism even in industrially advanced nations gains some credibility because such revolutions appear to bring to its logical conclusion the increasing government determination of production and of social life in general, and because they follow the pattern set by the established state capitalist systems, which are quite generally perceived as socialist. In these systems, however, the institution of state capitalism had the function not of abolishing the capitalist class but of aiding in its quick formation and thereby in the formation of capital. In industrially advanced countries, state capitalism would be as irrational a system as that which preceded it, for the difficulties of capital production can here be resolved not through an increase of exploitation but only through its abolition. However, industrially advanced countries could maintain a system of class differences under such regimes just as capital's poor nations do. They would not have the excuse of the underdeveloped states, but they could create a political apparatus of repression which would eliminate the need for one. There would thus have been a revolution, but not a socialist revolution. For a socialist revolution must mean precisely the creation of a social structure in which the producers themselves control their product and its distribution. It is conceivable only as one made by the working class which ends social class relations. What Marx, and before him, in 1843, Flora Tristan, formulated in one single proposition, namely, that the emancipation of the working class must be conquered by the working class itself, remains the implicit postulate of all genuine socialist thought. 2. It was Marx's conviction that the contradiction between the growing social forces of production and the narrow capitalist relations of production would be overcome through a revolution which, by ending the class structure of society, its basic antagonism, would open the way towards a socialist world. Such a social revolution has not taken place, neither has the contradiction of social as capital production been resolved. Production is still everywhere the production of capital, and the capitalist world remains a world of crises. Within this context, Keynesianism merely reflects the transition of capitalism from its free market to a state-aided phase and provides an ideology for those who momentarily profit by this transition. It does not touch upon the problems Marx was concerned with. As long as the capitalist mode of production prevails, Marxism will retain its relevance, since it concerns itself neither with one or another technique of capital production, nor with social changes within the frame of capital production, but only with its final abolition. It may well be that socialism is an illusion and that society is condemned to remain class society. But this conclusion cannot be derived merely from the fact that recent revolutions have not destroyed exploitative class relations. The revolutions of the 20th century have been directed against a capitalism unable to extend the conditions of its own existence, powerless to enlarge the industrial proletariat and, therewith, its own domain. Yet capitalism disturbed and destroyed earlier forms of social organization and modes of production by subordinating world production to a world market determined by the special interests of the great centers of capital production. The old ruling classes of the ravaged nations lacked both the interest and the power to withstand the inroads of foreign capital. It was left to the impoverished themselves to rebel against the double yoke of foreign and native exploitation, as well as the still greater misery of unemployment resulting from the lack of such exploitation. Because their wretchedness was due to both class and national subjugation, the character of their revolution was, and still is, both revolutionary and nationalist. There is as yet no way to transcend the limited nationalist character of these revolutions, because of the total absence of an international revolutionary working class movement capable of providing these national struggles with a wider frame of operations and with goals more extensive than mere capitalization by revolutionary means. Whatever else these revolutions may accomplish, they cannot lead to socialism as an alternative to modern capitalism. They are but one of many expressions of the disintegration of the capitalist market economy as a world system, and it is only as such that they support the general need for a more rational social system of production. The problems of the backward nations cannot be solved apart from those that beset the developed ones. The solution for both still lies in a revolutionary change in the latter, while it would prepare the way for a socialist integration of world economy. For just as the underdeveloped countries cannot develop socialistically in a world dominated by capital production, so they could not develop capitalistically in a world dominated by socialist systems of production. The key to a socialist development of the underdeveloped nations is the socialist transformation of the advanced capitalist part of the world. Yet this key does not seem to fit the real situation. It is quite obvious that the industrially advanced parts of the world have the means to industrialize the underdeveloped regions in a rather short time and to eliminate hunger and poverty almost immediately merely by diverting the expenses of waste production into productive channels. But there are as yet no social forces in sight willing to realize this opportunity and thus bring peace and tranquility to the world. Instead, the destructive aspects of capital production take on an increasingly more violent character, internally, by more and more waste production, and externally, by laying waste to territories occupied by people unwilling to submit to the profit requirements of foreign powers, which could only spell their own doom. It cannot be expected that those who profit by the status quo and whose existence and future depends on its perpetuation will alter their ways by abdicating their dominating class positions. It is by means of the mixed economy that they have thus far succeeded in preventing the rise of social conditions which could lead to anti-capitalist social movements. In this sense, Keynesianism has been the savior of capitalism, even though by its own nature, and by the nature of capitalism, it can be only of temporary avail. With or without full employment, the mixed economy is a social fact in all capitalist nations, and in some of them has proved itself capable not only of avoiding large-scale depressions but of bringing about conditions of prosperity such as have never been experienced before, thus making it possible for the well-off to describe capitalism as a society of affluence. Practically and ideologically, World War II and its aftermath led to an almost total eclipse of working-class socialism. But a continuing absence of any effective opposition to capitalism presupposes the system's ability to maintain the given living conditions of the laboring population. If this should turn out to be impossible, the present social cohesion of the capitalist system may well be lost again, as it has been in previous crises of long duration. It is only on the assumption that all arising social problems can be resolved within existing institutions that it is possible to deny the working class, the vast majority of the population in the industrially advanced countries, their role in history, which must of necessity be an oppositional role and thus find expression in a revived or newly emerging revolutionary consciousness. The temporary success of Keynesian policies has given rise to the conviction that a way has finally been found to deal effectively with capitalism's difficulties and thus dissolve the system's revolutionary potentialities. But this conviction is an illusion based on the money veil that covers all capitalistic activities. If the veil is lifted, it becomes apparent that the continuous application of Keynesianism implies the self-destruction of capital production. The optimism of the new economics merely mistakes the postponement of a problem for its disappearance. If revolutionary consciousness depends on misery, there can be little doubt that the suffering awaiting the world's population will go beyond anything thus far experienced, and that it will eventually engulf even the privileged minority of workers in the industrially advanced countries who still think of themselves as immune to the consequences of their own activities. As the general level of oppression increases, the special situation of affluence will dissolve, for the blessings of increased productivity will be dissipated in slaughterous competition for the diminishing profits of world production. Even previously, war and its aftermath brought with them an extent of social misery unknown during the darkest clays of the Industrial Revolution and exceeding anything Marx himself was able to relate about the miserable condition of the laboring population. Only by excluding the human costs of war and depression has it been possible to assert that capitalist development did not imply the growth of the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation, and only by restricting the argument to the narrow field of wage statistics in a few countries could it be said that Marx was wrong in predicting increasing misery during the course of capital accumulation. But surely, this prediction is derived from his general law of capitalist accumulation and its historical tendency and not merely from the commodity character of labor power and its changing fortunes on the labor market. It encompasses all aspects of capitalist development by way of competition, crises, and wars. It is not reasonable to maintain that the conditions of prosperity in a few countries in the wake of World War II, and the consequent further improvement of the living standards of their populations, is sufficient compensation for the rather permanent crisis conditions in the larger part of the world and for the almost incomprehensible suffering, exploitation, and degradation of hundreds of millions of people during and after the war. The high standards of living attained by large layers of the working class in industrially advanced countries may themselves become detrimental to capital expansion. For the maintenance of such standards under conditions of decreasing profitability requires a continuous extension of non-profitable production. This in turn implies an increasingly greater need to raise the productivity of labor, which, under present conditions, means the steady growth of unemployment. Provision for the unemployed itself becomes an increasing expense which, together with all the other expenses of affluence, will sooner or later tax to the utmost even the greatest economic and technical capacities. This is not to say that affluence breeds revolution, but only that no absolute impoverishment is required to produce oppositional sentiments. People need not be reduced to starvation levels before they begin to rebel. They may do so with the first deep inroads into their customary living standards, or even when access to what they consider their living standards should be is denied them. The better off people are, the harder it is to bear any deprivation, and the more tenaciously they cling to their accustomed style of life. It is in this sense that the partial loss of the prevailing affluence may be enough to destroy the existing consensus. Marx once said that the proletariat is revolutionary or it is nothing. At present it is nothing, and it may well be that it will continue to be nothing. But this is not certain. Obviously, subversive ideas flourish under conditions of dissatisfaction such as do not as yet exist in the prosperity, false though it is, of present-day society. Though the poverty-stricken in the mixed economies are a large minority, they are still a minority, and their opposition remains inarticulate. They cannot become a social force strong enough to oppose the material interests represented by the ruling ideology. The sporadic rebellions of despair are easily handled by the authorities representing the smug majority, which still includes the mass of the proletariat. The substratum of the impoverished can be decimated by the very conditions of existence provided for them. But as their number grows, and it is growing, the frequency of their rebellious acts will also increase, as will the awareness on the part of many of the smug that perhaps they, too, will soon find themselves on the refuse heap of capitalism. To judge by the past, the growth of social misery gives power to this misery, and power leads to conscious actions aimed at ending the misery. Of course, the patterns of the past may not hold for the future, the age of revolutions may well be over. But if we cannot judge by past experiences, we cannot judge at all. In that case, everything is possible, even a working-class revolution. This possible revolution presupposes the continued existence of the proletariat, which, however, is allegedly already coming to an end with respect not only to its non-existing class consciousness but to its social functions as well. A distinction is often made between the classical working class, i.e., the industrial, proletariat in the Marxian sense, and the modern working population, of which only the smaller part is occupied in production. But this distinction is artificial, for what differentiates the proletariat from the bourgeoisie is not a particular set of occupations, but the former's lack of control over their existence resulting from the lack of control over the means of production. Even if more workers are now engaged in non-productive so-called service industries, their social position vis-à-vis the capitalists remains unaltered. Because of the concentration of capital and the elimination of the proprietary middle class, there are more proletarians now than ever before. It is of course true that a good portion of these people receive income which provide them with bourgeois or petty bourgeois living standards. But the vast majority, as far as living standards are concerned, fall into the category of wage workers, no matter how unproductive their work may be. When Marx declared that the historical mission of the working class was to end the capitalist system, he was speaking, as he gathered from his theory of accumulation, of the expropriation of the few by the many. He rightly saw that the expansion of capital is also the polarization of society into a small minority of capitalists and a vast majority of property-less workers forced to sell their labor power in order to exist. The industrial proletariat of 100 years ago has today swollen into an amorphous mass of wage-receiving occupations and professionals, all of whom are dependent on the vicissitudes of market events and the changing fortunes of the accumulation process. However they think of themselves, they belong not to the ruling class but to the ruled. Capitalism is basically a two-class society, notwithstanding the various status differentiations within each separate class. The ruling class is the decision-making class, the other class, regardless of its inner differentiations, is at the mercy of these decisions, which are made with a view to the special needs of capital and determine the general conditions of society. The ruling class cannot act otherwise than it does, stupidly or intelligently, it will do everything to perpetuate itself as a ruling class. Those outside the decision-making process may disagree with the decisions made, since they may not correspond with their own interests, or because of convictions that things should be done differently. But to change these decisions they must have power of their own. Whatever the decision-makers decide upon has to be actualized in the sphere of production because the manner of distribution depends on that of production. Without control over the production process, no decisions can be made, no class can rule. Control of production is exercised by control of the means of production, by ideology, and by force. But property, ideology, and force alone can produce nothing. It is upon productive labor that the whole social edifice rests. The productive laborers thus have more latent power at then than any other social group, or all other social groups combined. To turn this latent into actual power demands no more than the producer's recognition of social realities and the application of this knowledge to their own ends. To deny this fact is the main job of bourgeois ideology, as is evidenced by its economic theories and by the general disparagement of productive labor. However, despite the prevailing notion of the decreasing importance of the industrial proletariat, more attention is devoted to it than ever before, because its potential power to control society has actually never been so great as it is. Flow. The technical organizational socialization of production, i.e., the interdependence of the whole of the population in an uninterrupted flow of production, provides the working class with almost absolute power over the life and death of society simply by ceasing to work. While this could not be their intention, as they are members of the same society, they could nevertheless shake society to its foundations if they were determined to alter its structure. It is for this reason that labor unions have been adapted to the capitalist establishment, in order to control industrial disputes, that governments, including labor governments, pass anti-strike legislation, and that those most aware of the latent power of industrial action, the totalitarian regimes, outlaw strikes altogether. Because the industrial proletariat has the power to change society if so inclined, it is now, as before, the class on whose action the actual transformation of society depends. If this power did not exist, if its application were not a real possibility, there would be no hope of overcoming the existing material forces of repression. To be sure, all social struggles are also ideological struggles, yet success in the fight for a new society requires a material lever with which the defenses of the status quo may be overturned. It is not entirely inconceivable that the growing irrationality of capitalism will lead to a widespread revulsion among the population at large, regardless of class affiliations, and to a growing conviction that there is no longer any need for, nor any sense in, exploitative class relations, since society could be reorganized so as to benefit all people. Still, such a society will have to be fought for with all available weapons both in the ideological sphere and in the field of real power relations. With the record of working class behavior before us, the workers' indispensability for the actualization of socialism makes socialism seem farther off than ever. But it is more than doubtful that the working class will indefinitely endure all that the capitalist system has in store for it. One has only to think of what in all probability is bound to happen without a socialist revolution in order to accept the possibility of a different kind of behavior on the part of the laboring population. What is bound to happen is in some measure already happening, and the quantitative projection of the present into the future points to the utopianism of solving capitalism's social problems by capitalistic means. The present American war in Southeast Asia, for instance, may well engulf the Far East and finally the whole world. In view of this perspective, not to speak of unavoidable new economic crises of world capitalism, the phrase socialism or barbarism states the only real alternatives.